live. I have to be sociable. Oh wait, there's a beep. I have to be a person. Oh, Jimmy Jellikers. I will make both chats work. A Twitch chat. Why does it say I'm doing the wrong thing? No. Yeah, that one. Oh, the other one has more people viewing on Twitch though. Maybe I don't tell the truth. I'm telling the truth. Pop out chat. And I put this over here. And then you guys get stuck over here. I hope you guys know the sacrifice I'm making. Because I'm most certainly not doing re-clears right now. Instead of playing Resident Evil 4. I forgot about that. I got caught up today. I need to make it so I can... Uh-oh. Whoa. That's not the one I wanted the thing, and that I wanted to have the thing. Oops, something went wrong. That's all it's going to say? That's really? That's what it's going to be given? No, nothing went wrong. You're wrong. I'm not wrong. Am I wrong? Did it wrong? No, I'm not wrong. You're wrong. Stupid. All right, hold on. It says everything is working now. Hold on. Where's the edge of a screen that is edgeless? Teleprompter. Thank you. Ooh, where's the edge of a screen that's edgeless? Edgelord, yay! Oh, okay. That was a lot. I'm not... You know what? It's not... We don't have to worry about it. Hello, too. Oh, God, no. There's a fight of who is first. Hello. Vamp? Pagebot? I can go down to the very second for timestamps. I have to make a scrolling thing, right? By the way, I need people to know the crazier the hair, the less sane I am. Like, because it means one, I can't afford a haircut, but second, you see this that I'm willing to let it just poof out. I haven't done that since like before. There's a certain group of people that made me cut my hair. No, actually, I did that college. Before I got married, I did everything I could with my hair so I couldn't be judged. Majida, your name makes me think it makes me think of the debate that I just saw again on something when I was looking at cardiac nursing stuff that someone's like, I say angina, and then they're like angina, and I'm like, you don't have to. You don't have to do that way. Anyway, I heard that recently. Mr. Poo Balls. Yeah, it's snowing. It's a snow day. Hey, Lee. Haven't seen me in a bit. How's my dad doing? Yesterday he had his procedures / surgery. He hurts, but he's still kicking. I can get into that as soon as I get if I don't have the game started, people will just like yeet out. I can get in at to say that in like 15 minutes. I got you. Hey, Dark King. Hey, Mike. Oh God, it went to the bottom. I have no idea who did what anymore. I have no idea. Lurking from work. It looks like the lurker work. Hey, David, what's it? Yeah, I'm the Everyman. I'm glad you understood I'm the Everyman instead of it being like the every person's guide. No, I'm the every. I identify as a man or a boy. Just have a. I identify with. I have like 3 names for my Johnson that I don't want to say on camera, but if that doesn't make me identify as a man, I don't know what would. At least male leaning at that point, right? My evening summary of what? Phone, shut up. Sarcasm, what's going on? You have a black eye? It better be peas. I broke a hammer yesterday at work. Sarcasm, are those two things related? Did you break a hammer at work and you have a black eye? Hey, Blue Mocha 90, what's going on? Hey, Shadow Prince. Oh, wait, over on Twitch, first time. Hello there, just to give you Everyman's Guide, and just like literally just right now, I did my second save on Claire A, hardcore for S+. Love your positivity, and there's nothing, and that nothing is a biggie. Yeah, there's no biggies. I'm listen, those those guides are my notes on paper, so nothing's really a biggie because you bought the game because you like it, right? So if you bought it and you spent money to enjoy it, it shouldn't be a big deal that, oh God, you're gonna make me enjoy it again. Like it's nothing's a biggie, no big deal. Hey, Mike over the Twitch side. Shadow Prince, Shadow and Tierra in the background. I'm assuming. I'm gonna assume. I'll just assume. But you know what they say about assuming? You're right every time. Hey, Marshmallow. Yes, I was hitting a pin in a tow bar, and the hammerhead came flying off toward my face. Okay. For people who don't actually know sarcasm, that's a good thing. Because there's a lot of different ways that black eye could have come about. And this is a legitimate just accident happened. So that's actually a step up. So I'm weirdly happy about that. Okay. I need to make a little text bar. And the text bar is simply gonna say, oh, I like to how this chat has been left unattended and abandoned for this long. I need to make a little text bar that says whatever it is that I'm not saying out loud enough for people, and the first thing it needs to say is hair be crazy. Like my hair being crazy is like the crazier my hair, the crazier my mental state. I just need people to know that. Shut up, Windows security. I'm on Windows 10. There'll always be a security thing. Where it text add source? No, I want, wait. Oh, we still have Leon B. Dogs are dogs, fat zombies are pale heads, female zombies are Mr. X, G adults are pale heads. Do you guys want me to do in this game a randomizer where I spin a wheel and whatever it lands on, I have to change that enemy to that enemy type? Remember how we did that Resident Evil 2? You guys want me at all to do the I change all enemies in this game based on what the wheel says? Because I shouldn't have asked. The answer is yes, of course. There comes that would, okay. To be honest with you, kind of my Bob Ross of Resident Evil. You're cool with that. I have heard the Bob Ross of Resident Evil a lot, and a friend of mine who actually has one of my paintings commented not too long ago, talked to me. I haven't talked to her in quite some time, and then I talked to her, and it's like you're on Bob Ross level as a young teen, like 13, something like that. So maybe I'm the Bob Ross of painting, except for there's a Bob Ross. I also bruised hand from punching the pin after that. Sarcasm, shut up before it gets worse. All right. I'm minus 17 degrees. We have your 17 degrees over here. We have 22 of them. Oh, is that Celsius? I don't know if I need to do a conversion of how many of our, oh, that's Celsius? Okay. Yeah, we've got 5 of your degrees over here. No, actually we're missing 5. I'm not doing the conversion in my head. It's approximately 5. I get his calm voice, I think. Okay. I was angry. No shit, Sherlock. Oh, it got hidden. Since you said oh shit, I ignored you because I thought you were a Twitch bot. No, page bots are a real. All right, I'm gonna make the thing, and then we're gonna get going because it's been a while. How you guys doing? My dad had the procedure. My dad, it's technically not a surgery. Scrolling, mental state and stuff. It is 22 degrees Fahrenheit here. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with the Fahrenheit. Oh, thank you for the subscribing over Instagram on the Prime sub. I have to recalibrate my brain. Why do I have alerts turned up so loud? That's unnecessary. I'm being... Oh, thank you. No way you just started this playthrough yesterday. Yeah, there's a way. You totally did. I knew you did too. I was in your bedroom. And I was, you know, I was just peeking to.
I got one. I got three. Can I get a five? Can I get a five?
You're so
five
loud.
in the fishnets. Five in the fishnets. Can I get a five in the fishnets?
That's 10. That's 2 5s in the fishnets.
Can I get a five in the fishnets? Words I didn't think I'd ever say ever. Can I mention ever again?
No way, I just started a playthrough yesterday.
Thank you so much for that. And because of that, finally, I need to put up a short that somebody else in the community did, and I need to make the version of it better, which is basically long while ago during a stream, I talked about having messages on the screen. I was just like, for these 2 quarters and a $5 bill, otherwise it won't show up on screen, you can support your starving streamer or something like that with interchangeable cuts of me screaming and things like that. I need to put that up. I need to do a few things. My dad had, surgery, procedure, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, that bar doesn't go out except for Streamlabs because that thing will think $10 makes me I think it'll make me have $100 million. Okay, what am I putting on the screen? Crazier the hair, crazier the mental state. Okay. Enable anti-antializing splines. Text. I don't know. I need to choose a text for that. I gotta make it. It's blocking my face, and I don't care. Background, gradient. What color? Is that? Oh God, not a gradient. Wait. Yes, a gradient. No, no gradient. No, that's the gradient on the, not the. Is there a background color? Oh, there it is. That's how you make it look like okay, I got that. Oh boy. Having to think. I thought a lot. I had to chart. They turned me into a CNA, as another nurse has said. The hospital turned me into a CNA, which just basically printing off shit and being like, you put it up so we can put it into the computer. At least it's the Epic system so I can understand it. Keeping an eye on everything says it's freezing out. Figure I work my channel pages while here and doing Twitch stuff. Thought I watched Steven here. Yay, thank you. Radio Raheem found you, everyman guy, helping you. Thanks for your comment. You're very welcome. How am I doing today? I'm good. Vern, what's going on? I'm so, my brain is overloaded. We gotta Undeterred, what's going on? Okay. Wait, I have to, this can't just be right. Sarcasm? I'm afraid. You said good news. Good news, though. I got a special tool set with 3 special hammers, so I'm happy. I get happy about getting tools too. That's not just you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Scroll on screen, please. Please, filters. Scroll. Edit filters. Grayscale, dramatic, flashback, inverted. Action. Hearth. Winter green. Just add a thing. Crop. Scroll. There you go. All right. Look at that. All right. So the more like Nero spicy I'm acting, the more things we can add to that. Right? Is that a good way to put it? Oh, I got to put some spaces in there. All right. So every time you guys can call me out on being, I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want that. Oh, I have the Resident Evil 4 font. Yeah, sure, we'll do that. I'll grab that font. Okay, we got to make it. Wow! Whoa! It's scrolling fast. It's too fast. We'll never catch it now. Okay. All right. That works. All right. Now just move it not here, right? Crazier the hair, crazier the mental state. That's just a warning for anyone that pops in that's just like, he's acting weird. And I'm just going to be like, did you read? Did you read? Look at the hair. It's poofed. Did you read? I have no idea where I put that. Where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? Did it go into the webcam stuff? Where did it go? Yeah, I need it below me. Like below my face. Below my face. Not below my face. Well, I need it below my face. I'm gonna start playing a game now. Not blow me. Like, hey, Earl of Irony, what's going on? Oh, why did it pause chat over on the other thing? You don't know where to watch anymore? Yeah, well, I mean, life is a lie, and we're all in a construct, and reality is just a fig Newton of all of our collective imaginations. It's fine. Where did we... I'm just gonna hit continue and hope for the best. I'm both excited and sad. RE9 is coming soon. I cannot afford it. I just love this series so much. Oh yeah, I need to pre-order. I can't afford it either, but I need to afford it. I can't afford to not afford it. Am I getting snow? Oh yeah. So much. Hi Anthony, what's going on? After your incident, I'm picturing 3 soft silicone hammers to keep you out of trouble. Sarcasm. Oh, I thought you were gonna say something dirtier than that. Gotta fix the friends, man. It's like $90 to look at Leon's face. That's true. Thank you for timing out, Nightpot. But look at his face right here. Does that look like a $90 face to you? Don't say yes. Don't say yes. That's not a $90 face. How long to realize I'm the same person on Twitch? I know you're the same person on Twitch. Why would there be just a random, like, just coincidental Mr. Graham? Oh, hey, Mike Graham. Did you see Mr. Graham on Twitch? I'll just start acting like that. Like, people I see are just... I could barter for 40. That's no Troy Baker fate. Someone tell me when sarcasm is not here to take notes of what I'm saying. Okay. I would...
Give me a break.
I was looking the wrong way.
Make it if we I knew it. Stay sharp. These guys have camouflage.
I am staying sharp. You can stay flat. Unless we're in the Kia C. Never mind. Well, D minor will do it as well. Maybe $35 on a Saturday? Wait, who's doing this? Where, when, how? Where? Stop.
You know what to do.
No, I don't know what to do. I'm just trying to get the blue. I want more blue. I've got the Twitch video above the YouTube chat. That'll work. No, don't fall into oblivion. Anyway, yeah, my dad had a procedure. When he pees, it burns, but he doesn't have an STD, so don't worry about that. If my dad had an STD, that would be some of the funniest stuff ever, and also make me like not want to admit anything to you guys. He is 78. So I'm gonna hope he doesn't, because that says things about that I don't want to think about. I'm trying to find the bug. I'm trying to pre-shoot the bug. Let me Don't say let me pre. I don't want to get hit. I'm still on the whole thing where I can die in one hit. Just stop. I think as soon as I have more than 2 nickels to rub together. Do I have 2 nickels? I have a change. I have a change, not jar. I have a change prescription bottle. I don't have enough to fill a jar, but I have just enough change to fill. I don't think it's completely filled anymore. A little prescription bottle. And it's not like a big script either. It's like this is standard public script. America basically rubbing 2 pickle slices together. Rubbing 2 pickle slices together, is that... I don't understand. Why pickle slices? Just eat the pickle slices. They're probably delicious if you have them with, like, Chick-fil-A. Oh, oh, yeah, you wouldn't be able to even before the Chick-fil-A. That's what you're getting at. Got it. I'm being daft. As the... Does anyone say that? I was gonna say as the kids say. I don't know who would say that. Maybe a punk. Daft and then being a punk. I didn't hit one of those things, did I? I'll get it on the other side. Ew. Ew, it looks gross. Okay. What is the... One, if I get jumped by any of these bugs, we have to go back. You heard let me pre. Come. Wait. Don't repeat someone saying that and just try to say come on, but not say on. Don't. Because that's a whole different thing. Are we having sex ed today? Is that the class? What are we doing, class? Listen, my brain is not all the way here. I'm here because the powers that be are going. I have to. Oh, I found out my upload schedule is supposed to change again, but that wouldn't have changed anything right now because I'm like overwhelmed. Why can't Twitch remember me like YouTube does? Pepperidge Farms will, if you ask. I gotta be.
Take care of them for me, would ya?
I don't.
How about you open fire instead of your mouth?
I don't know where to.
I'm the brains. You're the brawn.
Okay, he's talking about Don Quixote again. Oh no, my left eye. Wait, hold on. Hey, Lingenator. Okay, hold on. Hold. Please hold. Micram. My eyes, I think, just bled. What? Please say more of the lyrics. I don't understand what's happening, but all I understand right now is that you just asked... You spelled out in a way that could be sing-song. Come on me. I'll be done. Are you talking about, like, take on me? Is that supposed to be like, take on me? Take on me? I'm trying to think of it not to come. Take me on. Oh, you I'm not gonna hit any notes. It's too cold outside. Voice is screwing up. What song were we going for? We are okay, it is Aha. Okay, good. Okay, yeah. Take on me. No. Sorry, I apologize. Take me on. I'll be gone in a day or two. Don't expect me to be in tune. I tried to sing to Call Me earlier by Seatbelts, also known as Steve Conte and an orchestra, which is awesome. And wow, for a song I know and sang for so long, as soon as I was like, the cold air is not doing favors for singing. I was like, I shouldn't sing when I get on camera. Within the first 30 minutes, you got a song in my head. Congratulations. All I ever sing is House of the Rising Sun. Whoops. Okay, hold on. I unplugged the landline. Let's. Oh God. I unplugged the landline on accident. We're on Wi-Fi now, and it interrupted everything. They might not have liked it. They do get on. They get on to me for a lot. I got a lot of copyright things to fight too. I'm not singing well enough for YouTube to not like me. What can I sing well enough that YouTube would actually get on to me? Can we try to get YouTube to get on to me about like shared revenue because I'm actually singing something? Is there anything? My voice is sore. I talked a lot earlier today, and then now my voice, I didn't warm it up. Is there anything that we could... Oh, we haven't tried to see if we can get Twitch to not like me for songs. Okay, what is it that I can't sing well, so don't expect much. I can, and if you try to say you can't sing well, I'm gonna say it's cold. So, you know, I'm correct this time no matter what. Oh, that's pulsing. Hold on. Boom. This is Halloween. Stone sour? Oh no. Oh, Stacy's here being a... Hey, checking on what's going on Twitter. Ah! I can't look away when these things are... I'm gonna die to Krauser. Oh no! I'm gonna die to Krauser. We're upgrading the knife. I haven't done this in long enough that I'm getting too jumpy too fast. Please bear with me. This is a save point. What song is in Super Gentleman?
I see you took care of a request. Well done. Well done. You've proven yourself reliable. What can I interest you in?
Thank you. What can he interest me in? I don't know. You mean cruise? I don't. Oh, wait, it's maxed out. That's maxed out. That's maxed out. That's not maxed out. This is definitely not maxed out.
Got a selection of good things.
I don't mean cruiser. I mean Krauser. I'm gonna get got.
Won't do you much good in the grave.
He doesn't do that at that part, but I wish he did. Drives me a little crazy. But we're never gonna survive unless... What are you buying? What are you selling? The original voice actor for that, I think of, and then I hear him, and I'm like, it works. Getting rid of all the things. I have to go get my butt handed to me by crowd. No! I hit the wrong button. I don't want to, I'm not.
Almost anything.
Almost anything. Can I get YouTube to actually get mad at me and Twitch? I've never gotten Twitch mad at me for singing yet. That's like is that like unlocking? That's like unlocking an achievement.
Come back anytime.
I don't know. I don't want to sing through glass or anything or bother. I don't even know if I can do anything that takes a voice. Jesus. Corey Taylor uses a lot of my God, when your voice purposefully is cracking, breaking, fry, vocal fry right now. I'm pretty sure it's too cold for me to not screw it up, but I'll try anyway. It's like unlocking an achievement. Twitch isn't as strict as YouTube, but I want to Firefowl. Hi, I've got it stuck in your head. You're welcome. I was thinking about Krauser knife fight. I was not. I am now. Oh, it's been a while. I'm not saying that either. What can I sing? Is there some Twinkle Twinkle Little Star? I don't know at this point. But I want Twitch to get mad at me. Stopping to grub real quick. Be right back. Still listening though. Gotcha. No sarcasm. I saw a big green text box and it said sarcasm, and how bad is it that you trained me to think no? I was right to say no. No, not Rick Astley. Never gonna give, never gonna give. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. Yeah, please give the hashtag sarcasm so Nightbot will flip him off. Hey, Saber Crap. I actually know your actual name. I asked last time. My brain is broken. Thank you for continued support, sarcasm. I live in your rent free is all I'm hearing. Dude, rent prices have gone up. Please pay. Like, I gotta actually pay rent. I got like 6 days to pay rent. I have a birthday, and then the day after, they're just like, happy birthday, pay us.
I'm beat. Makes you appreciate.
And then exactly 2 weeks after that, my son has a
I
birthday.
don't get you. Why risk your life like this? You don't know us.
I told you. It makes me feel better.
I gotta fight.
Be straight with me for once.
Los Illuminados. I was working for them.
Hey, radio.
There you go.
Helping the two of you doesn't make up for it. I know that. But still, I don't want anyone else to get hurt.
In that case, you better get serious.
Harsh words for a squire.
I'm not Sancho. He says all that and then...
Hello. The fresh air is sculling our name.
I'm not stalling.
Gus, if we made it all this way, you know it means we're almost...
Almost what?
That pose is like one of the death poses in games and movies, so you don't see what's behind.
Long time no see, rookie.
Major Krauser? What the hell? Why?
I'm gonna say because I don't care. This drives me crazy. Krauser is the more trained one. Why is like, okay, everything, I'm gonna just say, like, no one can get me in trouble for this, of saying this is actually how you would see a knife fight happen, where you see a lot of slapping, especially going for elbows, deflection, and trying to go, and you're gonna see it a lot of times happen. Of the two, he supposedly is the more experienced one. Why he's using an ice pick grip with the blade the wrong way is stupid. Because he's got less reach, so Leon a knife is going to just be more effective as a stab than a slash, especially if you have any gear on. You're going to be going for a stab, not a slash. So you can ice pick grip the thing and be more effective, but you're going to see slap. You don't see blade to blade almost ever, but I've justified it before of saying if Krauser trained Leon, it's possible that their blades meet. It's possible. It's very unlikely. But damn, they get the hand switch right better than the original, where, like, you know, you can see a time where, like, they're fighting and there's gonna be a part where you'll see his hands basically caught, and instead of dropping the knife or flipping the knife, he hands the knife into his left hand and tries to attack again. And that coming from the right and then immediately coming from the left. That's a real thing. Like you do a hand switch. In the original, he tossed it to the left. That's a desperation because you can miss it and then you don't have a weapon. But why I still have this knife sitting right. Why in the world you would ever, Leon is ice pick gripping this. They're about the same height. This is called, if I reach you, the best someone could do is in an ice pick. You can't reach him. You've got there, and then this, or rather, I held it the correct way. I'm sorry. YouTube will probably get on to me for that, but whatever. I'm supposed to be streaming more on Twitch anyway, so I won't say why this is more correct. But Krauser doesn't hold it like this. This is supposed to be. This is correct. He doesn't have a double-sided blade. I mean, this is correct. This is not. So he's sitting there as the teacher and he's holding it like, this is not correct. This is not correct. It drives me up a wall. All right, let's watch it anyway. Because I will, every time we come to it, I will bitch about it. And I don't care if people are like, every time you see that, you shut up. Shut up. I know I do. Hey, Akoni, what's going on?
Recovering stolen goods. And killing a few rats along the way. Easy work.
Ashley, it was you.
To catch on quick. Didn't I teach you? Knives.
You see how there are two edges to his blade? I said it's not a double-edged knife. It's not. Double-edged knife would need that edge to come all the way down. And sharpened all the way down has its own benefits. Holy fucking balls. Holy shit. That has never happened. Holy shit. Thank you for the, did that say 50? Did that say 50? Jesus Christ. Thank you for the, holy fuck. I don't know what I'm supposed to say. 50 gifted memberships. Holy shit. There's a lot of people. If you have on that you can get gifted a membership, you just probably grabbed one. Jesus Christ. Thank you so incredibly much. I really do. It's still going. It's still going. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Razor. Razor, please. But I know that has a different name. That's all the way from Stacy to like everything down. I don't know if I can name everyone. There'd be 50 names. There's a lot of welcome backs. There's a lot of welcomes that have been here for a few. It keeps scrolling to the bottom when I try to even scroll through all that. Damn. Okay. Yes, Stacey, you're green again. Abadi abadai. Thank you so incredibly much. I so appreciate that. Yeah, I did not see that coming. Okay. Why didn't it do something on the screen though? It's not. Is it okay? But it's not. You know what? I'm gonna make a. Okay, hold on. It's not saying on the screen properly, so I'm gonna just say on the top for a few. Let me just do this. I'll do it. Thank you for 50 gifted. There we go. That'll work. There we go. See, that'll just scroll along the top for a while, and that'll make up for that. Where's the splash screen? I don't know where the splash screen at. Razor, please. There we go. That'll make up for it for a few. Maybe not. I don't know. Even inside I'm blue. You're green again. Halo grunt head pop sound. Yeah. Oh, I know what you're going. I really appreciate that. I have no idea how to name everyone. I don't know what the credits are going to look like anymore. That's going to be fucking crazy. Thank you so much. Hey Pharma. Last time I made RE2 Platinum thanks to Stream Requiem. I'll be posting Requiem. I'm trying to get it still early, but I doubt I will. I'll be posting it as I play it, and then I'll stream Requiem after it's all my first playthrough is posted. From Poland. Hi there, Poland. I'm saying hi like I'm saying to the country. I really appreciate that. Now it's like my mental state, and then next one is thank you for the 50 gifted. Yeah, hello to all the people. I have no idea. That's gonna be a hell of a thing. Okay. I'm gonna go back to what I was saying because that's crazy, but also I'm still peeved about this. Got one I'm not even watching on Red app. Listen, having a double-edged knife does not mean it's edged like an edge basically halfway up. That's utilitarian, but that's not going to make it effective. When you ice pick grip the thing, having a bit of edge, that makes it so that there's a reason the edge needs to be pointed in. And if you don't have an edge there, you don't need an edge on either side. It's just for piercing, in which case, once again, so I know Krauser's knife, I hate the design of it. I know Krauser's knife has a little bit of an edge on the back, but it's not. And by the way, Leon's primal knife is the original knife from Resident Evil 4. Krauser's has a snake, and his has whatever the hell it has on it. So that's the knife tutorial of why I do appreciate that I appreciate he says the same thing Leon just said to Ada, right? He just said to Ada earlier, like, try knives for knives are more effective close combat, right? And then Krauser's supposed to be even better because Leon pulls the pistol and Krauser closes the gap with a knife. That's realistic. And I can actually even argue that flipping the knife over at that point with the angle he's at, if he's going to insist on a knife pick grip, there is an advantage, even though I don't want to talk about how graphic it would be, of his left hand's open, his right hand's on the pistol. He's got it, ice pick grip, blades the wrong way against Leon's neck. If you try to slap that elbow away, you're slapping it into your own neck. I can see this one moment, and from here on out, the one that looks better trained with a knife is absolutely Leon. Every moment after this, Leon looks better trained with a knife. Bugs me all to hell and back. All right, let's go. But you see that yeah. So right there, they're both getting in each other's reach, and they're both backhanding. In this split frame, you can see, I don't know if the animator is meant to keep flipping the knife. Leon's holding it correctly, blade in. Krauser is holding blade out. Krauser is wrong. Krauser is wrong. Krauser is wrong. Can I say why the edge should be pointed in? I've been avoiding it because YouTube can... oh, they just updated the terms of service. They just updated it. So... it counts as long as I'm not encouraging people to actually go hurt others. It no longer counts as it counts as educational. I don't know why they just changed it. I forgot that was a change that just went into effect. I can finally actually say as long as it's educational. How do I make sure that it's educational? I have to use a stand-in of some sort, right? I can use my own hand. So okay. Let's say that you have your hand caught. Like you are in a fight. This is no joke. One, never get in a knife fight. Second, never get in a knife fight. And third, why are you getting in knife fights? Don't do that. With those disclaimers out of the way, if you have a knife, don't fight with it. If what I'm saying, don't use it on somebody else. This is just talking about a game, what's on screen. Don't hurt someone with a knife. Just make your dinner and go on with your life. All right. So let's say that you have your knife pointed out, right? Pointed out, ice pick grip. You're doing for some reason instead of a hammer grip. You get your hand. They're slapping a lot here. Why wouldn't you slap near the wrist? Well, once again, you're coming too close. That is near contact point of blade. If you're having to basically consider it a parry, but you're basically having to go at somebody who's got a knife. You're trying to redirect, and then you're trying to use your own. Either you're trying to disarm because you have no reason. Rule number 1 of a knife fight: don't get in one. In fact, even those who have been trained extensively know, if you have the chance to run away or retreat from a knife fight, do that first. You never know the other person's experience, and you never know if, like, there are certain positions you can get into a knife fight where it's over. There's no getting out of it, and you can just, that's just it. It can come down to, a lot of fighting can come down to luck, but knives come down to way too much luck. And second, anyone can use one, and so anyone can end up being dangerous, even on accident. They can get lucky, too much luck. So run away. Here's the problem. So they're getting this right of not trying to slap hands, because you're coming that close. No matter how fast you think you are, trying to go for a hand, like you see that intercept of like, even with it the wrong way, you're trying to slap my hand away, but you just got yourself stabbed. You're the reason you got stabbed. So slapping it out, that is actually proper right there. Here's the problem. Let's say in slapping, they grab, slide up to try to restrain. Well, I'm just restrained at this point. At this point, like, if they probably, this is my dominant hand, I'm right-handed. Most people in Western world are right-handed. If they've got my hand locked up with their left, you better hope your left hand is just as skilled, and you've got a second, and it's not having to parry or deflect or block their blade. Otherwise, they just gain the upper hand of, they've got you locked in. You need to get out of this position as fast as possible. This is bad. This is the person going after you. This is you, and your hand is locked up. This does nothing. This is educational. I couldn't say it years ago. YouTube, your terms of service says if it's educational, I can say it, but I'm not teaching people to be violent. I'm just saying why the game is wrong. Because in this position, knife in, cut your way out of it. You can bring the knife down and cut your way out of the grapple. You cannot grapple someone with their knife properly in, because if you try to catch it and slide up, which is natural, because your wrist is usually thinner than your forearm, and people get slippery, especially if bodily fluids get involved. Hand slides up and you can cut out of it, or you can jam your arm down, cut out of the grapple. That you can't catch someone's arm in that position. Now, the only benefit of being close and using it like is the idea of people who are less trained. So those who are less trained, the reason why you would have blade out is that a knife can be efficient in a fight for anyone. But the problem is, both of these people are supposed to have, at least for 2 years, fought side by side in Project Javier, or training up to it. It's supposed to be like that. Yeah, also body mechanics allow for more muscles to be used. I'm trying to be as educational as possible and not as visible. But the only reason, like, they're both within range of each other. The only reason you would go and risk the lock and be like this would be, let's say you're not as proficient, you don't have proper training. Okay, then this grip, like a karambit with my everyday carry knife that is a pull cut knife, but it's got the karambit ring on it, so it's like a karambit. But like, you know, if I need to cut open a box, it's also a pull cut knife that you would use if you were like had to work in a factory, like you would use every single day. But instead, it's got a ring. So, but that's how you fight with a karambit. Also, is about, have you learned how to flip it out like a snake bite, because that's where its name comes from. The idea the knife can be flipped and you can regain your leverage because it's got a ring on it. So even if you're fighting with it in any particular way, the ring on it lets you flip the knife back out to be able to reach, pull back. And so I'm not going to describe all that because it's not pertinent to the game, and YouTube could flag me for that. But a karambit is what I have as a normal pocket knife, just because it's, if I need to open some boxes, it's just practical. Okay. The only reason you would possibly fight like this is less experienced, but you have a knife in your hand. A boxer, let's say a boxer who's never touched a knife ever. Hey, Fei. Let's say they, with the dominant hand, they go to throw a punch. they missed the punch. Someone's dodging out of it. Well, that's where this comes in. You would fight possibly with the blade out for that reason. Not as experienced, but you still caught them. They don't have to just dodge your fist anymore. I mean, your face anymore. Like, you don't have to just get away your face. This is your face. You don't have to just get that out of the way and miss it. You have to get a way more. The rest of the knife will come and get them. So for those who are less experienced, one, they're probably going to hammer fist the knife in the first place. And second, if they're experienced in a different martial art of some sort or boxing, something else, it can make sense that their experience with the knife is lesser, but they're basically only using it as a lethal extension of their fist. So if you try to move out of the way of their fist, you get caught by the knife. If you backhand it like that, and then that's how you're using the knife, you're basically just boxing with purpose, then yes, if they can move out of the way and it's only this little point is going to get them, and you don't want slash attacks. Slashing is not nearly as effective as stabbing. Look at this. Stabbing. It's a knife. They're trying to stab each other. Slashing is just for usually glorified effect. You're usually going to try to stab with a knife. Slash, you can just get someone a surface wound. So anyway, that's what I couldn't say years ago. YouTube, you changed your rules. You said if it's educational, and it's on the screen. But I'm saying, if you see a knife, run. Like, please run. Even Navy SEALs say just run if you can. Yes. And but Navy SEALs would say that mostly, when you're talking about SOCOM and you're talking about, military forces, you're talking about beyond just basic infantry, anything like that, or going to specializations, or you've got time that you're talking about military, like been on multiple tours, deployments, this, that, and the other. People that have seen action, they've seen like what hubris can get you. They can see very quickly what hubris can get you. And so, if you're in a fight with a knife, you're already on the back foot. Hey, Stephanie and Miranda, possibly. So you're already, run, don't walk. Every branch of the military should be following that. Run, don't walk, because walking is precise. That precision actually makes sure you don't trip, you don't do anything. Because you're walking, it makes you more efficient and you're faster. So walking is more efficient and faster than running. And there's a saying that SEALs will use to try to put that point across. And all US SOCOM contributions usually go by that rule anyway. But usually you would back out of a fight because if you are close enough for that, honestly, what Leon did, he did the right thing. He tried to switch to pistol anyway. The reason for that, yes, a knife is more effective, but when you think about systems to deploy that get you space, because once again, YouTube, this is educational. If you can deploy your, if you can deploy your secondary, let's say your primary weapon system is a rifle and it goes down, something like shotgun. If you can deploy your secondary, it's not going to be a knife in 99% of the situations. It's going to be a sidearm if you're issued one. Not everyone I don't know why people think that in armed forces, everyone's issued a sidearm. That's not true. Many infantry are issued a rifle and they have their 7 mags that they're carrying, and that's it. So you are relying on your primary weapon system type deal, right? There are reasons to have your secondary, but a lot do carry a knife, or you can request, or you can have a reason. There's all these other reasons Leon did try to, in the circumstance with Ada, fought and pulled a knife. That was a smart reason. You're one of the few that's issued a sidearm. There's a reason for that, but you're also medics. Yeah. Not a one of us got a secondary. Really? Not a single one. You're talking about general infantry? Like I'm not, I will neither confirm or deny why I would know what I'm talking about, but like, O3s can request for certain reasons, when it comes to Marines. And that request can be granted. It depends on, the rest of your MOS right there, but 11s in general are just not going to have one. Anyway, and it does depend on sometimes, dick measuring contest of, you know, there's a big difference between being a PFC and you know, anything that's a commandant can make you into warrant officer, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, which would be E5 and up. So, and I was going to say, yeah, medics and officers only usually, and first sergeant major. Yeah. Typically. But in this situation right here, okay, back to the game so I don't get demonetized for any reason. I'm talking about this because it bugs me every time, but now I can actually say in more detail because they did change the terms to the service. So educational time, but it's for educational purposes only, because I'm not saying you should be violent. In fact, as I've said before to other people who have asked me about firearms, you should go get properly trained, and you shouldn't get trained with the idea of you want to hurt somebody. That makes you a danger to yourself, and you shouldn't get trained with the intention of, I'm getting trained specifically because I'm gonna go hurt someone. That's wrong. It's always gonna be wrong. The exceptions to that are not civilian side, really. Like, you should not be getting trained with the idea of an image in your head. That means you're in the wrong. Use your words. Try using your words. But okay. Anyway, what Leon's trying to do here makes more sense if Krauser weren't shit with a knife. Oh, with Ada, he uses his knife in that fight, in that skirmish between him and Ada when he runs into Ada. He uses it and she doesn't see it coming. Blindsiding someone with a knife in close quarters combat is extremely effective. And Ada hadn't seen him in 6 years. He didn't do that 6 years ago in Resident Evil 2 Remake, did he? So she wouldn't have seen it coming. It's extremely effective. Krauser trained him. You would think that would mean don't do it, but it actually means the opposite. It means that Leon, knowing how dangerous Krauser can be with a knife, to stop him from closing the gap, to be the first to draw and not draw the knife. This is one time where knowing someone else's experience makes you change your decision. If he didn't know his experience, I'd agree with drawing the knife. He knows Krauser's experience because Krauser trained him, and I would expect him to draw the firearm, the sidearm, to try to incapacitate him before he could close that gap. So that would be the reason of making that split second choice. But we just saw a scene where it's not a split second choice. He had a few seconds of watching Krauser twirl his knife around and do whatever else that they're talking. And so he could think about which to grab. Yes, usually, Mike, when it comes to that close, whichever is easier for you to grab and whichever one you're not, if you're already engaged with the enemy or you're on the ground or everything like that, whichever one is easiest to grab is usually what you go for. There are rules, but we're not talking about people on the ground because another rule is if you're on the ground, you're already fucked. So that's a thing. Hey there, Rockstar. Hey there, Lee. Don't use weapons in conflict. Instead, turn it into a competition. That's correct. All this can also be educational for the idea of don't just learn for competition. I love shooting for competitions. Typically, you reach for whichever you can deploy faster and effective. That is true. Yeah. Leon, in that case, even though it looks like it is less effective to use a knife, he is facing somebody who's very effective. Hey, LJ, with a knife. Do not let that person close the gap. Do not get into a knife fight. If you're in a knife fight, it's already bad. There's too much luck. There's way too much luck. And anyone who tells you differently probably hasn't been in a knife fight. They probably watch video games or think they're training covers. All scenario, it doesn't. Knife fights are too much luck down to it. You can get as trained as you want to. Just prison yard shivs prove that true. People that are making in prison shivs that is a small knife and it's deadly. And no one had to train them to know to be deadly with it. It's too much luck. If there's a knife, get away. He knew that Krauser's trained with a knife. And then for all of that setup for how trained he is, he has the damn knife the wrong way the whole fucking fight. The whole fight. Because you could justify why Blade is out. You could say both of their experience. You could say both of them know each other well enough and are trained to know not to get grabbed. And so even this little bit of leverage if they were to body check each other and get close, this leverage could mean something if you could break that and go forward. This leverage doesn't mean as much because you would still have to jab down, and there could be a case for that depending on your training. But you never know the other person's training, and there's not enough luck. You do never have enough luck on your side to willingly get in a knife fight. Do not willingly get in a knife fight. Run! Don't get in a knife. With that said, the second that they jump down to the bottom, why Krauser's knife is still out, I don't know. And why it's an ice pick grip and he's letting Leon be in a hammer grip instead, I don't know. At that point, it's just for game's sake, is gameplay sake. The one that's acting like the rookie is Krauser. At that point, absolutely change your grip. Get your reach. Get lucky. This is more luck. This is less luck. Once you've broken that gap, in fact, get a sidearm out. Anything. All right. Now let's watch the rest of it and watch me get killed by Krauser 1,000 times. See that little cling? And see how the best Krauser could do is wing his leg? Hey there, Will. What's going on? Watching your RE3 Remake Inferno playthrough a couple days ago at work. I need to upload so people see. You see how ineffective that was? Krauser got an opening, and that opening with the same swing, he took it with like this. Swing. Got Leon in the leg, right? Arms coming from this direction. It means he broke grip anyway. Ice pick grip from that is into the leg. That leg is incapacitated if you land it right. This way, slashing attacks are just never as effective. They're never going to be as effective. I don't know why people think that. Too much fantasy. Real life says it's not as effective. But you see, all he could do is slashing. But on top of all that, just don't get in knife fights. Don't get in knife fights. But all he could do is basically wing him. At this point, he has made a gap in an opening. Hey, Vicky. And then he tosses the knife and twirls it. Why would you ever showboat and toss a knife when you can do that? Why? Hey, thank you so much from the UK. I appreciate it. The bar doesn't get filled
Do
by...
not look at my little bean with your dirty eyes.
Jihyun!
Happy birthday in advance. Have a good one from us in the UK.
Thank you from the UK. Everyone, hashtag Stephen Noble. Thank you. I appreciate that. For anyone who think I did that on accident, no, that was purpose. I backed my leg out of that one. I knew that was hitting the ground. Like, why twirl? Why? My birthday is on the 4th. Yeah, February 4th. And then 2 weeks after that is my son's birthday. When you do clean switches, like you're going to see when I'm fighting Krauser right now, because I'm going to lose, and you'll see it a few times. You'll see that every single time they come into a grapple, Krauser will go grab from his right hand and come back. A redirect is one of the best things you could possibly do in that situation. If your guard is up on dominant side, and you've been able to successfully stop them without danger to your wrist, your limbs, or anything like that, and you are trying to make your hand that's got a weapon free again, one of the ways to get out of that, if you have the advantage, which they do properly show in this, is to change hands with the knife. You change hands and you come back at it, because they don't, that would be a direction switch. The original game just... Thank you for the early birthday. And happy belated birthday. Kale. So in the original game, there's a very grandiose swing that's taken. If anyone remembers, like he's coming from the right and he continues, from left to right, Leon, and he exposes his back to Krauser and tries to swipe at him again after switching hands with a knife. It makes no sense. One, he exposed back. Never expose your back. Never expose your back. That's just called you want to die at that point. And second, it did nothing. That spinny redirect, I'm glad they didn't include it in this. But Jesus H, the only thing Krauser does very, very well, his stance is a little more nimble. So for Krauser to be correct, I will say the things he's doing correct. Krauser is crouched down a little bit more. He is, so he's got a bit more mobility. That mobility gives him a wider stance to be able to try to place an attack without being put off balance, because anyone being attacked like that and knows how to try to make distance, fend off from a knife, might try to, in a lunge like that, once again go for an elbow, redirect someone's body weight. And so Krauser's stance being a little lower to the ground and everything, he's giving up a little bit of height, but he's making sure that any redirect of his knife doesn't mean that his whole body goes with it, meaning that he's now open right here. Now, that's not Leon's dominant hand, but Leon can redirect, and also a knife, changing hands with a knife, you never really see it coming. No one, once again, people who say you could see that coming a mile away, either you've trained with them extensively, I guess, or you've never been in a knife fight, because you don't see it coming. If your direction is pinned right here because you just about almost got stabbed, it's really hard to tell whether they are going to reinforce their hand or they're going to try to rip that knife out of their hand and try a redirect. And trying to guess which one can get you killed. Yeah, when Florida is cold, it's weird. I'm in Georgia and it's cold. There's cold air coming from here, even though he's sun. So it's Krauser's acting like he's twirling the knife and he's doing all these things. Krauser's got the better stance, but in general, if you're going to hammer grip, Leon has less of his vital organs being exposed, which is why he does more of a sideways stance, but their stance is not, it's not good. Krauser's is better, but both of their stance are bad for what they're doing. So if Leon is doing what he's doing, he's actually deciding to give his stance leverage, and he's using his knife for length. And that's why Leon's stance works, but he can be put off center. But both of their stances are lacking in one thing. Their footwork is sloppy. Given that, for all the credit I just gave Krauser, Leon's footwork would let him step to the side because you want to flank an opponent. You never want to go head to head with an opponent in a knife fight. Why would you do that? Once again, why would you do that? They're both even right-handed and they're seeing each other right-handed going at it. So if you come at someone chest forward, it's the same reason that plates, that soft armor and hard armor, plates and soft armor are always worn with somebody A-framing with a pistol, so that if they get shot, it hits the plates, not their vitals. What the hell do you think happens if you turn to your side and get hit with the bullet? Oh, it just passes through you. Dead. Unless you got a cummerbund that catches it, you just gave them all your vital right here. And they can just heart, lungs out. Are you stupid? That's why you immediately give them plates. It's not much different with a knife. If you're coming at them chest first and never trying to flank around, you're just giving them opening after opening. But Leon's stance when it comes to being able to flank is the better one, but he doesn't flank enough in this. In this knife fight, I'd say for realism's sake, at least it's better than the original, but the expert is bullshit, and the rookie is at least doing more than the expert and doing it better. And then if you get knocked off the edge, instead of Krauser actually just, if he's trying to kill you, he doesn't take a swipe. He stomps on your fingers like it's a fucking fair fight. Knife fights are not fair fights. No fight is a fair fight. You get training, so the fight's not fair. I don't know. It could have been so much better if you could strafe. Because the another rule that you'd go for is a knife fight. You're trying to get to the side. You're really, really trying to get to the side. You do not want to face to face, because it's going to just result in the idea of we both have openings. It's every time you try to slide to the side, you can try to deflect and parry and then go move with it and try to get to, vitals or their back or something they can't see. Even if he does a knife switch, Leon's advantage would be if it goes into his left hand, to let the left hand lunge with that. Hopefully he leads with it again. Try to actually block that blow from ever hitting him. So you're going to be swiping again toward the elbow, trying to get away from it. And that would be Leon being able to come in from the side. Leon keeping it in his right hand with the pick, and fight's over. Thank you for the happy birthday to me and my next month is our birthday. We got like I got 6 hours until it's our birthday month. I appreciate
Do
that.
not look at my little bean
My little
with your
bean.
dirty eyes.
Thank you,
Happy
Xavier.
birthday to you and your son. Parts of my PC. I'm still looking for motherboard and power supply.
Ooh.
Also, I'm never getting in a knife fight with you. You know too much. Smiley face emoji. Much love and prayers to you.
Thank you so much. Everyone, hashtag Xavier over there. Thank you. Oh, there are buttons I can use. I forgot. It's right there where I can say, thank you. Oh, is it capitalized wrong? More of the story. Don't get in knife fights. Don't get in a knife fight with anybody. Even you can get in a knife fight with somebody who's been teaching it and fighting with knives for 20+ years, and they can still lose to somebody who the first time they ever touched a knife was the fight they got in with you. I'm glad you enjoyed the guides though, Black Ops 2 guy. So like you can get in a fight with an expert and still they can lose to you. So I don't want to get in a knife fight with anybody because I can lose my life to somebody. But we're not talking about me in real life. We're talking about the game that's presented. I'm just saying in the game, there's just so many mistakes that like missed opportunities. It wouldn't be hard to code them strafing. It wouldn't be hard to say that when they parry, you see that he lets Krauser pass by him many times. He never wheels around and actually tries to go for anything. He's got the grip right. The rookie's actually acting like the more experienced one. And when you get knocked off the side, just in the fight, unless Krauser's really trying to actually let him live, don't stomp on their fingers. Use your weapon. Some of the dumbest stuff. There are more mistakes made with 2 experts with knife right here than in the entire first John Wick movie. That's crazy. That's crazy. And I'm gonna play the game, but I'm gonna say it again. For literally the entirety of John Wick 1, there are more mistakes of how combat works in this small section of a video game than a 2-hour movie. That's crazy. Both are trying to say that there is expertise and there's knowledge and all this stuff. Both are trying to convey that. And you can watch an hour and a half worth of John Wick and not find there are 4 basic mistakes in the entire movie when it comes to combat, and 2 of them are just stretches of the imagination in the entire movie. And there's about a dozen plus mistakes being made between 2 experts with a knife. It's stupid. I like how far first time I check on 1-hit KO and get a guy. I'm never getting into a knife fight. Thank you for do not get into a knife. Don't get into fights in general, but don't get into a knife fight. Just don't. Do you think that Krauser's injury changed how you had to fight? No. I mean, it wouldn't. For being an expert, you train under all circumstances possible. So you're talking about the idea that you're looking at 2 people that were in one SOCOM and another person that would be the equivalent working actually for government. I believe his position would be our equivalent of like Secret Service type training, but beyond that, so he can be sent. Because you can send military, but I don't want to get too far into this. I don't know if it breaks anything. There is such thing as our military, and there's SOCOM inside of that, and there's contribute, and then there is mercenaries, and mercenaries are real things that are still deployed, and they don't have to abide by the same rules. So Project Javier, I need to reread how they wrote it for the remake. Leon fits more into the category of the training that you see as a merc, which means that he's got extensive training, but they are operating like they're part of SOCOM for Project Javier. But I can't remember exactly how the remake words it, what they're doing, and what capacity they're serving in. But Krauser wearing that beret the way he is and the way he's dressed, obviously, is some branch of SOCOM. So he's just spec ops of some sort. Even injured at that point that you are getting there, unless you are fresh into it, and he's not, that you're like some E5 that the commandant said that you can, you're eligible to try out for that, because you need the commandant's like permission of some sort, because E5 is the lowest rank that SOCOM eligibility. No, being injured, you would fight under and you would train under. One, you don't fight as a lone unit. Second, even if you have to act as a lone unit, there's months or years of training inside of that. And third, you train under the idea that you will be injured. You train under the idea. He's ambidextrous though. Krauser's 100% ambidextrous. Leon is made out to be weak on his left side, and Krauser is made out to be 100% both hands are equal with weapons. So you'll see in later encounters that it doesn't matter if it's a pistol, a rifle, or a knife. Krauser is made out to be completely ambidextrous. But no, it doesn't excuse his actions. You would not fight differently with that kind of dexterity on your side. You wouldn't fight. In fact, he uses it to his advantage with that nice clean switch. His right handed gets grappled in the fight, and he switches to his left. No, when you're trained on that level, you're trained in a lot of scenarios, including the idea that you are many scenarios that you'll go through months and months and months training, usually with, who you'll be deployed with, who your team will be, who you're, everywhere from from fire teams to a squad to anything else. Wasn't it last side the one that he took around to the shoulder during RA2? Yes. Oh shoot, is it his right? I can't remember. But I can't actually remember now that I'm trying to think about that. But no, it wouldn't. I'm on the hardest difficulty right here. That would explain the weaker side. Yeah, it would. Leon's always showed a weaker side though. Leon's dexterity with grappling is shown from all the CGI movies, all the games. Leon's just shown to be dominant right hand, and that no matter how he trains, he knows how to protect his left. But it's the same training anyone else, like that's SOI or anything else like that or above, because infantry gets trained the same. You got to be able to shoot with your non-dominant hand. There's and to just more directly answer the question instead of stalling, because we're gonna see this more times if I just want to replay it, and you can see all the mistakes now that I've been talking about it. Because I'm probably gonna die to Krauser. I have to no-hit him. I can't get touched. I don't think. I think it just gave me. I think I still should be on one HP, which means that if he touches me, I die. You just train under all. It's the reason why I immediately in Resident Evil 7 said Ethan cannot be a regular civilian. Anyone remember me saying that as a theory going into Resident Evil 8? Leon was not going to be a regular civilian. And anyone remember that it was specifically because of the opening when he was being able to use the 1911 one-handed? His hands cut off. He's lightheaded. And even in that scenario, he is able to gain composure with blood loss, grab a weapon, and then he's able to actually, with that 1911, unless he runs it dry, he is being able to do a difficult mag switch, which was the idea of you need to train to be able to one-hand it or use armpit or do anything you can, because it's not easy to load a new mag with only one hand. That's training you'd need to do, and he's doing it on the fly as if he's done it before. I'd love to see more of Ethan, because I still don't believe his only backstory is no experience. Like, I know he's engineering something like that, and then he gets experience by the time Resident Evil 8 comes around, that Chris Redfield has him trained, because they basically have to go to Europe to get away from all of that because of Mia's protection, because Mia's technically a bad person, a bad guy, an antagonist, whatever. She's helping with Evie and whatnot, so, hiding their identities, knowing that they're part of the scientific. Mia's part of the crew, and the connections, or whatever they're called, could target the organization can target Ethan. They have to move. So there's training that comes after that, and that explains his better use of weapons in Resident Evil 8. But I still will stand on that soapbox of saying no one's picking up a 1911 and just being able to do those kind of max with that kind of blood loss, lightheadedness, and pain. Armpit, back and knee, whichever is easiest during a stressful. Yeah, I think of armpit. That's why I go for that first. I think of armpit. I think of the idea of a very, very like a stressful mag drop where you will go to the ground or back of knee. Because at that point, any way that you can train, and if you want to know the last bit of insight I'll give to when it comes to that stuff, why it's not gonna, coming back to Krauser, since this is a game we're playing, coming back to Krauser, even if he's injured, he should have the training that just get the reload or deploy your weapon as effectively and as fast as possible in any capacity. He's going to be trained into the ground for that one. Again, knife fights turn into a game of luck, but the whole point of training is to put luck on your side. The whole point of training is to make the fight unfair. That's the whole point. You never want to be, and they show like they don't want to be in a fair fight, like, but they're treating it like a fair fight. Krauser should, with his dexterity, be able to do everything both hands, and he doesn't show that properly. We'll have some connection to Reasons Evil 7 and 8. His training to use is use monster form. Yeah. And there'll come another point where the knife fight is wrong.
Just getting started, rookie.
And time for me to immediately die. That pose he takes, by the way, knife and hand behind it, it is a choice. There are schools of thought for knife fighting, but it's for the idea that if he actually gets an opening and can block, he can immediately either block by actually deflecting outward, or he can back his own knife and push in. It is a thing. That would be, usually just think of yourself as boxing. That's going to be your general stance for almost all type of fighting, whether it's pistol, rifle, knife, anything. When you get into a high guard stance, you usually start where your feet would be, high guard stance, start from there, and you can think of that's where a lot of training starts.
Being controlled by that cult? This has nothing to do with them. I'm a free man who made a choice.
Oh God.
Major!
No! Oh! Leon's slower with the knife. Leon is now slower with the knife. No! Hold on. No, don't continue. Don't continue. Krauser's attacks can be parried. Take full advantage of this by facing him head on with a knife. No! Flank him! For fuck's sake! Flank him! But the way he's carrying the knife is actually legit, by the way.
Are you being controlled by that cult? What a waste.
All right, this is not gonna be good for me. Oh, I can't run up on him. I can't.
Being controlled by that cult? This has nothing to do with them. I'm a free man who made a choice.
And oh, him twirling that knife back and forth, going to hammer grip for a second. He's gonna lose his knife. But and that cross step, I don't like that.
You're not thinking straight. Oh, my mind's clearer than it's ever been. Now focus and show me what you got.
That pointless. 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 Why did he attack both times from his left, Leon's right? Leon was already guarded from the first attack. What's the point of switching hands? He's so damn sloppy and bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. Krauser is so bad. Hey Ryan, what's going on? Yeah, Leon's got a lot of luck. He gets drunk and gets luck. No.
A soldier like you. Why would you work for these freaks?
Here it is. This. Where you see that? Did you see that? Did you see that? When you get into that grapple with him, boom, he switches hands. Boom, have to block again. Gotta get out of that. Krauser redirected, and that redirect is very deadly.
Years ago. Operation Javier?
Oh, shh.
My entire unit wiped out.
Oh.
What a waste.
Oh, I can't just run him back. Oh, God. Okay. Do you think that Resident Evil 9 will reveal that Leon is some kind of superhuman? No. No, I don't.
Controlled by that cult? This is nothing to.
He flips that knife out, but he's got no true grip on it. Don't let it deceive you. There's no way he could. He's not Karambit.
Them. I'm a free man who made a choice. Not bad. You're not thinking straight. My mind's clearer than it's ever been. Now focus and show me what you got.
No. No.
No honor, no mercy. Only devastation.
No, I couldn't. Leon turned so slow. So slow. Hey, Beth. It's so slow. Oh. Happy birthday on the 4th. I saw that over there, by the way.
You're being controlled by that cult? This has nothing to do with them. I'm a free man who made a choice. Major, you're not thinking straight.
All right.
It's ever been. Now focus and show me what you got.
Oh, I'm gonna die. It takes health away when you do this. Oh, no.
I taught you. What a waste.
And that makes no sense either, why he doesn't stab down. Krauser's such crap. Thank you for the well wishes on me dying to Krauser a lot.
Nothing to do with them. I'm a free man who made a choice. Not bad.
Come on.
Too slow. Major,
Too slow.
you're not thinking straight.
There. You see that? Why does it keep doing? Why? You see that knife switch like where he's having to. Leon's not in the best position. So this is the one I keep talking about. If you see this come up, this is probably the best thing that you'll have seen of a knife switch that you'll see in gaming videos I can think of. His right hand blocked a quick switch to the left. He's got his left. He's ambidextrous against as a block and as an attack against Leon's right. And Leon was not seeing that coming. Leon is right hand dominant, right side strong. So Krauser now has the ability to do whatever he'd really would like to. If he has a secondary weapon of any sort, can deploy that now, or can just basically try to flank him and push his chest. That'll knock him down. You never want to be on the ground in this position.
My mind's clearer than it's ever been. Now focus. Show me what you got.
And then you wouldn't stretch your leg out. Every single time there's a kick, it makes me flinch because all I can think of is a knife to the groin.
I killed us all.
Oh, that pump fake that he does.
Are you being controlled by that cult? This has nothing to do with them. I'm a free man who made a choice. Major, you're not thinking straight. Oh, my mind's clearer than it's ever been. Now focus.
Ah!
What a waste.
Did he flip his knife around finally and just use a hammer grip for that? Oh, come on.
Are you being controlled by that cult? This has nothing to do with them. I'm a free man who made a choice. Major, you're not thinking straight. Oh, my mind is clearer than it's ever been. Now focus.
Why did he?
Show me what you got.
There's no need for him to. Why change hands right in front of him without it actually redirecting his attention? Ah! I'm good. When I think of knife fights, my mind goes to Under Siege with Seagal and Jones. Yeah. Come on. I can do this.
Are you being controlled by that cult? This has nothing to do with them. I'm a free man who made a choice. Too slow. Major, you're not thinking straight. Oh, my mind's clearer than it's ever been. Now focus. Show me what you got.
I feel like I parried that. I feel weakened Leon is a little slower. There's a smaller window to do everything. I'm realizing that. Oh boy.
By that cult? This has nothing to do with them.
Come on.
I'm a free man who made a choice.
No. I can't parry like that easily. Oh, why am I not fast turning though around? I just to let you guys know, why am I not doing that? Because Leon's really slow doing it when he's weakened. I'm not even considering it as much as I can.
I'm a free man who made a choice.
Why I can't knock him off the edge?
Too slow. Major, you're not thinking straight. Oh, my mind's clearer than it's ever been.
No! I never get the quick time when I'm sitting there getting the upper hand. Okay. Let me just turn my phone volume down so my neighbors don't start begging on my door. Oh.
Are you being controlled by that cult?
Come on. Wow.
What a waste.
See, and he's that. Look at. Oh, Krauser.
Are you being controlled by that cult? This has nothing to do with them.
He keeps flipping it out.
Made a choice.
He is not using a karambit. Why is he treating it like one?
Slow.
And you see that redirect? It did nothing.
Major, you're not thinking straight.
No! No! No!
Clearer than it's ever been. Now focus and show me what you got.
That redirect. That over and over.
A soldier like you. Why would you work for these freaks? Why? Have you forgotten what happened to you? Operation Javier?
Come on. I'm afraid of getting near the edge because when I screw up and he does.
My entire
No! I will lose every time he does that because I can't win with 1 HP on this. I got the music to change though. I might need oxygen. I'm getting a little lightheaded. Sorry for anyone who hasn't watched it. My lungs like to screw up randomly. Instant Mario death here. No damage run. Yeah. Hey Russ, what's going on? What's going on?
being controlled by that cult? This has nothing to do with them. I'm a free man who made a choice.
And why they go? You just wouldn't go knife to knife like that.
God. They killed us all without honor, without mercy. Only devastating power. What's wrong with wanting
No.
myself? Krauser,
What?
I should understand. What happened was unforgivable.
I can't turn around fast enough if he jumps and I can't run a little bit. Okay. See?
Are you being controlled by that cult?
I-
This has nothing to do with them. I'm a free man.
Wow. Well, never mind. Apparently, if I don't rush him, he immediately kills me anyway. You said no, start the game. Okay. Got it.
Controlled by that What a waste.
All right. Apparently, if I say no, got it, I will immediately die. Okay. No, this time, I'm so on it. I've got it.
Being controlled by that cult? What a waste.
Why does it feel like the parries aren't working? Does quick turn not work with that low of health? He quick turns too slow.
Are you being controlled by that cult? This has nothing to do with them. I'm a free man who made a choice. Too slow.
Ah.
What a waste.
I tried quick turning at the very beginning of this whole run, and I realized like that was a no-no. So I'm not even trying right now.
This has nothing to do with them.
Okay.
I'm a free man who made a choice.
Okay. No. We've already discussed that Leon's slower, even with a knife, even when he's.
Are you being controlled by that cult?
Come on.
This has nothing to do with them. I'm a free man who made a choice. Too slow. Major, you're not thinking straight. My mind's clear as it's ever been. Focus.
I don't want to get near that edge. No! Ah, I get it! Ah! He's juiced up. If he dies, he dies. Is Rocky 3 or something? He's well, I mean, he is.
Are you being controlled by that cult? This has nothing to do with
Come on.
I'm a free man who made a choice. Too slow.
Alright. Man, he won't
Major,
follow up
you're not
swing
thinking
fast enough.
straight. Oh, my mind's clearer than it's ever been.
Why did that only work half the time? Editor, please save all the time he does. No! There's no editor. It's just me. Someone please work for free for a few so I can get videos out on time so I can actually make money properly!
This has nothing to do with them. I'm a free man who made a choice.
No. Let's do it. See, by the way, if you're doing something like this and you're not letting it out, it's just gonna get pent up.
Are you being controlled by that cult?
I wish I could say I'm like exaggerating, but it's very hard to. It's very hard to speak. Sorry about calling you Sprite. I thought it was better than old. Oh my God! Is it the person that called me? Look.
Are you being controlled by that cult?
I just don't think of myself as I don't think of having to use the word spry because I don't think of myself as old. Okay.
You're not thinking straight. Oh, my mind's clearer than it's ever been. Now focus and show me what you got.
How is
Soldier like you. Why would you work for these freaks?
why that knife change makes no sense.
You've forgotten what happened 2 years ago.
That's all, folks. We don't need a compilation. Not Future Darkness. Future Darkness doesn't even use the right font and uses one I don't own. Did you see where it just said, please buy the whatever font? I don't own that font. It's just that that way of displaying text came with that font as the default, and I changed it to Veneer, which I do own, and it changed it back to, what is it called, Geneva?
Show me what you got.
Since I'm not going into any conventions anytime soon, I do not need a Geneva font. Why do you go over there? Why? Why? Oh God. No. Yes.
Have you forgotten what happened?
No. He pump faked me. Don't encourage Future Darkness. Future Darkness needs more everything to be able to everything. Future Darkness needs to remember that we need to have more Silent Hill go up. What about Silent Hill 2 Remake? Tell Future Darkness that. Or how about Silent Hill F that I need to stream on Twitch and post on 4K on YouTube? What about that? Let's go.
What a waste.
I see you play Knifey Spoony before. I think of Knifey Spoony and I think of a childhood friend named Christy, where I was playing spoons with her and accidentally caught part of her fingernail, and she like slapped me because it hurt out of instinct. And it was one of the first times I'd ever been slapped, especially by a female. I've been decked a few times, but just that feeling of being like, what? And then she apologized later and was crying. She was very upset. At least the fight links are realistic.
Are you being controlled by that cult?
Most encounters end way faster than you think, no matter what type of fight it is. But what's not realistic is you should not hear those blades scraping together really much at all. Future Darkness is overworked and underpaid. Don't blame Future Darkness for past mistakes. He's doing his best. That is true.
Being controlled by that cult?
I need to be paid by the government even to just to be a caregiver. I've been slapped by plenty of women. I've not. I don't know.
Are you being
Other than like someone throwing out a random slap to try to knock, like in an actual fight that I've been in when I was younger, or something like that. Like trying to think of my earliest. I don't think I've been slapped until Chrissy did, or no, I think she was the first person, first female, since I'm 99.9999 sure that I'm all for females, except for Troy Baker. If you're watching, I'm sorry that I keep using you as an example, but listen to your own voice and look at your own face in the mirror, and you tell me you wouldn't ask you out just to see if you might actually be on that spectrum a little bit, you know? Anyway, just food for thought. Maybe put out an album and then you listen like someone else did the album that you put out. Anyway, so like it's the first time that the gender that I go for would definitely have slapped me just for the idea I existed and I did something they don't like. And it was a full-on slap, and she cried after and was very upset she did it. I just caught it. We went for the same spoon, and her nail bent backwards a little bit when we were just playing spoons, waiting at like, it was like late at night, and I don't remember where we were. We were very, very bored and tired, waiting for. It was very cold. I remember that too. It was very cold. Small van. Alice was there doing something. We were in the circle, and soon after that, we decided to say screw it, gone to sauna, and then I did jump in a freezing cold pool. That's what I remember from that night. But I got slapped first. I think that's the first person that ever slapped. No, I got the second time I ever got walloped was, you know, the orchestra dresses that they make females wear for orchestra, because why not put poofy shoulders on every female for an orchestra in a black dress? Make every guy look like he is dressing up from the 1920s or before with, you know, with bow ties, cummerbunds, but make sure every female looks like they're dressing up from 1820s or before with poofy shoulders and that damn dress. There was one, I was technically, I gonna go on a date with Kathleen or something. She liked me. She was near, could have walked, could have done something, taken her somewhere. I gave another girl a compliment. I was saying, you make that dress look nice. It was just a compliment of like, we were there for orchestra photos in high school. I showed up and there's another girl that was there. Her name's slipping my mind. And I looked at her, oh, wow. And she's like, what? It's like, just all this is bad, but you actually make the dress look nice. And she got all flustered and said thanks. The next day I showed up at school and Kathleen slapped the shit out of me for saying I was hitting on somebody else. Like, we can't date like, and then she tried to apologize later and asked me all the time, like, why won't you go on a date with me or something? And I was just like, I'm getting mixed signals here, and I don't know what to do with this. I didn't even really know we were dating. I didn't know giving a compliment to someone could get you slapped. And then I didn't know why then in 10th grade she'd be in an English class with me and Kevin, with me having to act as the king and Kevin the queen for reading out whatever, because the teacher had a sixth sense of humor. It was like, you two are best friends. You're king, he's queen, go. And she's like still writing me notes being like, why don't we, whatever.
Controlled by that cult? This has nothing to do with them.
So like, you know,
Man who made a choice.
young ones not knowing how to give compliments
Slow.
or receive it without thinking it's like hitting on them. Like, no.
Now focus and show me what you got. Soldiers like you. Why would you work for these
No!
freaks? Why? Have you forgotten what happened 2 years ago? Operation Javier?
No, no, don't you knock me on the side, I swear.
Operation Javier. My entire unit wiped out.
Come on.
Government let it happen. Killed us all. Without mercy. Only devastating power.
Finally. Now that kick he just delivered.
I can understand.
Ah, my nipples. Oh. Hey, resistance. Hey there.
Are you being controlled by that cult? This has nothing to do with them. I'm a free man who made a choice. Too slow.
I slap that button like you should slap like and subscribe. Oh God.
Are you being controlled by that cult?
Remember the days that people had less subscriptions, so they would actually subscribe actively? It's harder to get people to subscribe because like people already have enough people that they're subscribed to and they don't want to clog up their feed, because YouTube will not serve you the things you ask for. Hey, you saw one video on one thing about how to fix your light in your car because, damn it, because your fuse blew out in your car? Would you like 1,000 more videos about that one thing? No, I was actually more interested in like vlogs and games, and you know, sometimes I'm a car enthusiast, so I'd like to see maybe like NASCAR. So you want to fix another fuse in your car?
Controlled by that cult?
It's like, thank you. Oh, you don't want that?
Free man who made a choice.
Well, here's some random huskies. Oh, I actually like that. I like watching this guy using all these emotes to describe his dogs. I had a half husky. Does that mean you like all dogs, you never like anything else? Here's a whole feed. No, I mean I really like art too. Oh, hand switch. All right, let me show you art from a random guy who takes drawings and makes you know, creatures that don't exist existing. Here's this other random artist that would really fit well with that algorithm. Cool. I should get out my pad. Here's an artist that draws very lewd things that you wouldn't ever approve of, and your son is right next to you in the living room. YouTube.
Everything I taught you. What a waste.
I'll sign into a separate account for something like having to fix something around the house. He can throw knives. He used his right hand and he threw a knife. He can throw knives. Krauser has another knife that he can throw effectively. Let's process that. Let's process that. So you're saying he does a clean hand switch because his right hand gets blocked by Leon. He tries to come around with his left. They basically are 1-for-1 on now the other side. Leon's right hand dominant, his left hand with the knife switch. And instead of pulling that damn knife he just threw at me, he's never once pulled it. He instead throws it. That's the perfect time to use it. I'm cool. Let's go. Jesus, Capcom. We gotta talk to your writers about like that. No. This person is supposed to be like an expert combatant. Why? Ah. Oh, no. No, 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 no. Shot. Oh, hey, Sarcasm. What's going on? Thank you. How to slapped by women, a tutorial from Sarcasm. Let me go ahead and correct you on that. How to get slapped by women, a tutorial from Sarcasm. Step 1. Remove your filter and make jokes to cope with your thoughts. Step 2. Experience bad things and make more jokes. Step 3. Use these jokes on women. Sarcasm. You were part of this community before you were a medic and you were still getting slapped by women, especially goth chicks from like Spencer's or whatever. Don't try to make it sound like you have to experience bad things for you to get slapped. Your tutorial should be step 1, remove your filter and make jokes to cope with your thoughts. Step 2, use those jokes on women repeatedly. Step 3, do not take the hint that she is not receptive. Step 4, be so dead set on the goth chick that you'll say it even after she said don't say it. Step 5, ice the handprint with pressure to make it so the finger marks aren't left. You experienced bad things before that. Okay, well, I'm sure you were still capable of getting slapped. I'm not gonna downplay the bad things you've experienced. I'm just saying you've known how to for a while. Get your mom on the horn. Thank you for the continued support. 6.5 years as a member. Insanity to think back on. I mean, 4 to 7. Oh my God, it is almost 7. Jesus Christ. Saturday Saints. Leave out the what seems like mandatory. Okay. I like the mandatory part of step 2. Just I experienced bad things before, during, just gave me more charm and make more jokes out of. Huh. That would explain some of your humor. It doesn't explain your tact. So I still no. Let's go. Hold on. I'm calling New York for the judges. We're getting a slow-mo on the play. No, they're gonna still call that as your tact is not described in that. You absolutely would still get slapped. All right, we're getting booing from the crowd. Actually, that's just one person typing a lot.
Are you being controlled by that cult? This has nothing to do with them. I'm a free man who made a choice. Too slow. Major, you're not thinking straight.
He flips that knife around and he could lose control of it. Yeah! Why? Why can't I turn? That's right. That's the only time it's paid. It was the day before my my birthday in 2017. Yep.
Are you being controlled by that cult? This has nothing to do with them.
I gained a lot of people during that Resident Evil 7 stream because some other bigger streamers stream went down and a lot of people got redirected to me.
Major, you're not thinking straight.
My mind's clearer than it's ever been.
That did nothing.
Show me what you got.
And that clean knife switch. But you're saying he could be armed in his right hand after that.
Soldier like you.
That does nothing.
These freaks.
Okay.
You've forgotten what
Getting mule kicked.
Operation Javier.
Ah, he did the friggin' pump it!
what up.
2009 because it became a sub in 2020. I'm a power bottom. Or wait, what kind of sub are we talking about? I should what? I joined during someone's circus horror game as my first live stream.
Are you being controlled by that cult?
Oh god. I'd have to think of even what game it. Can I kick him over the side? No.
Too slow. He killed us all without honor, without mercy. Only devastating power.
Clean switch. Get out of this.
Krauser.
Kick him.
I can understand.
Oh, finally.
Unforgivable. But that doesn't give you the right to hurt.
No! Okay.
Everything I taught you. What a waste.
Unfortunately, he gripped his knife correctly, and quite unfortunately, if you ever get in that position in a knife fight, you are 99% dead. There are very few things you can do, and even that is the most realistic thing Krauser's done this whole fucking fight. The knife was in the correct direction for being able to stab down, and that's brutal. That's why you don't want to be in a knife fight or be on the ground. Their body weight can go behind it, and I will say there are movies and there's media that makes it seem like you can get out from that. Just don't be in the knife fight. Don't get in fights. You're 99% dead for that one. There's no real getting out of that. There is a chance. Now, people usually don't know their anatomy well enough to know. Thank you, Sarkit. I don't know what that's for, but I don't know what people think of their anatomy as if, like, since your heart's here, you can be stabbed here and survive. No, you've got major shit running everywhere. You can bleed out easily. So you see in a lot of media, it's like, oh, I deflected last second. They only stabbed my shoulder where all of this vasculature could be severed, and you bleed out anyway. I sidestepped it barely, and I got out from under. No, you're not. No, you're not. 999 out of 1,000 times they're in that position, they win. No. In case you're wondering, Mr. List of Kings here does enjoy the jokes. He may still will want to struggle with me for them, but he's afraid that I'll like it. No, I'm not saying any of that very loud. Thank you, everyone. Flip off sarcasm. Don't fight, have tacos instead. I'd love to have it. I want Taco Bell now. Damn it.
Are you being controlled by that cult?
I don't even know if I'm feeling up to eating something like Taco Bell, but I don't know whoever is actually up to feeling like eating Taco Bell. It's just about how much do you not like yourself and also want fake Mexican food. Like, I think Taco Bell is a combination of both self-hatred and fake Mexican food desire. Wait a minute. Nightbot can flip people off? I had no idea. Well, what with sarcasm? Nightbot, if you type in hashtag sarcasm, definitely, because if sarcasm does something correct that does not deserve the flipping off, it goes by sargasm. Type in hashtag sargasm. If he does something that requires the flip off, just replace that G with a C and Nightbot speaks up, and pretty much it's solved from there. I think Emma still has a command in here. Like, usually for me to put a command for people, you gotta leave an impression. Really? Really? Also, he's flipping around his knife, and that's bullshit.
Enough play, rookie. You haven't changed a damn bit. What a disappointment.
Welcome back to the family, Edward. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Why shoot the knife instead of just shooting Krauser in the shoulder?
Not looking good, eh, my friend?
Oh, that was a lot of anxiety.
And such a loss to the ladies of the world.
Don't talk.
Take this. The key to my laboratory. Go there and remove those damn parasites. Help Ashley.
But I'm not Sancho. But apparently now I'm Sancho because I'm about to call him Don Quixote. His lighter, by the way, has Umbrella's logo on it, if you notice. You can see early on. His lighter has...
You know, I led a pretty shitty life. But now, eh? What do you think, Leon? People can change, right?
Hmm. But his backstory is more like he's kind of trapped in the religion, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, that was... Wow, I shouldn't have used that as a break. Catch a stream and finally get the membership. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. What? Wait, what did... Sarcasm, what did you say? What did you say? What? No, drink water. Drink water. Typewriter. Save. We are never doing that again. Page said water already. That gets me covered. Okay. Finished with the heart palps. Yeah, water.
You were a fine night, Don Quixote.
I will never pronounce it Quixote. I'm sorry. I grew up saying Don Quixote.
You won't get away with this, Krauser.
Thank you. Also, damn it. Everyone hashtag Alyssa. It's the same soundbite. It's on pause, so I saw it. Darkness wins! Daddy, Darkness wins! Darkness wins! The giant cock in the... Oh, my cock reigns supreme! Daddy wins! Daddy wins!
Hoping this is still the same soundbite, lol.
I was playing as a giant rooster, aka the giant cock. Okay? I was playing as the thing that I'm saying in that sound bit. Here comes the rooster. I was playing as a giant human-sized male chicken Like it counts. Yeah, it's been a long while since that one. As soon as I saw that amount, I went, wow, it's been a while. People might not know about it. We didn't need anyone more to know about it. Stephanie Goth, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's talk about that Requiem trailer release. I haven't seen anything past the second trailer. I know that they have a gameplay footage and something about Leon. I didn't watch it. So I don't have anything I can talk about because I'm not watching any more trailers or anything else until the game just comes out. And then I can just be pleasantly surprised. And I'll go back and watch stuff that came out after it gets released. But I haven't watched. The trailers for 8 were all deceiving. Everyone's like, man, what's his face is gonna turn into a werewolf.
Leon,
Chris is gonna be a bad guy.
so listen up. They took your friend to the top of the clock tower. If you hurry, you might get there before she turns into one of them.
So you aren't heartless after all. I guess I should be thankful.
Yep.
Yeah, you should.
It's gonna be Bay. Every little thing I do never seems enough for you.
Oh, nothing but the finest ways.
I don't want to lose Bay again. I'm not like them. But when I finally can't see you do the runs, but I won't watch it. You two, I'd love to see your reaction to the game. I will definitely be like probably night of. As soon as I start playing the game, as soon as I probably have 4 hours of footage in the can for Requiem, I'll probably stop the 4K recording over there and as fast as I can get at least the first 2 hours or so processed so I can upload them, and they'll probably only be a few hours apart. So once I get the first 2 up, like one up for everyone to see immediately and the second one up scheduled for about 3 hours after, from then on out, after Requiem comes out, it's probably every 3 hours I'll have another part of it until I'm through the game. Hopefully the game doesn't take longer than 12 to 16 hours because I tend to do that, and
Why not treat yourself?
and if I don't get the game early like a lot of bigger YouTubers get it, then I'll just be a tired boy.
What you
I'll be a super duper tired boy. I want you, body armor. You're so close. I could touch you. Please,
I guarantee.
please let me touch you.
That's good work.
I want to
if I say
touch.
so
Please let me. That is not
I'll buy
almost anything. Probably shouldn't musically say how much you want to touch something out of context. It's probably not gonna. It's not gonna translate in post.
Not bad.
Yeah, it's
Anything
bad.
else I can help
What
you
extra thing did he put in here? Oh, another gold token.
with? We love
I only need 40 for the second ticket.
Healer man,
Near the.
killer man. They do it all.
Bruh. See, this can only be put on the SG or the Sentinel. Isn't the SG9 just the Ruger? Anyway. What part are we going into? Are we going into the part where no, the ACOG will work? I don't want a high power scope yet. How about you though? Because I'm about to lose to Salazar a lot. So do I get you? By the way, the movie, this is called Matilda because of the movie Leon, where he's protecting
Time is
Matilda.
money, mate.
And this stock, if you see the fold out in the back, the pistol could be stored in the stock. It was like its own holster, if I remember this correctly, which is, as long as I'm not getting it mixed up with the Red 9, because the Red 9 was actually just the Red 9 as a rifle was crappy, and as a pistol was crappier. And the 9 was stamped on to let you know that it was a 9 Parabellum instead of 9x18, I believe, or in the rifle chamber, whatever it was. I can't remember exactly. Don't quote me on all that. The 9 was just there to say it was. I think it was 9 Parabellum, and not 9x18. That's chambered in. In the TTMP stock.
Where you gonna put this? Your pocket?
No, I'm buying it from you, you dip.
This will help you put them in there. Come.
This will help you put them in their cum. Thank you for that wordplay. Okay.
Back anytime.
And this just became my go-to. We can probably get. Did I upgrade it all the way?
Welcome.
Did I upgrade it all the way?
Good things on sale.
Nope.
You have a ticket.
Shut up about the ticket.
That's the end of the road for that weapon.
All right, we get to put up the pistol for right now.
It's a veritable work of art.
I'm pretty sure we don't need the pistol at this point, so we can now go after
Try that on for size.
that. Okay.
We're pleasant travels.
So the pistol can go up, I think, because that's about all. Yeah, I should be covered. Oh God, slot it in this one. Red Knight stock also started a holster. I think it does. I think it does. There's a few weapons that, like, to make it more compact, the holster. But whenever I think of like the stock and the holster being one, I always think of the 1022 survival. That usually pilots World War II through Korea through Vietnam usually carried, I believe, and the survival rifle is still carried by somebody once told me. Oh, treasure room, let's go. Like 28 days later. No. You gotta be in the Mojave in Martin. Hopefully it won't be. No, I didn't like that sound. It won't be snowing there. I don't want another blizzard of 93. So at least you've got that going for you. It'll get cold. This time of year where it gets cold there, it gets all abrasive. No, where are you? I can't remember where the bug is. Please don't kill me. Isn't there a bug? Is there a bug? Is there a bug? I'm running. Oh. 27 at midnight. Wait. And also just if you don't want any spoilers in the game, take it off your YouTube search engine. The week it comes out if you want to avoid. Yeah. Oh yeah. Any searches that you've got for Resident Evil, like erase those right before it comes out. Sure. Hey Gabriel. Did I say hi to Blue Mocha Nighty? I think I did. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Next.
No. A smart parasitic life form. This forced it to make the host scream so you can hear them coming a mile away. You know what I wish they would put in some of these games that are coming up? They always want to put in like cool, neat things, and this is the should look at it. What, this is the Benelli M3? I think we decided. One weapon that I wish they would use a little more often, so it'd just be like, oh, it's cool, but it actually exists. There's offshoots of it, but Keltec makes lots of crazy shit. Putting in the KSG because I don't know where the 12 shells for this shotgun are going. I'm pretty sure it auto loads out of his asshole. Like there's nowhere for the shells to go on this weapon. But the Caltech holds 14+1, and you can switch which mag-fed tube they come out of. Is kind of... Yes, God, yeah. You know why? Because I like a game that, you know, when you get different ammo types in games, you know how like just randomly there'll be different ammo types, and then depending on the situation you're in, that ammo type all of a sudden is the better one. Like kind of like Claire with the type of round she's using, whatnot. For some reason, always it comes down to like shotguns have different rounds in some games. They want to make that realistic, and I always wonder why not just use the Caltech where you can just change which tube you're feeding out of. We do not need Resident Evil to pull from Caltech. They already have. I can't think of what it is, but I can't. They already have. I think of all games out there that have not pulled from Caltech's everything, and the KSG isn't bad for what it's trying to do. I think the only one I know out there is, I'm gonna say Battlefield. I'm gonna be wrong. We don't need them to do it more. I'm saying specifically that the KSG, you could choose which tube to feed out of, and it's the only compact design that I can think of that isn't just a box mag that makes sense. And I'm tired of thinking that, like, that tube is going to be going way further than that to hold 12 rounds, or it's just going to be a box mag. Could one of you two shit an egg, please? Don't mind me. All I'm saying is slightly less curved weapons would be nice. Cursed weapons? Oh, we can make it more cursed than that. We can make it more cursed than that. I can start bringing up some cursed weapons in games. If people will actually get me... Somebody gift me Escape from Tarkov, I will start doing streams that is just cursed weapons. Because I know in that game you can make some cursed ones, and I'll do it. AA12. Oh, God. Oh. That one got cursed the second. There's another YouTuber that I can't remember. Then it immediately showed it off and showed it in the most irresponsible way, and I could never think of that as serious ever again. Ever, for any reason again. The boy armor. What? 2 items I never use in this. The boy armor, because Gold Trap. And the piercing pistol, because Ashley stands behind the enemies. I never use the Punisher. That's the FN. Please know it hurts my soul. Body armor. Oh. Body armor. Got it. I was like, what boy armor? Boy, howdy, there's armor. My brain was like, I'll unravel it. Like equations were starting to go. No! I was talking too much. Shit. Oh. Cheater, he cheated. Anyone want Darkness to do an S plus one hit, no bonus weapon? I think would be what I am considering it, but I'm also considering sanity. And I'm also wanting to see if there's a mode like Ethan Must Die in 9, because then I'd have infinite happiness again in a Resident Evil 9 that's more current. Uh-oh. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where are you going? Where are you going? He has to restart the chapter. Did I establish that as a rule? Oh, all Resident Evil supposedly were made that you can do them knife only. The original makers of Resident Evil did want the games designed so they could all be done knife only, because real survival should come down to the idea of you can run out of everything. And this game is The game series is based on the idea of it gets tense because you're out of supplies. So wait. Did I really stipulate that I had to restart it? Because all it's gonna be is me rebuying stuff from the merchant. Like I just did the only combat other than shooting 2 bugs before getting here. I don't like I after spending more than 30 hours of my life on knife only just for Resident Evil 3 could almost agree that I don't like knife only runs, but then there's the part of me that likes challenges where my brain has to rack of like, how do you do it? And then that part of me takes over and it makes choices for me. And it just feels like
I must obey.
And there's nothing I can do. Did I do Resident Evil 8 knife only? Please tell me I did not. Or that I did already and I don't have to repeat it. Because, God, no. I don't have the skill for knife only runs either. I just have a lot of patience. Here's how it goes for knife only. You want to know how it goes for a lot of those runs? Fail a lot. Get used to failure. Failure is the norm. And when you succeed, happy. Then proceed to fail a lot until you succeed again. Rinse and repeat until it's finished. Serve on high heat. I don't know. You said, wait, please start the game over. Oh, Jesus. We'll do that with Requiem. If it lends itself to it, I'll, let's say this. All right. I will either put up a goal, whether it's how many likes, subscribers, something that usually other YouTubers do pretty well. I'll decide what to do before Requiem comes out. I'll put up something. And I'll let everyone know that if we hit certain milestones, especially on part 1 of Resident Evil 9 when it comes out, that I'll do certain things for it. Because I don't know if I'll do a guide, but I know that like if we hit certain, then maybe I'd be tempted to do the god-awful, the voice recognition. If I say certain words, I have to start the game over or start from the last save and still have to, oh God. Oh God. Oh God. You did, I remember you did on Visitor Status Spit Forever on the weird mutated guy. Oh, that's right. Which the game was outside. Yeah. No save runs? We've done that. It could be worse. Equip.
That should do it.
Oh, fuck. I needed that egg to beat Salazar. All right, we're doing a quick thing. Just a straw hat. Just say it in chat. Am I allowed to reload the game and not pelt that painting and save it for actual Salazar? Just say, if I'm allowed to, I'll restart and save the egg. And if I see people saying no egg Salazar, then I'll suffer. But as soon as I threw that, I was like, no. Yeah, of course you're going to say no, sarcasm. Yes, reload. All right, it's about 50-50 now because... Yes. Sit on the brown throne to get the egg. Yes, reload. No egg. Sure, no. That's running a little 50-50. Is that Kokoki? That... Yes, it is. What's going on? Yeah, sit on the throne to get brown egg. I got so many health items the chickens might not. We'll get a few more. Reload. Yes, reload. Okay. We're gonna let me reload. Okay, thank God. Okay. Thank God. There's like half of his health with one egg. Yeah, I'll get another, yeah, to throw out the ping. Yeah. I know. I threw it out of instinct of egg the painting. Yeah, you can do that. But the chickens don't want to lay eggs under. I've tried to test to see what it is that makes the chickens not want to lay eggs. And it's how much health you have available to you to heal with. Length of time plus up after you have used 3 and have 3 in inventory. So it's better to get 6 in inventory and then 1 at a time use, and then you can have 5 max at the throne room. Ah! Ah! I have never seen that death. Summon the pole. Summon the pole. No, I already no, you can't make me. You can't make me. I thought if you said, I'll try it. I don't know. No. Okay, I'm getting a look. Ryu. Yeah, another yes. There we go. Maybe. I usually just wait him out. I'm sucking now. Oh God. Hey, Darkness, get off your knees because you're blowing it. All right, hold on. Whoa.
One down. Shit.
Quite possibly, Mike. I don't know. Unfortunately, I can only be in the living room with so many people watching me play as I play at the same time. It's a trick I do called cameras hidden. So everyone don't look at the top right corner of the room you're in, because I like putting them there and it'd just be a pain if you saw it. Plus I don't like making eye contact during. So it'd just be awkward for both of us if you actually looked up at the top right of the corner of your room. God, can you imagine? Like, we lock eyes, but you can't see me. If you want more eggs, why not just box the health items? Just tell them. Can't remember was one of the challenge rules. I sell eggs. I've been selling the eggs. You can't box the eggs. You can only box the health. I love eye contact during. Listen, it's stream specific. Eye contact during is all about which stream we're doing. Yeah, prolonged eye contact is what I'm talking about. Yeah, I want you to be able to tell me that my eyes aren't actually truly brown. They're kind of a hazel type color. That kind of eye contact is what I'm talking about. Dee. Gate. Prolonged eye contact. No, you meant the herbs? Oh, I'm going to sell the herbs. But I keep thinking that I'll find another red herb or a yellow herb to add to it. I can make room. Should make a few more flashbangs. Screw you! Okay. Hold on. We wait the old school way. Ha! Egg. Thank you. Thank you. Give me that brown. Now that we got the brown, my world got flipped, turned upside down. I'd like to take a minute to sit right there. Tell you how to lay an egg. It came out of thin air. Doom, 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 fuck. Doom, 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 doom. I like eye contact, that I can tell if you have a detached retina. I don't like eye contact because I'm ugly as sin and it means that they saw me. So, you know, you gotta... I'm already halfway there to being black. But I'm only half. So to get the rest of the way there, I need the lights down. If you disturb the chickens, they are way less likely to lay eggs. I don't think I need to collect any more, but I'm gonna try to sit in the throne. Okay. And the white one never wants to give me the egg. Why is the brown one doing all the work? Oh my god! Just give me company scripts at this point from the egg, like from the chicken. Why is the company scripts were outlawed in 1938? A script was the idea that you work someplace, but you get it from sarcasm. What? What is what? What would you? What's on the human body that starts with a P, has 5 letters, and can grow 100 times its size? You oh, doing more work. I listen, that question is a trap. Because no, it doesn't matter if I know what the answer is. Not for me. Do the chickens just now... Do I scare chickens while sitting here? Do they walk up? Am I kind of silent? Listen, I couldn't think. Don't, you can't. I should show you guys an old drawing. No, I'm gonna scare them! No! There we go. The white one's scared of me, but the brown one's cool with that. That's way too accurate. Oh. If only I didn't have a very big history of usually going for the lighter one. No! Why are you laying so many eggs? Oh, it's only 6 now? Okay, now it should be finished. Also, if you thought it was the other thing, you'll be very disappointed at some point. Maybe some people are growers. Thoughts on RE9? It'll probably be fun to play. Can't wait to do it. It's so close to it coming out. I'm just gonna. My thoughts are, I'll be playing it, and then I'll have more thoughts because I'll have played it, which will give probably the best perspective I could give. That's most of my. That's how my thoughts really kind of evolved there. And I think the best thoughts I'll give is after I play it. Okay, I gotta leave now. Leave my chicks behind. I'm hopeful for everything that's like that comes out. Listen, I know that YouTube for the right now has me. I want to play the pristine cut of like Slay the Princess. I want to replay Soma, and I'm trying to figure out how to upload more than a 12-hour video because I saw that a certain channel that Danny and Arnold are able to do so consistently of making the movie version. I want to put up Soma, and after 10 years play Soma again, see if my thoughts are about the same. I want to do a lot of things, but I know that the algorithm has me with Resident Evil pinging things a little easier. With that said, I'm for sure hoping that it's awesome so that when I didn't get the golden egg. When I'm playing Resident Evil 9, I'm having a lot of fun because my favorite my favorite thing built into any of the Resident Evil games is Ethan Must Die from Resident Evil 7. Oh yeah, I want to play Soma again because its spiritual successor is coming out this year. I want to know after 10, because when I played it first, I had black hair, meaning my brother was still alive. Soma is an amazing game that gives you an existential crisis immediately. I still had black hair, so I want to replay Soma and release my 10 years ago playthrough, and I want to do it where I just make the movie version of just cut off the greeting and the ending so that I don't hear my thoughts. I just re-upload it so people have, instead of the whole playlist, just one video they can watch. I want to replay it to see if I, after 10 years, would say the same things. There's a few games I'd like to do that for, but Soma is the one I want to do the most. Soma's the one I want. Must watch me play Soma now? Yeah, I mean, that was back in the day. Well, 1080p, 30 frames per second. I was using all the free software. I think I was using Camtasia. I think the way that I edited that one might be a Camtasia, where it was Camtasia was an editing program where you got a free trial. But I figured out if you erased your local file on your computer, that said how long your free trial was, because it was using your internal clock to shut it down. You just erase the file and it would start the free trial over, and it wouldn't leave a watermark. Old enough for that to be happening, which means I was a broke ass bastard working 6 jobs, and was still a wedding photographer, still doing all those things, and then played Soma and decided that I wanted to question reality in general. No! No. Soma definitely is a... I just want to see if I kind of think the same as 10 years ago-ish. It is, I think, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, it's the only playthrough I've got that my thoughts could very dramatically change because my brother was still alive. So for those of you that know that, like, my brother kept my thoughts in check a lot and really challenged me to not go too overboard one way or the other, blah, blah, blah. That if I, like, questioned things, I'd go to him, which is why losing him 10 years ago was a really, really big hit to the way that I think. Because I grew up for 30 years having a very close sibling that we were... I could honestly say my best friend was my brother. And also others. So I think it's the only game that I can go and see after 10 years. Because any other game I can go see if I think the same. But then there's always the nagging feeling in the back of my head that I can blame it on. Oh, well, I mean... I forgot the yellow herb back here. That's money. We have to get it. It's the only game that I can't... That if I think differently, it's not because of the difference of Nathan being... Like... It's the only one I could say the biggest difference would be Nathan being here or not. Every other game I could say the difference is... The difference would just be experience and internal growth. But Soma's the one and only I've got that's the way I process games possibly dramatically changed because I wasn't able to talk to him about it. So I do... That's the... If that makes any sense, that's the reason why I want to go back and play it. More curiosity for me of... I gotta go back to the courtyard. Curiosity from me of... how much of what you guys hear is colored by the fact that I had my brother around. And I'm curious too, actually, on that one. It's not to like to harp on that, but you know, my birthday's coming up. I hate it so much that it's coming up. I'll just be honest that it's a very bitter taste, only because my brother was supposed to live to 40. At least I don't want to get too much into it today, but my brother was supposed to live to 40. Me turning 40 is gonna be pretty hard, because I had, for those that remember, I had just turned 30. My brother was 31. So, you know, and then 2.5 months after that, my brother died. So I was 30. my son's barely 3 years old as well, and then my brother's dead the night of April 22nd, morning of April 23rd. So it's a very it's gonna be a weird thing to have to. And I'm sorry I don't want to like belabor the point. It's just it's hard to describe sometimes those types of things because it's not. So I'm interested as well in that game if that makes a difference.
Welcome. Ooh, what you buying?
Yeah, I'll get caught up too much in my head if I try to explain that too much more.
Price. Well, that's a hard choice to make.
Let me just. I didn't throw the egg at him. I didn't throw the egg at his face. I didn't throw the egg at his face. I did all of that just to forget to throw the... all that work and no egg in face makes Darkness a salty boy.
A deal well struck. Come back anytime.
Just gonna go ahead and do this. Gonna go ahead and get that yellow herb because it distracted me. It was shiny. Listen, I'm like a ferret. I got distracted by a shiny thing on the screen. It's not my fault. It's completely my fault. Yeah, it's and for those who might not know, like my brother didn't tell anyone but me that he was actually passing away faster than he was supposed to live to 40, and then not wanting anyone to waste their money on trying to save him because his body was already kind of battered beyond, like it was my want of him to live was very, very selfish. He had already said that like he doesn't, no matter if he gets better or not, he doesn't get his body that he had back. His ankles were already damaged beyond like any kind of reconstructive repair. He wouldn't be able to be competitive. He wouldn't be able to like outrun me ever again. It's hard to describe Nathan and I's relationship other than the idea that being 60 months, 19 days, 10 hours apart, for him not to be able to basically outdo me, if even just barely, unless it comes to actual, you know, something that I've studied in depth and he just hasn't had time to. For example, me being competitive since a young age with weaponry, including archery, crossbows, rifles, and learning out on, you know, at where they had the 96 Olympics and doing all that stuff. And me being in, you know, there's this whole documentary on scouting and the abuse that was there. I can see how the abuse was there because me going through Order of the Era was they basically starved us for 2 days and had us do very dangerous tasks, and we were denied a second chance at going at it if we failed. So I haven't even watched it, and I already know, like, there's a few ways you can look at it as being, like, the scout program is very abusive, and I don't know which way they picked to try to portray it, but yeah, I can. So my brother wasn't a scout. He stopped at Wishlist too. I should have my eagle. I should, but it's not a big deal anymore. But like my brother would have never gotten a body back that could outrun me. Like, you know,
Welcome.
things like that. You would think of it as small, but like I talk about my own college career. Nathan and I did not both go into psychology at first, because if we had both gone into psychology, we would have been very, very competitive. Am I gonna start the demo? I very much debated whether if a demo comes out, whether I play it. But there's probably something extra that comes if you play it. I want to wait for the release, but I do know that the demo probably would behoove the channel for me to play. So I've been on the fence with that. I want to wait, but I even had one of the ones that helped my channel, like the person I can reach out to for YouTube, say I should play things related like that because they're Here's how I can put it easier, so I can sound less dramatic. Because I'm not trying to be dramatic. It's just my brother was the closest person to me in this world. He's very dead. So that's a hard thing. So I had 30 years of being. Rowan, stop watching right now if you're watching. I know sometimes you watch. If you've got me on here, child of mine. Little boy, you need to get off if you're on here, please. Like, call me or FaceTime me. I'll take a break from working and talk to you. And for the love of God, FaceTime me about, like, now. If they did, for some reason, tryouts and your mom didn't tell me. Because they shouldn't have. Everything got closed down. I got an email and I thought yours was closed down too, if you're watching. I just want to say, I saw that it was actually the wrong organization's baseball closed down tryouts if you weren't there by 10:30. So things got closed down. I think yours got closed down too. Oh shit, that's right. Yeah, it did. Partial shutdown, but still shut down because it makes a difference for you. It's for you. It's not semantics because it doesn't matter. Partial, it still means you're not getting paid. So, all right. Now that my child is off the off of here, if he was on, screw you.
That should do it.
Then you know, me being, you know, autistic, ADHD, and then, you know, having depressive disorders that might be linked to being symptomatic of borderline, but have symptoms that, you know, reach outside of cluster B, having a lot of different things go on. My brain was regulated a lot by what my brother and I, you know, together went through. So a lot, I am interested in some of those things based solely on that without, so I've got now no dog that was basically like a medical service dog for me. I didn't realize until Sheila died that she was like that. My dog is gone, and she'd been through everything with me for 14 and a half years, and my brother's gone. With both of them gone, would I perceive the existential crises presented in something like Soma the same? Soma is the only game I've got up that's got a full front to back playthrough that I can do that for. But everything else can be, you know, attributed to the idea of I'm acclimating of thinking on my own. I don't have Nathan to like bounce ideas off of. But my brother was supposed to live to 40. That's the biggest thing of why I don't want to really. For those of you who don't think I look like I'm turning 40, I appreciate that. Once I get a haircut, I will even more not look like I'm 40, but I haven't been able to afford a haircut lately. And the last one I got was a home job. And so, no, I haven't been able to go get a haircut lately because that costs money. And my son's been asking for a haircut for a month and a half. So if one of us gets a haircut first, it's going to be my son because he gets things first.
Good stuff. Well then, what can I do for? Your valuables won't do you much good in the grave.
Where is that daggum? Thank you. I don't think normal eggs do anything, but I'm gonna carry it.
A deal well, pleasant travels.
Well, I guess maybe like 29 at oldest. If I didn't, I get late 20s, early 30s a lot. I get that. My physique is slowly, as my eating habits are rechanging again, gonna be turning back toward. And that reminds me, one, I probably need to get oxygen if it doesn't go well. I've been trying to remember that every hour I need to be doing my, you know, normal push-ups, things like that. If you guys don't know how to best train a body, you know how I've talked about before on this channel how I put tape down in my house because I work from home. So when I cross a line, I do exercises. You can go look up that you'd see the first like really like controlled. There's a military presence that is indoctrinating people into their service and becoming stronger would be the Soviet Union. And the Soviet Union used to try to get past big hurdles of everyone having a good physique that could stand a lot of things and getting to other essentials by doing basically what I do in my home. I had a college telling me I owe $84,000 in student loans. Ouchies. I understand. Ugh. I made a packet yesterday where my TA got screwed up by the last one. Student loans suck, and college is saying that you owe them money sucks. It sucks. Oh God, I'm getting derailed. The workouts I do, I need to hit the ground. The works that I do are usually based off of that, where if you want to get your body in a certain let's say your goal is to be able to do 100 push-ups in one set. You should take a page out of the playbook of how this works. Your body doesn't, you can get massive gains going to the gym. Don't get me wrong. Like if you have a workout regimen where you go to the gym and you're pushing your body, you're doing a good thing as long as you're doing the exercises properly. And if you're doing cardio, you're doing a great thing because your body needs both of it. If you need to, and if you want a higher metabolism, you need both anyway. You need a better cardio system, and your body's metabolism is highly based on muscle that you have and how much you need to feed it if you're feeding it correctly. But if you want your body to become acclimated, you need to think of the idea of when a physical therapist or a trainer or somebody tells you, if someone tells you that they're trying to get you acclimated to something and they're doing in steps, and they're in those steps, they're getting you back to something, let's say like walking, like you've been in an accident, is walking normally. We might take it for granted, but those who have lost the ability to walk for a while and then have to go through physical therapy just to get back to where they were, well, how did you walk in the first place? Well, you had to stumble, you were a toddler, you were handheld everything, but your muscles grew, fast twitching muscle fiber, whatever. But your coordination is something that can be lost. Most coma patients wake up and they can't walk. It's not a true injury that would have done it. The brain needs to learn the norm is not resting, it is being ambulatory, right? Take that to the idea of you want to be able to have not just endurance, but you want your body to recognize something as a new norm, that you can do it whenever. Then like an hour at the gym is not the way to get those activities done. An hour at the gym will help you with bulk strength. An hour at the gym, depending on the exercise you do have done properly, can help with even lean muscle. But if you want your body to learn something as new so you don't get winded and it becomes where you actually train your brain to do it properly and not think about it as a hard to do task, therefore making it so that your body wants to put a smaller bar, hey there, Kella, and stopgap on everything. Basically, your body's screaming at you that your limit is lower than it truly is. You have to do it in your normal life. And if you don't believe me, just ask anyone who's had to go through any training or anyone who's talked to a physical therapist, a physical trainer, someone at the gym, hired someone that tells you walking around on the job does not count as cardio. Being on your feet all day does not count as cardio. And then you'll hear them say, usually something along the lines of, unless you are talking about stance of you are walking with purpose, some direction for at least 10 minutes straight, right? Then they'll count it and they'll say that counts as cardio. It's because your body's acclimated to being able to be ambulatory. The idea of you walking is simply that you pitch your body forward and fall. Your other leg catches it, and your body's able to, the physiology of that psychologically is able to be manipulate that action as you falling and catching yourself over and over as the act of walking. You don't think anything about it, you just walk. If you want to make yourself able to do something like a push-up as easy as walking, you have to, throughout your day, do it as often as you do other activities that your body's just able to do whenever. So the way to do it would be the way, like how I have it set up in my house, I used to, and the way I need to get back to. If you want to be able to do 100 push-ups in one set, you should be doing, probably not starting at 10 if you're not used to doing proper form push-ups. You should be doing probably instead for weeks on end 10 push-ups 10 times a day. That's exactly how the Soviet Union started training, with actual written down script of how they get their units training with this, and also arms training and tactics and all of it at the same time. A lot of their physical training was actually used with these drills, and that's actually been adopted into a lot of even Western military practices and European military practices, because it sprawled out. They saw the results of it through different conflicts that they were, whatever side they're on. So the idea would be that if you're wanting to start out, the idea of you want to be able to do even so many push-ups in a row, you would possibly, even if they need to be assisted on your knees, proper form, you should be able to lay a broom on your back, straight as an arrow, get push-ups done with proper form, cut however many you can do at max in half, do that number 10 times a day. After you do it for the first day, your body won't like yourself the next day as much. Don't, if your joints are yelling at you, listen to that, because your muscles can go to fatigue, but your joint should be limber enough that it should not be screaming at you like that. Like every 2 weeks or so, see what your max is again, cut it in half, then do that again. You'll find out after you get 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks in, 5 weeks, that you can just figure out what your max set is, and it just keeps increasing, even if you don't see muscle mass increasing. What's happening is that your mindset for what your muscles are even capable of doing is changing with the type of muscle fiber you are building. And as you're doing that, you'll find out very quickly, the average person should only take 6 to 10 weeks, that if you start off with 10 push-ups, 10 sets a day, and you never even increase from that, within 6 to 10 weeks, you should be able to push out 100, and it really shouldn't wind you. Your body won't see it any different, as you just had to, instead of having to walk up and go to the fridge and come back, you had to walk down the street because you heard something and you went to visit your neighbor. So you walk down the street. You're not going to get winded from like visiting your neighbor that is 10 times further away than the fridge is, 20, 30 times further away. Just walking over and visiting them and walking back. No big deal, right? Because your body's so used to it as a thing. You can stand, you can ambulate whenever you want. You have to make something like that, those motions, just as regulatory in your brain as those other motions. So it takes more time. So there you go. If you want to know, that would be the same. Good night, Beth. That'd be the same secrets to chin-ups, pull-ups. That'd be the same secrets to crunches. Your body has to believe that that is a normal movement that you do, and your mind needs to believe it too. Yes, rowing will help with cardio. Holy shit, will it help? It's actually sarcasm beat me to it. The Army uses it as an alternate on a PT test to a 2-mile run. Yep. It's also used as an alt in certain other cases, depending on what you're doing for different sects of different parts of the military. And rowing is usually made akin to, when done with proper form, because a rowing machine can give you back problems about faster than anything else, is usually made akin to the only thing that you're going to find better than that for full body, for cardio, and full body for muscles that you don't think about, for core, everything, is swimming. So yes, instead of running, a rowing machine is allowed to be used in place, but there's no good replacement for swimming, which is why if you look at people going for SOCOM, seeing if they can pass the test, they wear you out. How do they do it? They make you swim for a certain amount of time, for a certain distance. They make you run, and then they make you do activities after they've worn you down for swimming, and then they make you immediately run, which they can substitute rowing if they want to. And then right after that, that's when you have to do chin-ups. That's when you have to do crunches. That's when you have to do, because they want to see what you can. And then that's when a lot of also written portions of those tests are done, depending on what branch you're looking at. They're looking to see what you can do after your body's been pushed to a limit. So they want to see like your endurance, and then what you can do after you should be worn down. So yeah, and by the way, I've seen on my feed people saying, I tried, like, like the SEAL test. I've tried for whatever branch I see Navy SEALs come up the most because they get the spotlights. I guess fuck the Marines for only joining US SOCOM in 2006, so they never get talked about. And those berets can be whatever color, I guess, and whatever, doesn't matter because SEALs are there. So or it's not to downplay Navy SEALs at all, the badasses. But I've seen a lot of people say like, I've taken the test of like what it takes to be in it, and I see them go in a pool and swim and take a break, and it immediately pisses me off. And that's why I'm like, I tune out. It's like, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. There is no break. There is no break. If you see any of those tests, Marines 8 Crayola, SOCOM Army side is better. Go fuck yourself. Sorry, I don't know where that came from. Something in my throat. So, I always tune out of those because nope, there is no break. Usually, when you see the swimming portion, it is immediately swimming, and then you're usually doing swimming, then push-ups, sit-ups, chin-ups, and then you run. Usually in that order with more things in it, but there's no break. And the whole point is there's not supposed to be a fucking break. Are you kidding? If you're a Marine going for SOCOM, you could probably already swim that because Marines ride with, we have to go get drowned in the Atlantic if it's like Paris Island. Fucking California boots got to go find a body of water, being over there in Pendleton, whatever. You go to Geiger, you still got to go to the Atlantic, go get drowned for SOI. Whatever, we're fucking used to carrying a lot of shit and go and get drowned. But not a lot of people are used to going and getting yourself drowned in the Atlantic and then going and having to push out 100, 100, 200, things like that. You're not used to that and then being told get up and run and then doing the classroom portion. That's different. It's like because Marines run with Navy. That's why the lingo is about the same between Marines and Navy. They run together. The lingo is more similar between Army and Air Force because Marines usually, they're supposed to be aquatic units. People forget that. So it's like, try to see if a Marine can test in. You're going to get the swimming part done. That's not the problem. The problem is, can you do everything else physically? Then can you still think? The Navy is the Marines' daddy. No, but I will say that because every Marine or rifleman, and there's a lot that goes behind, and they try to take pride in the few and the proud, so they'll want to boot you out, and even during times with drafts, they would tell you consider joining another branch. I'll tell you one thing. The dick measuring contests at port are real. And the walk that you have to do under certain bridges where you've got people that like you might be green as fuck as a boot or going as whatever, and you got to walk under them. It's intimidating as fuck. But the dick measuring contest, Navy is Uber for Marines. Thank you. God, my dad told me about that when he was younger, of being like at port and like, it's like, I hear you guys are tough and like, how many of you can I take and whatnot? It's like, God, can we all just keep our penises in our pants? Why do we gotta whip out the measuring tape? And then I get older just to know that years later, it's the same shit, different day. What the fuck? Like, why has everyone gotta just whip it out and measure? And if everyone's serving for why is it always gotta be some competition? And then you find out that it's not, they don't mean for it to be competition. It's just the way of the world, how it goes. Like everything, you get so much in a mindset that you're competing with other people, yourself. You're basically told everything you do is wrong. Then when you do it right, there are other people who do it more right than you. You get in trouble for shit you do perfectly right, but someone has to get in trouble to make an example. So somebody's gonna be thrown in a hole for some fucking reason, no matter if they did it perfectly. There's always got to be an example out of someone. So the process, hey, curious, the process itself of even going through all of that kind of stuff kind of makes it into the dick measuring contest. And so I can understand that when you have a lot of people pent up, probably riding together and they want to be like, oh, I never got that until I kind of got it. And I'm like, what the hell is wrong with y'all? It's still one of those, what the hell? It's one of those things. Marines stole the Eagle from the Air Force, Anchor from the Navy, Rope from the Army, and 7 days, while God rested, stole the globe. So, ooh. Hold on. I gotta be legit. Hold on. Let me breathe for a second. I'm not saying I myself am a Marine. I'm just saying that there are people watching that are Marines, and that hurts. Like, that feels like it's one step away for some people before we cause an accidental fight. From going and calling it a bird ball and fish hook, which is about the equivalent of saying the N-word. So I don't want to go too far that way. But the idea of the symbolism of what Marines go for. Marines are, I'll say this, Marines history goes back all the way to the late 1700s, and it's not as much stolen as it is the symbolism. There's of course gonna be crossover. Yeah, it's all right. No, I understand. I just don't want. I'm afraid that some people could be offended by that, because I've seen fights break out over some of the things. But yeah, he's not. Your grandpa isn't quite wrong. It's supposed to be that Marines were over time, even an aquatic force, they turned into first one's in, last one's out, and they're supposed to be. It's the reason why Marines didn't make a contribution to U.S. SOCOM until 2006, because there was no need to do that. There's no need for a Marine contribution, because Marine training usually was the idea that you could take full-on units and just push them on over into SOCOM, and they could possibly make the cut. So why take a whole branch that has better training, quote unquote, across the board, and force them to give up those that excel into a smaller unit where you lose a bit of, and there's a lot of controversy. Finally, it was just like screw off. Like in 2006, 2005, it was decided that Marines had to start making a contribution. But they're supposed to be well-rounded, and so it's the symbolism that comes from the EGA dates back pretty far, and some things are kind of barred, but at the end of the day, it's the idea of there's nothing there. The Eagle Globe Anchor is to symbolize air, land, sea. Like, if you just to dumb it down, it's just to say, like, yeah, there's Air Force, there is Army, there are Marine, there's Navy, but it doesn't matter if you ask us to be in, or ask them to be in the air, on land, or in the sea. They're supposed to excel. So that's where that kind of, and that is a bastardization of that. But yeah. Yeah, the Marines are very hard on the symbol. Yes, I have seen men die going back for that damn symbol. I really don't want to talk much more about that. I'm trying to turn on a filter because I need to stop. That symbol, out of all the branches of armed forces, that is Marines probably. Yeah. I've attended a few graduations. Whether it be those, never out of any Hollywood boots, even though my dad was a Hollywood boot, but because of the draft, my dad was also second division. So even though he's at Pendleton, Um, um, even from my dad's generation to later generations to mine to probably ones that are going through it now, you hear variations of like right after the Crucible when they want to try to talk to you about, and then you know getting into actual graduation with family, you hear variations, and it feels really pretentious when you hear it, but if you aren't part of that and see what happens, you don't see it's you're it's a symbol that they vary no matter who's giving that talk during graduation. You're gonna hear it as if it is earned, and the fact that you're here alive receiving it means your life is tied to it, and that the only reason you'd have it is because your efforts put that on you, that you can wear that. Now that should be any, like, it's, you know, stolen valor if it's you wear anything that's not, you know, if you're trying to impersonate military, right? So that should be a given. But those I've attended, you know, graduations for also Army and you know, also for other branches, and the emphasis that they put on the idea that like you've earned basically, like, you know, your EGA in your life, like they're gifts, like they're power, like there's something, like the emphasis they put on it is ridiculous. It is kind of ridiculous because to a point where you can't insult the EGA. You can insult the Eagle, Globe, and Anchor. You can insult that and you will get in a fist fight with a Marine, not because they mean to, but because it's like it's ingrained into them. And so the symbolism is put there mostly because, and this is also bastardizing, but it's my opinion, even though history has said a little bit different. My opinion of it is that when Marines were starting to be expected to breach beaches and be first ones in and all this other stuff, riding with Navy, they were being expected to die en masse. And because they were being expected to die en masse, something needed to live beyond what they were, and being expected to die en masse with that expectation, even when other branches could have stepped up. And so we're talking like, we're starting to talk the mentality that would come post World War II, because you're that mentality was there for a lot of branches of World War II. The idea of like the world coming together was a different thing. It's the Great War was supposed to be the war to end all wars, and then we had a second war that the world is involved in. So this is kind of a history lesson. But when it comes to the Marines in general, when you need them to now continuously know that they will be put in a position where they're going to be asked to be supposedly a better skill set than a lot of other branches, but then be first to die. You have to give them something that lets them know, even if they die, it lives on. And so in my humble opinion, that EGA became a damn like an albatross. And I would say my opinion on it would just be its own thing. It's just my opinion and it's nothing else. But then I go off and see men die over that symbol. And then I realize that's exactly what it seems to be. It seems to be the way of making sure, like, that once you put so much emphasis on a symbol, your life is easier to give up. But once you put so much emphasis on a symbol, are you even alive if you lose that symbol in some capacity? And seeing men die over a fucking symbol that can be replaced, is not a fun memory. But it's yeah, the symbolism, the reason why it's easier to probably insult Marines is, in my humble opinion. My opinion, though, is more specified under one branch, and I can't speak for all branches of how they perceive it if they would immediately call me out. And I can't speak for Marines active or not, because once Marine, always Marine. I can't speak for them specifically because everyone's going to have different opinions, but that's just the opinion of a humble opinion of someone who might or might not have some or none experience with some or none of that. So, yeah, that's the best way to put it. Yeah. That's a bit. Did I just get? I'm gonna break things. I'm pretty sure I probably just got. Okay. So anyway, I didn't mean to get too heavy. It's just some people say that they stop on by because I talk, and you know, I don't like to make things all political and religious all the time and things like that. But sometimes when, you know, people should know that, like, here's why I break some of that kind of stuff down to the best of my ability, even if it's not dead on. You should know that wherever you live, there are armed forces, right? You don't have to agree with how they're being used and deployed or all that kind of stuff. All you have to know is that the people there, the majority of them, have a reason. It could be college, that they were promised something, they could see a future in it. It could be the idea that they're looking for something bigger than themselves. It could be the idea of wanting to help people. It can be the idea of, for some of the very few, and it's a minority, that they'll usually not make the cut. They'll usually get kicked out of wherever it is. There are very few, though, that can make the cut, that want to be there because it's violent. But most people in that position started off with what I'd call, at least, I won't say humble intentions, but no matter what branch of the military you're looking at, it started off, I mean, when you look at Coast Guard being, when testing out, usually, on average, the smartest of all. Hey, Dead Atomic, what's going on? I need to get up and get a drink. Hydration break, yeah. I say it because sometimes when something like that comes up, I remember that some things like that can be said nonchalantly, because sometimes we do accidentally take things around us nonchalantly because we hear about the bad things that have happened about it. And so, or we hear it by secondhand, and it brings down the, for example, once again, not trying to get political, some people don't agree with some different things that they've heard with. Just a few years ago, what police were doing, there were people protesting and stuff like that. And it made it out to, like, as if all police officers will absolutely accost you. I live in a county where, like, I've been pulled over a few times for a broken taillight, and they're the happiest people alive, it seems. They're very friendly, very few. And I've lived at a place where if I had to run into police, keep your mouth shut, ask for a lawyer. Like, it's run the gamut. And, you know, you hear about those types of things, whatnot. But when I heard, like, so many people just generalizing police are bad, it made me feel bad for that. We have community members who are police officers. I can think of one in particular that she went off and went from, like, one spectrum of how her life was going to she became a police officer, and people were bad mouthing police in my chat, and she's right here. Like, she's here, active, present, and she's very proud that she just became a police officer, just to have everyone shitting all over it type deal. You know, and it made me feel bad that she would ever have to be in a stream that would happen. You know, just as an example of it. We look at sometimes the bad, like 1%, and just generalize it as all of it's got to be bad now, right? Because why would they do it and someone else not? And why would you hear repeat stories, right? You wouldn't hear a repeat if it weren't like a systemic problem. Where there's going to be a systemic problem in almost every institution or anything that is created by human beings. but you don't give up on it because there's a systemic problem. You find the root of it and you do your best to curb away from the bad things, if in general it is a good thing that it exists. And in my opinion, it's a tragedy when the rest of the people who wake up and are willing to do things, whether it's helping you be safe on the side of the road because your car broke down, or help you change your tire, or go grab some gas for you, or they're not just out to grab a quota and arrest, it's something like that. They're out there and they'll help you out. And for those people to have to go home and see that on TV or come to my streams and see that, made me very sad, even though I know some of the exact police officers that they're talking about, and I've met them and I've dealt with them and I've been in handcuffs because of them, because they need to be retrained, right? But they're by far not the majority. They're by far just not. But it doesn't mean you don't strive for something better. So when you see the problem and you can diagnose that there's a systemic issue, you still address the issue while honoring those who still had good intentions, while trying to uphold good things that keep civilization going in a good direction. And for some reason, that whole talk can be accepted for police officers, and then I see people talk about military as if it's something different. It's not. It's not different. That's why I make a point when I say things are bad. I say organization or company is bad, oriented or flawed. Exactly. Because the systemic issue is usually somewhere buried deep. Like, people want to say racism is dead. It's not. Take it from someone who's only half black. I have lived in Georgia for a long time. It's not. But it's better than when I was younger and my biological father had to walk streets where we might move to see if he'd get shot at. It's better than when I was before 4 years old. The back window of our car was shot at because there was a black man and white woman in the front seat, and my brother and I were in the back seat. And because it was a mixed couple, they took shots at the car because we were over just barely in Alabama, and so our back window shot. It's not as bad as even when I'm in I believe it was middle school, that my brother had glass from the bus hurt him because someone shot out the back window aiming for the kids, including my brother. That a few of them that would be near the back of the bus, that a kid took a rifle to my brother, to the bus, and I wasn't on it that day, and it made me feel awful because I do a little bit better under pressure when gunfire goes off, even back then. So that the idea that my brother had to handle all of that. Oh, that's right. It was, my brother was in 9th and I was in 8th. I was on the bus because we weren't at the same school yet. Nathan got shot at, and then I immediately ran and made sure I was like with him. Some of those systemic problems that come from the idea, those things that even come from something like race, people forget that there's a history that we have behind. And this isn't supposed to be a history lesson. This is just, I'm making an analogy here of that there's a systemic problem with things that people get tired of hearing about. People get tired of hearing that there's possibly racism still alive because they don't see the problem. It doesn't affect them. Just because it doesn't affect you doesn't mean there's not an issue, but that's sometimes a good thing. If you just spin it and look at it a different way, the fact that racism isn't affecting nearly as many people in nearly as severe a way as 50 or 100 years ago is progress. That's what's supposed to happen. But you're not supposed to all of a sudden say, then racism therefore doesn't exist. That's a leap in logic. That is immediately skipping over variables. That's skipping over the idea of as if saying Emancipation Proclamation is signed and then all of a sudden all rights are there. Emancipation Proclamation is signed 100 years later. Black men can vote and still women can't vote. 100 years later, we can go to the same schools, but it was only 1938, about 10 years before my dad's born, that they finally outlawed something called a company script. And I brought that up earlier. I want to just emphasize company scripts were in most states banned in 1933. In all states, 1938 and 1939. It was a way of still keeping down those predominantly of color who were working to, instead of paying them in the US dollar, paying them in a company script, which is the company's currency that could only be used in company stores. And if you see the problem with that, that's the same as indentured servitude / slavery. You can't save up money to buy land or buy anything of your own, buy a car, buy property, buy anything, if you don't make the American dollar. But who were the ones being served company scripts? That is 1938. 1933 is when all of a sudden troops crossed back into Germany after being trained in a different company. And there's a new party being built up that would one day lead to the reason why World War II kicked off, right? 1933 is also when most states said, don't do that. It's not all that long ago. My great grandma that I remember speaking to could tell you stories about their family horse. You know who else can tell you stories about that? My grandma, who's still alive. The family horse they had before they even had a car. It feels like so long ago. But then my dad can tell you about the race riots. My dad can tell you about having a gang and going off, and that the gang was protecting a lot of colored kids around where he lived. And when shit would happen, when my dad was younger, they'd skip school and ride a boxcar or something down the tracks to get away from the violence to help save some of those people from having to be a part of it because it was bullshit. My dad very much didn't get why, he understood that there was a lot of racist tendencies. Half of his family didn't like the idea that he adopted 2 black kids. So it's not like but even young, he had this feeling of looking out for people and would just skip town with all of his friends, and white, black, doesn't matter, to get them away from the race riots. My dad can tell you all about that. They're labeled a gang, but they didn't fight and trade drugs and whatever money. No, they were just group of kids that hung out with each other, and if shit went down, they all banded together, a gang, and just looked out for each other. That if you want to mess with him, you're messing with all of us. And yeah, we're whites. They're not, but it doesn't fucking matter. So my dad's just that kind of man. So no surprise that he doesn't see a problem in adopting 2 half black boys when they need help. But when my great grandma and grandma can tell you about family horses and the milkman, and literally the milkman delivering, all the way to my dad can tell you about, race riots, all the way to the idea that my mom can tell you about, National Guard being deployed and there being a tragedy at a campus where college students were shot, all the way to, but intertwined in there, my mom barely remembers JFK being shot, barely remembers Vietnam. My dad's, though in Vietnam, 10 years older. And then, but all of them remembering vaguely, I have a dream. To me, that's a history lesson. To my mom and dad, my dad, he just calls that being younger. He calls that more than half his life ago when he talks about being younger. He watched that happen. So it's not like it's all that much gone. And as he's gotten older, as one person that can look at it, he adopted 2 half black kids and his family gave him hell for it. Okay, cool. So we have an attack on our soil later on. And then people want to rebuild and country comes together back in 2001. And then we shit all over Muslims for wanting to build a religious center that was already standing near ground zero. So tolerance isn't even just restricted to races. Apparently religion. Apparently whenever it's convenient, we say we're tolerant and then we become intolerant when we don't like the idea that we want to generalize even a religion for doing a thing to our country. But then they just want to be peaceful and make a thing, and they should be able to, and that type of deal. We're all tolerant until tolerance goes out the window. And now I can say, because I told my son to get off, that the reason why I even wanted my ex-father-in-law to exist to this day, and this is not slander against him at all, I respect him greatly. My ex-father-in-law did not show up to my wedding because he did not approve of his daughter marrying a half-black man. Get this straight. The woman I divorced did not have her father show up because that man was half black. So my brother had a few people making sure that if he showed up, to assume he's going to be violent. And to make sure that we could still have a ceremony. ironically, that we had on an apple plantation. So, and he's one of the people I miss the most that have died that my son needs in his life, because he went from somebody that wouldn't even show up to a marriage because I'm half of something that he had said, but what about the Bible, Tower of Babel, and the idea that, you know, you could be smart, but it's not. And what would the kids, what would future, what, he went from that to how many talks did I have with him of saying, yeah, I'm having a son and you've got 8 months to basically be different. Like, you can't be like this. Otherwise you'll never see your grandson. I wish he were still alive. He died at age 69 from cancer. He is like the one person on my ex's side of the family that if pray to God, would have just wished lived to 100. Because no, racism is not dead, but the man learned. You know how much respect I've got for somebody who could look down on a group of people and in his 50s, late 50s, 60s, completely change his mind for the sake of other people. That's growth in real time. And that's called, I had to experience racism just to get married, just to have the guy change his opinions. And maybe it was spurred on by the idea that he'd never get to see a grandkid, but he was legitimate in everything he did for my son and the ways he talked to me, the way he pulled me aside and said, I know that Rowan's in good hands because you exist. I had the opinions wrong. And the only time when he was going through cancer treatments that he ever blew up because he's going through hormone treatment, he got a bit aggressive about how parenting was going. And the idea that he talked to me later about this backhanded comment, but he talked to me later about how he appreciated that I was willing to stand up to him when he knew he was kind of in the wrong. And he especially didn't want me to think that the reason that he would ever like get on to me and Mel would be because I'm half black and my son's a fourth black. That was not it. It was, you know, he's going through treatments. He appreciates our parenting style, but he was making a scene in public and he's going through a lot. And I understood that. And he had a heart attack and now he's having to fight cancer, blah, blah. That's in real time. That man died and I was devastated. And then my ex was like, why are you acting all sad? It's my dad. Yeah, but it's also my son's future. That was the grandpa that was younger and I could survive and teach my son what it's like to be a real adult. Because you know what it's like to be a real adult? Accepting that there are systemic problems in our society and then fucking being an adult and tackling it and changing. The man changed in real time and he's dead. And that's a tragedy for my son. Because of all people my son should learn from, he shouldn't learn from the fucking old geezers who haven't changed in the last goddamn 30 years and call themselves adults. He should learn from the one that didn't show up to a wedding because I'm half black and later on became my biggest advocate and my son's biggest advocate because he got over that shit and learned that he was wrong. Stop talking about his black friend and start talking about how we're equal and he didn't mean to bring out the Tower of Babel and he knows. That is real being an adult. He really learned. He proved the concept that I talk about, that you are dead the day you stop growing. The day you decide you learned enough, you know enough, you are enough, you're dead and still breathing. You're wasting space because you're no longer alive. You're just stagnant. You're just there. You're taking up space. That's not living. That's existing. They're not the same. And you can exist dead and alive. But living means growth. And if it's not physical growth because you're past puberty, it's mental growth. It means something. And when the average person at 25 is already set in their waves, that's bullshit. And my son needs better examples. And one of his best examples was gonna come from, at one point, a racist asshole that turned into one of his biggest cheerleaders, basically, of his life. And now he's gone. That kind of thinking is still a systemic problem. My ex-wife did not know her dad had a racist bone in his body until she started dating me. See, it wasn't her problem and it wasn't his problem until she was with the black guy. Then all of a sudden, I'm not saying I'm racist, but I just don't think you two should be together. I'm not saying I'm racist, but it became a problem. So there was a systemic problem coming from like the sins of our father type deal, passed down, ideology passed down. The way that we think about even our fellow man, even though we all bleed red, passed down. And the same people that harp like racism is getting better, all of a sudden being faced with dad won't show up to wedding. Why the hell? I'm in tears. My mom has to walk me down the aisle. But he eventually turned into the person who is showing up to every damn game for my son, being there and trying to encourage him for baseball, being there for basketball, being there for when he's having the smallest to the biggest ceremonies, not trying to buy his affection with money like he kind of did with his own daughter, but trying to actually earn my son's affection by being a good grandfather. And that's not to say my dad's a bad grandfather. It's just to say my dad is older. He's 78 and he's going to be dying sooner than later. The one that was taken by cancer, I needed him here. But Mel would have sworn to you back in 2008, my ex would have sworn that there's no big deal with racism. It's not a systemic problem anymore. It's a personal problem. You're not going to really find it all over the place. I mean, look at her family. They don't care until they cared. When systemic problems rise, usually it's because it ends up affecting a certain group of people who have a particular opinion, and they weren't forced to express their misguided, shitty, or just against the grain opinion until they were forced to do so because they ran into it. They could espouse that they are tolerant until their intolerance bubbles to the surface because they're intolerant. They can tolerate everything until they can't tolerate that one thing. Those type of systemic things, even it's not just race and religion and where you're born and how much money you're born into. It's not just about like what F. Scott Fitzgerald writes about of old versus new money with GATS, also known as Gatsby, that new money doesn't count as much as old money. It's not about it's about that those things trickle down into a system that will have imperfections because it once did exist. We can say it's race because but we can talk about any other subject, and there's probably a problem that exists in any institution, any company, any organization, because at one point it did exist, and therefore it's scrubbed somewhere buried deep into. Slave laws are still on the books in Georgia, one of 16 states, now 20 states, because they added the fucking laws back. There are still slave labor laws on the books in Georgia that could be enforced, but they can't be enforced because federal laws says you can't do that. If anyone didn't know that, go look up how many a third of the U.S. states still won't abolish slave labor laws, and ways that you can basically misuse and mistreat. Do you not think that there might be a problem that comes from that after a time? Yeah, but does it mean everyone is the problem? No, it doesn't. Does it mean people can't address the problem, grow, change, and we can get past the problem just to find the next new problem and grow and get better? And over time, we can leave this world better than the way we found it. That's exactly what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to. That's called being an adult. How fucking tired I am of adults just not being adults. Just grow up. Just please grow. Come on. The fact that I have to point to one man as being like the one that I was like, of when I think of her side of the family, he needed to be alive is a damn shame. Because you know what it says, implicitly? It says implicitly that as for the rest of the family, and that's the problem. The real problem is that it says, I need him to be here to be that kind of good example of how to change. Because it explicitly says that, and it implicitly says, because that example doesn't exist somewhere else that's easy to access. Because then you have to show someone that would come against some kind of adversity, some kind of systemic thought, issue, problem, and then grow past it, even when they don't really want to, but they know it's for the best because they're in the wrong. When I even see things about armed forces, about police, about all those things, of course there are systemic problems. What I don't want to happen is the idea that we can demonize. And I hate that happens so often. The idea that we can demonize so easily from the systemic problems that come up from the problems of just a few people. Hey, Paralyzed Power, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And that's the reason why sometimes I can go off and talk about stuff like this for so long, it's more because it's more along the lines of having police is not a problem. What they're told and what they're trained to do sometimes isn't even the problem either. But a few people doing the wrong thing can make a whole bigger organization look extremely wrong. And I know this is probably a bad time to mention that, given that it's cold outside. There's even ice on the ground, and people have very, very, very polarized opinions about what's going on with that. The majority of people not quite liking how it's playing out no matter what, even if they would rather just see it play out in a different way. I'm not trying to get at that current topic, but I am saying that that current topic is the result of a systemic problem that did exist, and it was always there, whether you notice it or not. It's just now right in your face because people made you deal with it, and now you have to hear about it. Because the point that I love the most that a long time somebody made was, if you're tired of hearing subjects like this, imagine how fucking exhausting it must be for the people who live those same topics. That it's just a theoretical topic. It's just a hypothetical. It's just, for you, it might be just, at that a studious topic where it's all that. But for you to be tired of hearing it, how exhausting it must be living it is staggering. And so the reason that sometimes when I see things that could be offensive to the few and I say something about it isn't because I'm mad at somebody or whatnot. It's because I know that there are people who watch that probably over the time I've been talking have tuned in and out because they don't want any part of this. They wanted to see me play a game. They didn't want to hear about somebody having a random like grandstanding and being on the soapbox talking about. But for those that will stay and hurt and realize that I am passionate about these types of things and will just give me at least 10 minutes, even though it's been way longer than 10 minutes I've been speaking. If I die tomorrow and I don't talk about these things, then if I'm the only person that is willing to talk to you about it, I don't want to be your last chance to be a better person, or I'm not even saying I'm a good enough person to make you a better person, to open your mind to different ways to think about the world around you so that maybe, just maybe, you can differentiate injustice and just blatant bigotry and intolerance. And you could differentiate the idea of bad things that have systemic problems and good things that have systemic problems that just need to be built upon because the foundation is good enough. We can't get by without it. The differentiation between good and evil isn't black and white, but the differentiation between being able to see the few don't mean the many, and that we're all, at the end of the day, human beings, and we do have something in common. We have as long as all of us are bleeding red, we have common ground, and being able to separate all those things is the reason that I get passionate about it, because I can't be the only one that can separate some of those things and then go off and die. That can't be it. And that's another one of my fears for something like that, because like I just said, the one that I was depending on to help teach my son what it's like in real time to change fucking died on me already at age 69 because cancer is a bitch and it took him out of nowhere. He was a great candidate for showing my son, who is a fourth black, your race is not going to dictate everything. It could be a roadblock, it could be a setback. People can judge you by it, but people can also judge you, decide that they were the asshole. Am I the asshole? Kind of go on to Reddit and then change because he changed, so can they. And he's in his 60s changing. So if they're in their 20s, what fucking excuse do they have to not just learn that maybe they're an asshat and they could just, I don't know, apologize and go on? If that's the case in my own personal life, there's a fear in me that if I don't say things when they come up to my mind, I could be the only person in your life, and I'm some just goddamn YouTuber on the internet that you might never meet. So what does that say? What does that say? It says to me that as long as I have a public platform, I do have a bit of a responsibility that sometimes if the topic's serious enough, take a small break. Maybe I need to take a breather and to get some water, but that maybe I am that person. Maybe I am that ex-father-in-law that changed. Maybe I am that person that you saw that you didn't realize has gone through things until they said. Maybe it is that one time that you heard it being like, huh, and decide to open up a book or look at your local laws or look at news a different way and not demonize everyone for the actions of a few, not generalize too much when sometimes it's specifics, and not looking at a systemic problem and saying, and therefore it's all bad. Society is built on the hopes and dreams of people long dead, and to shit all over that because of the few assholes that will always exist, and then to justify the idea of shitting on them and playing it and being just being in general bigoted toward it because you can say it's a systemic problem is also just trampling over the hopes and dreams of people that came before us that hope we won't be like this later. We can't give up on it when it's broken. We can fight to change it. We can ask for change. But at the same time, while we're asking for change, don't ask people who are already doing the right thing to change, because then they'll start changing into the thing you didn't want if they're already doing the thing you wanted. That's the real problem. When you lump everyone together and then you say change, but then some were already doing the thing you wanted. Did you just accidentally ask people that did the exact thing you wanted to do, the 99% that are already doing what you asked? Did you just ask them to change because of 1% of assholes? Is that what you just accidentally did? Because it sounds like that's what a lot of people accidentally do. Did you just ask the nice cop that pulled you over that's just warning you about your taillight to be more aggressive with you? Because you decided to lump everyone together? Maybe you just did. Did you just ask, military service, you don't like the idea of where we're being deployed or where military is fighting or like what conflicts or why we're even getting involved. So you're going to demonize when a lot of them is going AWOL or, going against some orders can get you killed. But the majority go in with pure intentions, whether it's purely for education, purely for the, for their idea, but they can do things with what they're doing. They feel like that's where they can fit. Are you asking them to all of a sudden be a thing that you already wanted them to be, but you accidentally lumped them in with the awful ones? Possibly. That's the problem with generalizations. It stunts growth because it changes people who were already good into believing they'll never be good enough for you. And people will stop changing because they'll never live up to your damn expectation if they can never be good enough because you lump them in with the ones that were doing the bad thing, but they never did the bad thing. That's the problem. It's the same problem with medicine, talking about all doctors bad, all nursing staff doesn't pay attention, that all, care part, all techs and everything. Then why does your doctor or nurse that's doing their job and giving you all the attention in the world even want to lend you an ear if all you can do is bitch about how they don't answer the call button fast enough when they've already got 6 or 7 patients stacked on top of them and the charge is even taking patients at night when they're already shorted an LPN, they got a CNA floated, they don't even have the staff and they're still doing the best, and then you lit it out on them as if there's plenty of them that are lazy. But what happens when you start doing that to the ones doing their best for you? What happens when you start tearing down the doctors actually looking at you like you're a human being when you're at your lowest and you're sick? And you start being like, but doctors don't even care. But in reality, it's a systemic problem of they spend now half their time in the office fighting with healthcare companies to try to get your medication approved through whatever company that you've got. And then they have to do this over and over and over until eventually bedside manner could have gone out the window. A decade's worth of that can make it so that they're better at talking to an agent and representative from a healthcare company than they are patients. But when they could have that good bedside manner, they've got a patient yelling down their throat, you don't even care, you've been in your office, this is your first time visiting me today. Yeah, but what if the other half their day was spent on the phone trying to get your goddamn medication? What then? Did you just teach them that it doesn't matter what my bedside manner is? All that training, all that time of becoming a doctor doesn't fucking matter to a single goddamn person because they think I'm shit. I was great at first, but the more I actually had to deal with this, then they think I'll just be bland. I'll just show up and do my job. It's now just a paycheck. Your life is just a paycheck. Well, who caused that? The system started it, but they could have pulled out of it. But then the public, the people that could have also pulled them out of that tailspin, backed it up and said, no, you are shit, aren't you? Without even knowing that now the average doctor spends over 55%. It used to be 52. It's upwards of 60 and above percent of their time in the office. And it used to be that office time was used looking up your conditions to help you. And now the majority of it is fighting with healthcare companies. Of course, once they got finished fighting for you to just get a damn medication, they might be a bit mentally burnt out. And maybe, just maybe, when they come in there and they slip up with their bedside manner, if the day before they were happy and sunshine and smiles, and today they seem more bland, maybe, just maybe, treat them with a little humanity so they don't go off and just start treating it like a paycheck to everyone. You know what I mean? That nurse that you just cussed out might be the worst nurse ever, and they might need to be fired. Or they might be the best one ever, and you just made it so they're so burnt out they don't want to show up to work tomorrow. That's not to even mention, yeah, armed forces, police officers, everyone trying to, those that even work in industries that you don't think of. You go through Taco Bell, you want to talk shit to them, like they're not already making minimum wage and hate their job. They don't want to be there. And you want to take out your frustrations on them because this shit, they're already told how to make it. They don't get to change the recipe just for your ass. They just get to add do you want mayo or not? That's about the most choice that they get. But some of them are doing it as a legitimate job. And do they want to show up and put a smile on for your ass when you're just going to be a belligerent jerk to them because you think all fast food establishments are just have people who are lazy assholes who are just they don't care about the job and they probably spit in your burger in the back? Like, if that's how you treat them, then they show up to work and they have to deal more and more as if it's a customer service job instead of being like a retail, you're getting food job. And then they act like the exact thing you don't want them to act like it when they were like, well, I try to be nice to my customers. I got plenty of experience with that. I've run stores and I've watched my dad be a manager for 20 years. And my dad was able to resist it. I didn't meet a single other person that was able to resist that. His immediate superior boss, Janice, was an asshole. When I first met Janice, she was an angel. Janice was my dad's direct superior while working for Waffle House. She seemed like an angel, especially because the damn founders of Waffle House used to take my dad and I golfing. So it's not like I didn't know that people had. If Waffle House closed down, you know shit's gone wrong. We stay open, whatever. But like my dad was almost on the menu. It almost was Rick's Chili, Rick's something. They wanted my dad to be like a picture when they used to have the bigger menus before COVID and all that jazz. They wanted my dad a long time ago. I asked him like, what do you want to be on the menu? Because he was a namesake. They would hire Santas and whatnot. My dad's boss after time. I saw her for years and years on end. I started working. I remembered her as such a nice person. My dad had to warn her, Janice she'll be like, if you have a problem with her, you can actually say your opinion and you can come to me. And when I heard him say that, when I started working with my dad at Waffle House, I was like, she's nice. He's like, she can be. She was. Yeah, the job beat it out of her. She was nice to everyone until the job just like drained it out of her because you don't get ahead and it doesn't get you a bigger paycheck being nice. But being curt and getting to the point and pushing people aside and getting to the next fucking thing so you can punch out and go home does get you something. Humanity very rarely reaps a big instant reward and a big dopamine hit. Very rarely does basic humanity do that for you. But basic callousness does wonders. If you just ignore the plight of everyone else around you and just pretend like you're the main character and no one else's life fucking matters, it does wonders to make sure that you get home, you get paid, you get yours, and they just gotta fucking worry about their own shit because it's not your problem, right? That kind of mindset is the exact kind of mindset of people who don't change, who won't look at the world, who won't think they might be in the wrong, who don't grow. And it's the exact same kind of mindset that makes it so that you're just your own self-fulfilling prophecy. And the only way to change it is that every single person that realizes that needs to realize when they specifically do so. Because as much as you think you might not be biased against something, guess what? You're human, so it means you are. It means you have room to grow for something. And when whoever you are watching, on your phone, tablet, TV, computer, when you run into that, You need to recognize that you accidentally picked up that bias towards that thing, and you need to assess how to be better. And if you're not willing to do that, you're just going to bring others down by continuing the same damn patterns, whether it's teaching others it's okay to be like that, or whether it's bringing down the people who are already doing the right thing, and you're teaching them no matter how right they can be, they'll be treated like garbage. Most systemic problems, sadly, don't come from the system. They come from the people who demonize the people in the system instead of the system. They demonize everyone as a group. They demonize by race and religion, ethnicity, background, money, where you grew up, where you live, the way you speak, the languages you speak, your eye color, shape, your hair color. It doesn't really matter, does it? There's always a way to be able to make it us versus them. Me and us and that, you know, some division, some line that we can make. Are some lines acceptable? Absolutely. There have to be boundaries. Should you tolerate some healthcare worker absolutely treating you like garbage? No, you shouldn't. Should you have some understanding if you realize that healthcare, should you give them a chance? Should you give them a chance? Should the first time a nurse walking into your room when you're their new patient for the night, should you give them a chance and a smile? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You absolutely should give them a chance. Should you give a chance to your local police officers? Because no matter what capacity you see them acting in, do you know that like they're being threatened with their job if they don't carry it out, but they want to do the right thing and they're caught in a rock and a hard place. But there are some people who are taking joy in being caught in that rock and hard place and abusing. Oof. Oof. Ooh. Oof. That was cold. I got hit by both sides for that one. Who narked on me? Oof. I'm back. Sorry about that. That wasn't just YouTube. I got hit both. I immediately got a pop-up that I've never seen. Because I'm not as used to Twitch. I got a pop-up and then I got both simultaneously. Because you can be IP blocked. So that was a big oof. I've never actually had IP block to stop a stream. That's crazy. Hey, Trail House. But I guess that's what happens if you're streaming on more than one platform. Oof. Yeah, that was a bonk. I got bonked. Okay. With that bonk, I'm gonna go grab a little water. Also,
I got 1, I got 3. Can I get a 5? Can I get a 5? 5 in the fishnets. 5 in the fishnets. Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Words I didn't think I'd ever say, ever. Can I mention ever again?
oh, why didn't it read it out? It's a penny off. A penny saved is a penny that should be read. Hey everyone, glad to see you still streaming. I know you've been through a lot. Good to see you. Good to see you too, Paralyzed Power. I thank you for that. It was probably good. A second to calm myself down. Also, my chat's been frozen for YouTube this entire time. I just noticed that the reason that I was glancing over, I have what might be on accident a combined chat over on Streamlabs, but on the teleprompter I'm reading right here, I have Twitch, YouTube. YouTube was frozen this entire time. Holy crap. Hi, Natasha. I thought that was why did I think that was people probably just typing in Twitch? Probably because I was actually in the middle of getting thoughts out. Oops. That's a little delayed. Whoops. No, it's not YouTube or Twitch's fault when that kind of bonk happens. It's more or less the idea. I'm gonna go get water and then we're gonna keep playing the game. It's more the idea that I'm not saying some truth that you probably didn't know intrinsically. I'm probably just saying something that you don't like thinking about because it puts weight and responsibility. You know, we all have to kind of live with our own burdens, our own demons, our own guilt. So I'm not saying anything that's like revolutionary. Nothing I'm saying is something that you couldn't come to your own conclusion in your own way. But in the middle of an era where we don't have a Walter Cronkite, instead we have sensationalized news and real issues that the platforms are getting flooded with. Even though Twitch themselves will allow me to change this immediately into, if I want to, a let's just talk stream. There's no category for that on YouTube, but on Twitch there's just like let's talk, let's chat, whatever it's called. We can do that. The problem is that they don't want to necessarily over time, depending on what's going on, make it so that there's an association between like a game, a franchise, or something, and an issue that can polarize people, take them off the platform, things like that. Is better that you're able to search and choose those topics and learn in that opinion. And in that mindset, it's just the idea that if you want to learn about it, you will. And if you don't, then hearing about it, being blindsided with it could be inappropriate in their eyes. In my eyes, how many of us ever learned about things that we didn't know about because we went and searched for the thing we didn't know about? That's my take on it. That's why I don't just mark things as a whatever. Like, I just don't, I don't understand that logic completely, for just the sake of that. How do you know to go learn about the way that they would want? How do you know? Unless you learn from it from somewhere you weren't currently looking. I don't know. How do you find a needle in a haystack if you didn't know a needle existed in a haystack, nor that you should be looking for it? Like, the chances that you find it all of a sudden become way more than just slim. They become pretty much none. All right, I'm about to leave you guys unattended. Please scream while being leave unattended. Make your neighbors worry. I expect to hear about some house calls about people having to, in the cold, justify to their neighbors why it was like that. Hoping that, you know, we can get a little of that going maybe. And just gonna leave chat unattended. Chat has been left unattended and abandoned for... Here we go. Okay, so I got the cigarettes. But they didn't have the milk I usually like. So I don't know, I might have to leave again. Because I really only like Publix milk. And Publix is closed, but maybe they have a different I lied. I didn't get the cigarettes or milk. I just didn't want to see you people. Look, I'm just gonna give it to you like no adult ever has. Oh, I've got me a good Father's Day shirt relating to that. I prefer Malk. What's Malk? Is that? Oh, I got excited. No, I've never smoked. I've never smoked anything. No, I never anything for any reason, really. I left you guys alone for 32 and a half minutes. Oh boy. Oh boy. Let's just go ahead and let's just go ahead and get back to it. Yeah, well, you probably should just get prescription benzo, because instead of ruining your lungs, because smoking, people sometimes get on top of, especially in your position, because it's stressful and anxiety, and it reduces anxiety. Unfortunately, burned tobacco is a natural growing, most everything poisonous or bad for you, toxic or whatever, is natural growing. It does relieve anxiety with the bad side effect of your lungs. You guys have it. You're very welcome. I'm glad I could help out with. Oh, I swear is how I just looked at your name, and then I just thought, I swear, the moon and the sun, the skies, whatever. Okay. Do I get the little we're saving circle under my face cam? Because I have it a mod where it saves even while I'm pro, gives you checkpoints. And we need one, because I did not save outside. Okay, it did. There's not a save. We can't go all the way back every time. Hold on. Where are you getting these from? I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. He chambered a shell in the shotgun. He chambered a round in the rifle. Will he do it again? Or is there just a random chance he'll do it? This is the only one he hasn't chambered one. He checked it. Oh! They actually do pay attention to those details. Huh. They pay attention to the detail of he just checked if it was okay.
I got one. I got three. Can I get a five? Can I get a five? Five in the fishnets. Five in the fishnets. Can I get a five in the fishnets?
It's so loud.
Can I get a five in the fishnets? Words I didn't think I'd ever say ever. Can I mention ever again?
Sure, I still do. Yeah, do it through Instagram. Just keep reminding me to check Instagram. Sometimes I can very much forget that. There's very few ways to get a hold of me that I'm. Oh, Jesus Christ.
You are nothing if not unyielding, Mr. Kennedy.
He's in his 20s.
Shit.
Yeah, I like how people decide in the G or C. Okay, you're not allowed to do that to me. I have a no touch rule. I also have a rule on that I'm not going to aim well right now. Thank you. I appreciate that. Also, yes. As much of a pain in the ass as you can be, it'd still be nice to be able to get a hold of you every now and then. And I just talked to a friend that I had since I was very, very young. Met her 3 decades ago. I'm known for befriending for very long periods of time. Giant pains in the ass. If you're watching and you just heard that, I'm sorry, but it's a joke and you know it's true. Do I actually have a tendency to do that? I don't know. I'm using a shotgun. What's aiming? Well, if they if they just do it more realistically, I need to aim just about as precise with this shotgun right here for this distance, which is gonna spread into a stupid pattern. You see that? This is impossible. This is just, and the muzzle touches. That can't happen. That would have to be a sawn off horseshoes and hand grenades type barrel with a wide open choke. Oh, son of a whore. Oh, video games. How you've done this to the poor shotgun. Shotguns in general, for the longest time, before I started competing and realizing, oh yeah, like rounds down range do matter, like in competitions and everything else. I always thought, why do you need anything more than a shotgun? And then I started doing other things. I also forgot to send you a meme that says gently just what? Well, those are words. I always thought when I was younger, yeah, I was like, yeah, between buckshot and slugs, there's no reason. I never saw a reason of like, okay, well, further out. And then I actually started competing. I was just like semi-autos are nice, but I still think that shotguns reign supreme. Then I played video games and I went, what the fuck? Like I had a problem. See that? Video game logic says I should have hit it, but I didn't hit it, but I shouldn't hit it, but I needed to have aimed it. I don't know what they're trying to tell me. Mixed signals. What's halving? Just get so by. Oh! Ha! I looked over at chat too far instead of looking at teleprompter, and I died. I was trying to send something else and actually clicked you or something. Oopsie poopsie.
Shit.
Whoa, hi. I think it'd just be interesting every now and then down a shotgun, instead of having you down like a reticle like this, having it just that side perspective of just a little closer so that you're kind of lining up the bead of the end of the shotgun with your enemy. Like just swing it just even tighter, not technically like scoped, but just straight line over the board looking at it, and just the bead at the end that place your target at the bead just like you would, and see if people can still land shots with it. In the arms of the angel for just $2 and $5, because otherwise it won't show up on the screen. No sir, I don't like it. Ren and Stimpy. The horse. I'm not reaching out to touch someone 8 football fields down. I'm just fine. Me and LPVOs can be fine enough. Unless I'm looking for really good clarity, then it needs to be fixed or something or longer. Whoops. I think I'm not sponsored by a brand. I was about to say a brand name. I was about to say what's the brand of the one that I was thinking of? Nope. One, I don't think I'm allowed to talk about it that way. And second, if I'm saying that, I want to be sponsored. Give me a free scope. If anyone is like, oh, I heard from Darkness and they got a sell from a scope, I want some cuts of it. Give me another one. Big brand names that cost too much. I don't have money for stuff. So if you want to do the same deal that the people that start giving me the guitars do, even though I might have to start selling the guitars because I'm dirt poor. If you want that same deal, start sending me free shit and I'll start saying your name. That's how that works. Because I have one rifle that needs a decent scope. That is a tragedy of what's on it right now. It's serviceable, but it's not one that I'd sit there and beat the shit out of like I beat the shit out of just about everything that I'd actually get a hold of. Like, I dare you if you get gifted Tarkov to do that. To do which one? Oh, it's 60. Oh, you want me? I'm gonna make cursed guns if I get Tarkov. That's cursed. 24, even in the ranges that they have for Tarkov, 16 is feeling a bit cursed. Okay, hold on. I have people throwing things at me that could kill me. Did I not get the thing at the thing? Woo! I didn't jump, you jumped. Shotgun with slugs, 16 magnification scope and sawed off barrel. Like Hot Fuzz, is that the one that sawed it off so that we could see the end of the shells? Uh-oh.
Next.
You know, I think I need to return service again. I'm pretty sure as long as it's educational.
Someone feel welcome.
I know what I would bastardize. I know what I'd have to. The first things I need to bastardize are things that is like whatever I hold near and dear. I gotta make a mockery of that first. That's just the way of the internet. Whatever it is that I like most, that's the first thing in Tarkov that has to go. So which one? What platform? Oh. And since I see AKs as being like the Kalashnikov design on anything being so utilitarian, it means I gotta go after something that, and Mossy's, you know, I think hey Larissa, hold on. I think I know where I put a scope. Hold on. My brain immediately says curse, and the first curse thing I thought of, I'm gonna be so sad. I'm gonna be so sad if I can. Hold on. I just thought of a workable design. And it's not okay. Okay, so YouTube says I'm allowed to as long as I'm not encouraging. This is a Remy 870, right? And I've stripped down enough of them. All I keep thinking is, okay, So technically, I could scope this because I thought, okay, it's got the rail already, not really needed, but ghost witnessing sites like that, that bead, depending on competition, what you're shooting, you can overlook it. You can use it home defense. It just depends on what you're using it for. In competition, you might want to have you might actually want to stick a prism optic or a red dot or something that won't knock zero. But I immediately thought Remy's and Mossy's are just, you can do some screwed up. You could cut it down to where I keep the tube extension for at least 6 to 7 rounds, but I cut the barrel to where this poor thing will look like it's being shucked wrong, short stroked every single time, because I just have this forehand just sticking halfway past where the actual, so you can accidentally shoot your fingers off. Cut the barrel here. And then I thought, no, actually you can shorten the length of the two arms for the fore. So I can shorten these arms if Tarkov would let me, because there's no reason why you can't, as long as it can basically get all the way back to be able to get to the elevator, put another round in. I can actually get this thing all the way back and then cut the barrel down further, so it'd be shorter, closer to that, which is a modification I've done once before because I attached the arms and I gave it an extender for the blah blah blah. I could cut it here so that if you tried to grip this thing, you'd basically blow your fingers off on accident if that barrel is cut down far enough basically to the barrel. But you would absolutely, if you didn't accidentally put your finger in the way because you're gripping too high, you would damage the mag tube. And I could put the bead all the way back here. And since it's got a rail, I can actually put a 16 times scope on it, as if I'm going to see further down. And then it just needs a wooden 90-degree pistol grip. No, I'm allowed to in the new terms of service. That's why I just thought, as long as I'm not like showing how it operates and firing it, or like I'm apparently allowed to do that too as of January 1st. And the first thing I thought of, if I'm gonna bastardize one, that's gotta be my first victim. Let me do that, because that would make me die. Yeah, I just need a 90. It's just how do you unlock infinite ammo to Resident Evil 2 Remake? I have guides for that. Anyone here changing my full name? Attention to detail is not my strong suit. Yeah, I did. Yeah. Yeah, no, I know in Tarkov we're gonna do that, but I had to think something that I'd hold near and dear, because I'll mess up an AK. I'll even mess up an MP5. Me and CZ, I competition wise might go back, but I'll bastardize those things too. The Shadow is easy to find so many different things, and there are so many different companies that put out things that you can change it. But anyone can agree that you don't mess with the Remy 870 and its counterpart from the different company, the Mossy 500. Like, you don't screw with good things. That anyone can look at it and just be like, that's wrong. Because I can think of making a lot of cursed weapons and having to explain why it's cursed, but I can also think of, that's one of the first things I could do that would hurt my soul. And also, I don't have to explain because anyone can tell it's cursed. I wonder if it would let me go that detailed into cursing that thing. Those two shotguns are meant to be as... Yes, they are. Back in days of just being an armor, having an extra Mossy on me for parts was just the norm. Like that's just the thing you do. Go find a worn down Mossy and Remy and just use them for parts. Oh, to an AK? No, I can tear them up. To your beloved AK? Are we like AKM? Because I have dreams and aspirations of how to absolutely make people cry with that one. AK-74, sure, I can make you cry with that one too, probably. 1911? I've never really liked 1911s as much. I'd rather. There are better designs. There's the damn, I won't say the brand name, but it's called the Platypus. It's kind of like a 2011, but it takes SIG and Glock mags to double stack. I've owned about 4 Mossy 500s at the same time, and one was just was a Maverick 88, which is a Mossy, but you can't change out anything. The way it comes is the way it's like. What do they do to make it the Maverick 88 so it's not customizable? They make it so that the forend is just basically welded. What do they do? Glued? I don't know what they. I would say screwed and bolted. I don't. The Maverick is the cheaper version because it's not customizable, supposedly. Big supposedly, because if you know what you're doing, you absolutely still can. It's just another Mossy. I'll still, and yeah, I'll have no shame with an AK. No, the shotgun does not get infinite ammo. The rocket launcher and the pistol, the submachine gun, the actual machine gun, like the mounted type that she carries around like superhuman. Chamber and MP5 and 7.62. Horseshoes, hot dogs, horseshoes, and hand grenades, whatever that game is, had an MP5 chambered for shotgun shells, where the forend instead was used to what? Oh god, that was bad. I like them. I definitely prefer them over current issue sidearms. Oh, like, I mean, push comes to shove, whatever it is what I'm gonna use. I don't like 45s. I don't have a need, a reason, or a reason for extra ammo prices. The ones you get in the DLC, what do you mean? It's the ones you use at the end of the game that you can unlock. Not DLC. The ones you use to beat the end of the game. Yeah, the rocket launcher isn't DLC. The rocket launcher is the very end of the game. You beat the tyrant with the rocket launcher. You beat Birkin with the, and then this submachine is not even in the game. You just unlock it, and then the infinite handgun. My guide explains all that. 1500 I owned was like olive green, one of the classical Starkler and AR. I've never really dressed up things like that. They just need to be what they are. You're playing Resident Evil 4 and watching my... I'm on professional as well. I just don't look like a professional. I look like a professional idiot. Oh, I missed this treasure anyway. No, I've got my own preference. I don't know. Am I... with all those changes, am I allowed to say my own preferences? Are those things I'm allowed to... Because there are preferences and there are things that like practically I will and won't.
A lift. How thoughtful.
It's pleasure having you by Dragon Warrior. I'm just, my mind sometimes is only like functioning in one mode. My mind is a broken place, and my mind palace full of like evicted tenants that won't leave. No. Where? No. No.
What? The lift.
No. 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 No! I don't know. I have to keep remembering the new, like, everything that this kind of set in place. Preferences are kind of okay, I think. I can't make it sound like I'm supporting for people to go off and like do a thing. But at the same time, my preferences would just be based on mostly competition. So my preferences are very much based on my past. So what I handle and what I am comfortable with is probably a little different from a lot of people. tabs open. I can't believe you. That's so few tabs. And from a professional tabber, that should mean something. I have way too many tabs open.
What? The lift.
Yeah, I know, the lift. I will lift you up. I will show you what you want to see. And take you where you want to be. Where's the shield? Where are you? I need to find you because in the same direction as you is the one that throws the things, isn't it? Where is it? Where are you? Why are you shooting at me? Oh, come on. Where's the one that shoots? Shoot fire. No. Get off that. Okay. I got to the top. Wait. Does that mean I missed the treasure that's below me, that I saw that treasure chest while going up? Hold on. Oh, did I miss a treasure? I think I missed a treasure. Oh, I missed that treasure? Oh. That's purple. I don't really need the money, but I want the stuff. I want things. I am like a ferret. I don't know how to get to it. I passed it up. Whoops. All right, 7-man house. Which one is more difficult for first new game? Madhouse. The confined spaces and I mean the opening of 8 probably is a huge difficulty spike, but then like it settles into a pace, and you have a few confined fights that will trip you up. Like the flavors and whatnot will get you and whatnot. But Madhouse in general, overall, it seems to be a general consensus from a lot of people that it's Madhouse is a hard bar to pass. I'd assume that's because 8 is just a longer game. So the bars you have to pass and how the difficulty it feels like you sustain on Resident Evil 7 being the shorter game feels feels like more than it is. No, there's a dangly extended one, and then there's a barrel. It's a purple barrel. And here is another place where if you don't have everything, you can farm. If you save it and you kick these barrels, both of these barrels have a chance to drop spinel. And if you're short on them and need more, you can just keep reloading until they both have a spinel in them. And you see, they don't. So if I had saved it, I could come back. But I don't need spinels. Village is, I think it's about pacing being spread out, but Village, like, God, beating that first flavor is hard. Like, I think that's Vanilla that's up first, and it's oof. We break the windows. That's a cramped space that took quite some time. But you know bosses can be a little easier when Moreau has a achievement of beating him under a minute, I think. It's like, okay. That says a thing. Oh, I didn't get the dingly 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 ding. I think the dingly 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 thing is... Yeah. It's got to be dingly dingling out here. Yes, there it is. Oh. And this is an awful fight, and I will suck. Hey, John, what's going on? Under a minute and a half? It's been a while. And I have successfully had somebody else. That dingly dingly says it's like on the same floor as me. I've successfully had somebody else actually say one of the sisters of that flavor, like vanilla. You said the flavor. Yay! See, they're like the same, but they're because they come in vanilla, strawberry, chocolate. Wait, what? Okay. Oh, there you are. There you are. Heisenberg is actually one of the easier ones for me. He has a pattern to him. I showed that last time I ever played it. That he strafing and keeping away and doing things is a pattern. It's a dance. Vanilla, strawberry, mint, chocolate, and chocolate. Oh, I don't count mommy milkers as one of the, or as one of the flavors.
Take a look. Something's bound to catch your eye.
I was partial to strawberry because she was sounding like she'd be like cuddly. She sounded like she'd be nice if she wasn't made of insects and trying to kill me.
Welcome. Got a selection of good
Like,
things on sale.
the quintessential, I can fix her. I can fix her. I can fix her. Give me a little time. This fight's gonna suck so bad. I don't think a chicken egg will do anything, but I'm just gonna keep it just in case.
I'll buy it at a high price. Well then, what can I do you for?
I
You have a
really-
ticket, do you?
Shut up about the ticket!
Nice. Choose a weapon, stranger, and I'll make.
Is there anything else I can trade in? I don't have any red. I passed up a purple. You're only worth 7,000. I can stick a few green in you. 3 in the green, 1 in the spleen. I don't know. There's some sayings that go behind certain colors and where you stick things. Ooh boy.
Might want to take welcome.
You only need
Some
40, right?
things
Money
Money
can't
can't
buy.
buy.
It's a red barrel. Oh. That's
Oh, I
money
knew
too.
you'd choose that one.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What happened over on Twitch? Hey, Vamp. Whoa, whoa. The gifted 5 gifted subs over on Twitch. Thank you so much. Oh, there's something else that went with it. Oh, sarcasm. That was pause. I'm so sorry. I didn't know that was pause. I really appreciate. Thank you, Vamp. Thank you. That took me by. That absolutely took me by surprise. I'm sorry. I mean no disrespect or love to the people on Twitch. I just had my eye over on YouTube and I saw, just watching content for us, so you and your family are blessed. I'm hoping they get a few blessings. I'm partial to strawberry. Listen, before I found out that all you need is vanilla, and I mean ice cream and flavors and stuff.
Seen anything you like, stranger?
Shut up! I'm trying to talk about flavors. Strawberry was my go-to. And you're gonna try to turn it into a kink, but no, it's not a kink. I just like vanilla with lots of sprinkles. Anyone that knows me knows I want them spranks. I want them spranks. Thank you, Vamp. I really appreciate that. Anyone who knows me, I want the spranks. When you got a nickname for it, you know you want it.
An interesting choice.
I have to find two more of
I
those.
mean it in a good way.
You know what?
Of
I'll find 2
course.
more.
A wise choice. I'm
Never had strawberry. What are we talking about, by the way? Hey, Aisha. Hey, you're over on Twitch. What's going on? I used to have, in my younger years, okay, real talk. People say real talk and then say some of the dumbest shit ever. Let me contribute to that. I, in my younger years, used to have different jars for different brands of sprinkles that were in those like those sealed jars that you could pop the top and whatever that had the rubber seal on it. Just if I was in the mood for like soft or hard, and if it's crunch, how much crunch, or if there's more flavor, or if it's more homogeneous, based on the ice cream I'm having. Because no, not Neopal. Screw chocolate ice cream. You get your cocoa out of my vanilla. And that's not a race thing at all. It's just I don't like chocolate ice cream. I like chocolate chip cookie dough, ice cream, whatever. I just listen. My springs. What kind of sprinkles? Like that's what I was saying. Different brands. I used to carry like different brands and different. So whatever mood I was feeling in.
Won't do you much good in the grave.
And that doesn't make me sound like the most responsible person. But hold on. Listen.
Thank you.
Shut up. Anyway.
We're starting to get an idea of your tastes, friend. Try that on for size.
Come on, we can make it.
Are you?
We can't make it.
Oh, that's we'll come.
What? When did I say this? Chad, you lead me to vagina? What? Oh, mint chocolate chip. Breyer's mint chocolate chip ice cream is my favorite. Just store bought. If I have to have a flavored anything. Okay, chocolate ice cream doesn't taste like chocolate. It doesn't. Thank you. Yeah, I've never tasted a strawberry. Well, I'll do cheesecake ice cream or cake. Hold on. Anna, welcome. Yeah, thank you, Vamp, for the gifted. Welcome to the family. I need to give Twitch shields, not stars. They need the shields. I think they need shields. We decided we have to do something equal but whatever. Doing this fight the hard way. Are we watching Eggless Salazar? No, I've got an egg. It will still be the hard way, which is I can't be hit. I am just trying to figure out in what context I would say. I'm assuming it's our Chad, the one that gave me like a lot. Like Chad Anthony, that might be in the background. I'm assuming it's our Chad. Maybe there's another Chad. Why would hype chest? I got a hype chest. What's a hype chest? I got an oh wow emote. Share. I don't know how to share the oh wow emote, but choo choo. Hype chests on the what are hype chests? Can I make this into an emote? What do I do with this? Limited time only emotes. There's another hype chest on the. So is oh wow. Gift to take number 2. Results of the I don't know what I'm doing. I just know that over there is it. Can I do oh wow? It says oh wow. Can I do oh wow? Is it limited time? Can I just spam oh I can. Boom 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 boom. Look at that. Look at that. I want that as an actual emote all the time. Oh wow. Look at all those oh wows. Anyway, don't Ninja Chicken cannot be brought down. Okay, Ninja Chicken though, we all know what Ninja Chicken sounds like, and he was laid low from his hubris. And I'm not saying I'm Ninja Chicken. I'm just saying we've all heard a thing. And we all know. I didn't get one of the box things. You know what? Screw it. Alright, save game. Let's do this. When I see a new hole, I gotta give it a look over. You know what I mean? That feels like that is Silent Hill 4. I feel like that's Silent Hill 4. Alright. Hey, Jared, what's going on? Sarcasm. What are you doing? I like the scissors because you get to choose which flavor you like at the moment. This sentence shouldn't have been spoken. I realize in retrospect. Why are that's the one you were looking for? Right. How can you be so eggless? I just feel like I feel like saying when you find a new hole you gotta give it a look over feels like it's in the same vein of saying Eileen about like that. Wow, that just hurt my voice saying that.
And so, I have delivered the girl to you as promised. Do tell our Lord to not forget the loyalty of his servant, Ramon.
I appreciate this.
Ashley!
You know why
Such a fool.
I like interrupting him in a monologue.
Bestowed with lore settlers.
You talk too much.
Failed.
You vulgar, utterly uncivilized mongrel!
Ninja Chicken definitely got brought down, and I gave a scream score skit Scorsese would be proud of. Oh, if you click on emotes on Twitch of like recent or something, like oh wow should be there, since I just used it a lot. I got gifted an emote for oh fuck. No. 22:47.5. Okay, this is technically closer. Oh, okay. I don't know where to stand. We are going to, yeah. First, I have to figure out where to stand to stop whooshing. Yes, that's correct.
And so,
I don't exactly remember where to stand. Okay, that explains that. Oh. Uh-oh. Wait, I beat it? I thought it was an attack that got me, and it said... We need Not My Baby on Twitch. You have Not My Baby on Twitch. Didn't I put Not My Baby on Twitch? Not My Baby's on Twitch. Twitch has Not My Baby and also has Hey. Yeah. It's got those. Those are the ones we gave. That was easy. For Twitch. She made her own Twitch emotes. I need to do that on a stream, sure. I'll get the tablet down and we can just draw. I can make grids and we can just doodle some shit. That was okay. He was disappointing with the egg. In retrospect, I need cover for what I'm saying, so this can't be clipped. In retrospect, unfortunately, since the first person that said no, I shouldn't reset to get the golden egg. Daddy. Unfortunately, sarcasm might have been a little right about not getting and using the golden egg. And now it's got all that noise on top of it. So... just got that going. So you're welcome, sarcasm. You can clip it, and yeah. I didn't mean to call you Alyssa. I was trying to make it so it was unclippable. I'm sorry. Your name is not Daddy. Don't even. Someone did a bad page? Oh, I see the message. Oh, yeah. If you're here for someone just to play the game, just fucking play it yourself, piece of shit. Why are you coming into chat and just say shut up and play? How about you just shut up and leave? That's my opinion, but you know, take it or leave it, or just leave, because I'll get testy too, because that's about the. Go be a dick somewhere else. The world is a bad place enough. Go be bad with it. Anyway. I saw that. That's my bat signal. Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, basically shut up and keep chilling with us. Yeah. Ah! Yeah. No! What? You can actually parry that? I learned a thing. Today I learned. Thank you for the Prime over there on Twitch. I appreciate that. McLovin. Is that your real identity? I got green herb. Uh-oh, hold on. Oh. That rat didn't deserve it. I appreciate it. Thank you. Bat signal. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Analogy works. I forgot that it had a sound, but it says my name over and over. It doesn't say your name over and over. Look, I've earned dad, dada, and daddy. I've earned those things, okay? You gotta do a bit more. And I know. Your type usually has sarcasm daddy issues that you would like to resolve for them. Oh God. What? I can't. Oh, it's Caleb. Hi there. What's going on? Not your type. Sarcasm's type. Sarcasm's type needs. Because I was thinking, okay, wait, they probably have, but then as soon as I thought that, I thought he was saying my type of women have daddy issues. Yeah. So I was thinking immediately, what was that? There was, I thought of other names that you could call yourself of being the one to solve those problems. And then I realized all those names could absolutely be names for someone's Johnson, like a nickname for the John. And I was like, no. I can't say any of those jokes. Those will all get misconstrued.
Perfect. Won't have to swim after all.
And too, that's why I remember to use my Prime self. That's why I appreciate that so much. Twitch might not be much right now, but one is a backup in case we get kicked off of YouTube. Am I right? And second is a place where I can go stream things that I can't stream on YouTube. Like when I'm trying to actually make video. Ooh, hi. Did you just have an eyebrow raise that I've never noticed before? Sorry, I got distracted. Typewriter. Where is 2026? You say 43 times? Of all your names for the Johnson, you're ninja chicken. No, because that would infer that it dies. Please tell someone got what movie that is from. Hold on. Oh, I probably didn't. Listen. Seeing the low health constantly joining us. Probably being able to deal with it. I didn't see what was talking about. You know, my wife has been humming safe and sound. Oh wait, what? Wait, I hummed that? Whoops. Oh, I did. You
You look like you've got something to say.
I have something to ask you. But I don't think I'll get a straight answer. Raccoon City. You know, after the incident, the world changed. You try to save one person, 100 others die. I guess I changed too.
You. Leon S. Kennedy. You haven't changed. You just think you have.
You're still an alcoholic, and I'd like to do you.
So here's my question. Have you changed, Ada? Or are you just trying to use me again?
What do you think? We're here. Don't think too hard, handsome. See you later.
Story of my life.
I can lift you up. I could show you what you want to see and take you where you want to be. You could be my luck. Even if the sky is falling down, I know that we'll be safe and sound. Boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, I just wanted to make it worse. I wanted to make it absolutely worse. And don't worry, I didn't even try to keep it in key. I could fill your cup. You know my river won't evaporate. This world will still appreciate. You can be my luck. Even if a hurricane affronts, I know that we'll be safe and sound. My voice did not like the winter. Boop, boop, do, safe, we're safe and sound. Boop, so you're welcome, wife of it's Epitome. Yeah, you're welcome. Somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me. Thank you, sarcasm. Because I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. My voice feels like it's half gone. My O2 is probably dropping as well. Oh, there are side novelizations of books about Ada and stuff like that. Like the stuff that we don't get in the American version about the girl with the scar. She looks at herself, Ada Wong no more, and then has to keep going anywhere. Blah blah blah. You know what though? That song makes people think of Shrek, and then the sadder one is when it was Hallelujah that everyone started thinking Hallelujah and Shrek, and I'm like, no. Because the version of Hallelujah that we're used to is the most popularized by Jeff Buckley. Don't. Jeff Buckley isn't here to be able to make more good stuff. Don't take away he solidified like the lyrics that we use from that, because he, you know, what's his face wrote so many lyrics to it that he could just cherry pick what mood he's currently in. Upgrade ticket I can't use.
There's some things
Money can't buy.
Will that be all then?
Am I allowed to use?
What you see is what
All right, guys. Am I allowed to use a Magnum? We bought one Magnum. I never touched it. Am I allowed to get the Killer 7? Also, if I get the Killer 7, am I allowed to use any other weapon? Oh, wait, this case upgrade.
Well then, what can I do you for?
Oh, I missed a place for a small key, a cubic thing.
I'll buy almost
Almost. Ah, boomstick. That feels like shotgun every time people say boomstick. Boom, boom, boom. What's the fastest time you've beat Resident Evil 2? I don't know. I'm not really, just like the guide say, I'm not actually a speedrunner, so. I've beaten it fast enough for all the different challenges that are weekly and stuff like that. It's about all I can say confidently.
Stranger.
No.
Pretty penny for that.
Oh God. Oh, it's gonna go through all the separate ones.
All rubbish. It makes no difference. The price, well, that's your choice to make.
Wait, hold on. Ah! I can't stop that, can you? Can I? Can I stop? Nope. Oh, okay, nope, that didn't work. Okay. Okay, nope, that's making love. I had to pause for a few. I couldn't get to the Streamlabs page fast enough. Sorry about that.
You like, stranger?
Guess the song. Follow me into the desert as thirsty as you are, crack a smile and cut your mouth and drown in alcohol, cause down below the truth is lying beneath the riverbed, so quench yourself and drink the water that flows below her head.
Hey Jamie, what's going on? Thank you, Sarcasm. I appreciate that. Shit. Should I give that a real, true, a full-blown try?
Anything else I can help you with? Easy work.
All right.
It doesn't
Let's assume that I'm using all of my brain power.
It's a veritable work of art, mate. Come back.
The beat. I don't usually think too hard about guess the songs much anymore, but for some reason that one is in my head. Well, I know it's from Soundgarden, right? The beat, since I can't think of the beat, I can't think. I'm just thinking of Red. I have an image of Red with people. Red with what? Red with silhouettes? Red with something? Isn't that Soundgarden? Yeah, I can't, but I'm my brain can't think, like, put it to a beat. It is Soundgarden. Okay, my brain is refusing to put it to a beat. Sometimes when I'm asked, like, guess the song stuff, I don't know what's changed with my brain. Yeah, but sometimes I don't actually put my all behind it. But that one immediately pinged as, like, my brain's trying to make something out of it that it's not working.
Damn it.
Oh, I got spotted. Oh, someone with a pig mask. I don't quite understand the lore ramifications of wearing a pig's head. While you've got the... Is that an arm Gatling gun crossbow that can't exist? I got the video too. Burden in my hand is the name. I just have a picture of... What is the video? Red with... And red and... I'm just thinking red and silhouettes. That's it. But sometimes I have problems with like doing too many things and because of that I like it doesn't I try to and it doesn't think properly, and then when I guess it correctly, people like try my memory more and more and more and more, and then sometimes I feel disappointed in myself that I can't get something, so then I just don't even answer. But that one immediately was like, oh, that's a thing. As I'm walking in front of a pinky. Okay. Yeah, that checks out. My brain. The reason. Okay. Here's some truth that I haven't wanted to reveal on the wall. The reason that I've been not the best at like guess that song lately is that my brain gets in this mode of like, and by lately I mean the last few years, where I associate a lot of emotions, a lot of fuck, a lot of feelings with music, to the point that I can screw up my ability to remember or like image or hear or a lot of things if I've got another something on my mind. Well, ever since my dog died, basically, I've not been like, even if I can come close to it, I'm afraid that I'll keep being asked so many times I'll get it wrong and be a disappointment. You listen to a lot. I used to listen to a lot of Soundgarden, like as my. One day we should just do a stream of me getting old CDs and mixtapes and listening. I say mixtapes, but most of them are burned CDs, and seeing what did I used to make. Because I was in the car not too long ago and I was like speaking on like, oh, like I can think of this song, and the reason I can think of it is, yeah, it was Alien Ant Farm's Attitude, because I'm like, it's the second track on that mixtape I made, the first one being The Long and Winding Road. But it's like the whole thing is like a mindset. My mindset altered enough not to, oh, it's been a while for my mindset to be altered, that a lot of the music that I used to be able to just like name off real fast doesn't do the thing it used to do that let me name it off so easily. What? Recreate the birthday stream that got strike. Wait, are you talking to how do I feel about Sleep Token? I feel that was a good stream where we like what karaoke and all the songs I showed and everything like that got immediately struck down. I mean, that would be fun. Oh, don't stain me. Don't stain me. Is doing a song like that, it's been some time. I can only smell one thing, so less distractions. Usually when I say I can only smell one thing, I'm referring to bullshit.
Damn it.
Where I was trying to get the audience. Oh, that one was fun. I had fun with that, yeah. How are they lobbing that so perfectly?
You're serious. All right.
Certain strings of words cause songs to play in your head. Certain emotions. And certain states of mind, and a lot of other factors. Music taste for me got so eclectic that sometimes names got in the way. But once again, that's me varying and like going back and forth on whether that works like that or not, it probably has a lot to do with how much like mental therapy I'm getting, because sometimes it can go haywire for reasons that have nothing to do with music. It's just strong associations. Basically, sometimes if I can't remember music, I need to see my therapist. Rain Like This. Zach Hilliard band. I am just a boy. I can feel the noise. It thunders loud. I'm not gonna be able to sing it right now. So I run outside and I close my eyes as I taste the clouds. The biggest drops to ever leave the sky. Mama says it's time to come inside. I can't sing right now. And I don't think I ever felt the rain. Rain like this. Rain like this. This weather is fucking with my voice. That song, yeah. Now I'm 17, though my heart, it seems, is older now. And I fall in love as the storms above come crashing down. And who'd have thought a simple kiss goodnight could serve as my umbrella for the night. And I don't think I ever felt the rain. Rain like this. Rain like this. And now I wish I didn't say I'd save it for a rainy day, 'cause it ain't rained in quite some time. And though I see some clouds above, I wonder if it'll be enough to make me feel the rain tonight. Yeah. Now I'm old as time, and my heart has died along with you. So I ask the rain, should it fall again, will it bring you to? That's gonna start making me cry a little bit, because I don't sing that song a cappella for any reason. And I don't want this rain to ever stop, 'cause I can taste your lips with every drop. And I don't think I ever felt the rain. Yeah, that would cause tears. Rain like this. Rain like this. Rain like this. Rain like this. Rain in the background. There you go. That I've thought of covering it. No, it can't be found anywhere. Someone had to contact Zach Hilliard himself for me to get another copy of the CD itself, and I still haven't brought myself to opening. I still haven't brought myself to unwrapping it, and I'm very tempted on. This is the broken one. I'm tempted to contact him myself again to have another copy of it so I can actually open one and give a few away, and ask him if I put it on the channel, like he can claim it for money, but like Zach Hilliard band should be a thing you can find. I did put together a copy of it a long time ago. I'm pretty sure if I don't have his permission to play it, I can cut it, but I'm pretty sure because his letter to me was like he saw my stream and because someone directed him and it said thank you for helping me feel the rain again. That makes me very, very sad. It's been a long while. Do I have it? I have Ew and Cheese on here. But I don't think that'll get me in any... Oh, I have a copy at least. There you go. Have fun. I mute game sounds for a second.
I am just a boy.
It's a bad copy of it.
I can hear the noise. Thunder's loud.
It's a bad copy of it.
So I run outside and I close my eyes as I taste the clouds. Biggest drops to ever leave the sky. Mama calls, it's time to come inside. And I don't think I'll ever felt the rain. Rain like this. Rain like this.
I have a better copy of it, not on this computer.
Now I'm 17. Though my heart it seems is older now, and I fall in love as the storms above come crashing down. Who'd have thought a simple kiss goodbye could serve as my umbrella for the night? And I don't think I've ever felt the rain. Rain like this. Rain like this. Now I wish I didn't say I'd save it for a rainy day, 'cause it ain't raining quite some time. Though I see some clouds above, I wonder if they'll be enough to make me feel the rain tonight. Now I'm old as time, and my heart has died along with you. So I ask the rain, should it fall again, will it bring you to? And I don't want this rain to ever stop, 'cause I can taste your lips in every drop. And I don't think I'll ever felt the rain. Rain like this. Rain like this. Rain like this. Rain like this.
That's my bad copy of it. That's my subpar finding it, and I didn't record it in stereo, and the vocals are muddied. And then I talked about, and I tried to find a copy of the CD on Amazon, and it came broken. My CD was broken. The one that came was broken. And yeah, that's one of the best gifts I've gotten. That someone reached out to Zach Hilliard, and he wrote me a note and gave me a pristine. It went to a storage unit, and you know, I was gonna read it out loud, but I don't want to at the moment. Saying thank you for helping me feel the rain again, and gave me like a rain shaped, like the shape of a raindrop, a warrior stone.
A rocket launcher?
Which all of that was real cool.
This isn't good.
But I haven't brought myself to unwrapping that one, so I still just listened to the better version copy I have of finding it on one site ever and having to piece together the entire song. Yeah, it's hard to find anywhere. It's hard to find because it's hard to find because it's the winner of the John Lennon Award for 2004, 2005, somewhere in there. But yeah, I harped on that so hard. I'm glad he saw the stream when he wrote that, because I'm trying to think, where did that was supposed to be framed and put up. But yeah, this envelope, that's Zach Hilliard, from Zach Hilliard to me and my PO box. That is crazy. Which, yeah, wouldn't matter to most people, but you won't be able to find it very where ZACH and last name HILLHARD. It was his band, Zach Hilliard band. The song is Rain Like This. I have a better copy of it, but I didn't bother looking very hard. I just found the first one. I was like, that one is the copy. Did I have the other copy right there and I just got too impatient? Nope. It's easier for me to find pictures of being in a towel and being at what looks like a rave than it is for me to find the other copy of that. Ooh, I've got priorities, and most of them are not the correct ones by the desktop pictures and music and everything. I got more mac and cheese than I've got that. That's not usually what you want to be able to say. Oh my God. We made sound bites back in 2021. I have so many audition projects. Are we kidding? Hold on. What? Genbu Boots and Cats. What did we do? Were we all simultaneously cracked out? What is this? Please get to the bottom. Okay. This is where hell starts for me. Yep. Colleen, I really need you to be over here. Because I really need to go in this. I know I'm leaving you in a bad place. Hear me out. I don't give a shit. I need to save it because the strain section got... I know I'm leaving you in a bad place. Hear me out. I don't give a shit. I forgot about that. We did some weird things on my stream. I know I'm leaving you in a bad place. Hear me out. I don't give a shit. I need to save it. What did we do? This is called audition projects. It's got 5 in the fishnets. We made 5 in the. We did all this together.
Why are there so many animals in a jungle?
Yeah, we did this together because 5 in the fishnet right there. Animals. Bigger brain fart is one of them.
Wait a second. Why did? What the hell? No. What? No, pick it up. What? Why did I just forget how to change weapons? Seriously? Did I really just forget how to change? Oh my god. Stop it. Wow. Holy shit. Can I have a bigger brain fart at a more awkward time, please? Please, can that happen to me again so I can look like an idiot? Oh,
okay, I took suggestions from you guys because these have weird titles to it, and it's all from the same date, ranging from starting at 2:20 p.m. all the way to midnight. So we did this for a while as a stream on August 17th, 2021, and there are names like Bubble Bitch Respect. What is that? What? There's Carlos Butt. Is that racist? That Daddy Went Cock Supreme, Deep Throat Nightmare, Dino Juices Flowing Jimmies. What? Bubble Bitch Respect. What is?
Bubble, bitch! Respect the fucking bubble! The fucking bubble!
What the hell?
Bubble, bitch! Respect the fucking bubble! The fucking bubble!
I don't know where this is from. What the hell? Dino Juices Flowing Jimmies.
I'll shut that shit down pretty fast. Meaning Pretty Jaws. Oh, I like that name. I'm gonna call the next girl that I'm like, that jawline. Oh, girl. You're such a compsognathus to me. Oh. I mean, you're compsognathus. My jimmies, oh, they've never been flowing so fluidly. My jimmies were in a jam until I saw your compsognathus. And then, oh boy, got the juices flowing immediately. Girl, I gotta get them digits. Okay. Meaning Pretty Jaws.
That's from Dino Crisis. What? Why did you guys not stop me? Why did you guys were complicit by just sitting there and letting me make these files that I forgot were even here? We used some of them for friggin' these are all, we did a stream, a series of streams, because some of these are 2 days before on the 15th, where I let you guys help me make sound files. And we took them from a lot of streams previously from August 2021 and before. And none of these files do me any kind of justice of, oh, yeah, here's just...
Buy one child, please!
Thank you for the tip. Luckily, I'm not a female, so I don't mind just the tip.
Yep. That came from there. Milo Bean, Never Ending Spinning Wheel, Palm Sweaty Nemi. Oh, Rain Like This is actually in this file. What the fuck? Is this the better one? That one is cleaner. All right, I got a cleaner version of Rain Like This in that file. but it's still not stereo. Usually much smaller. White Day Floor Girl Scream. I just want to know what that one is, and then I'm moving on. What? Oh my god! Oh! Oh. Oh. Did I just get scared by getting scared in the past? Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. I apologize. Okay. I didn't know what White Day Floor Girl Scream meant. I didn't think I'd be jumping. At least it didn't scream. Oh, God. Oh. The mark of that, I actually get scared by something. I throw them fucking headphones. Either I turn hard or I throw headphones. Oh, God. Oh. I just wanted to know. Oh, loud environment from my watch? Shut the fuck up. Wait, why is everyone doing the what happened? Damn, thank you so much. I was like, why are the babies there? Oh, God.
We chose violence. You guys were right here. You're participants because you didn't stop me. I can't. My brain. I did it the other way. I did it the other way. Oh. Get it. Fuck you. Fuck off. Suck my left nut. Suck it. Make me come a second time. Suck the right one. Get my juices. It's not my baby. It's not my baby. You should have spit. It's not always about the idea of quitting. Suck it hard. Ah. Hate that puzzle.
I always feel like I have to. Thank you so much, ma'am. I always feel like I have to justify why. Listen, I'm not a rage gamer, but that puzzle, and also once I started going, listen. I said get my juices, and the next thing I thought of was there's a baby if you do that. It's not my baby, but it's. Blaming, it's just like it all flows in my head trying to think why I would think that with a lot of gaps that should have been said out loud. Which puzzle was it? It was a damn stone octagon. It's not that hard. I figured out how to do it now. Oh fuck. Okay. Thank you so much. I now have to, with it a little bit quieter, I threw the headphones. Was that scream the whole reason we had that White Day thing? Follow me. Oh my God! Oh! Oh! I can hear me struggling. Well, that was fucking horrifying. That was so fucking horrifying. Okay, now I heard that one's not bad. That one's not bad. I have usually much smarter than the things I say as a file. Why does one say palm sweaty Nemi? No, I gotta have more of a voice to do that. So I was gonna go that route, but gotta dodge. These things are coming at me fast and hard, hot and heavy. Heavy petting. Palms are sweaty. Mom's spaghetti. You left one alive, Nemi. Wow, that rhymed. Palms are sweaty. Mom's spaghetti. You left one alive, Nemi. Fast and hard, hot and heavy.
Heavy petting. Heavy petting. Heavy petting. Palms are sweaty. Mom's spaghetti. You left one alive, Nemi!
These are not. Why did we do that? And should we do more streams like that? What Nemi? I'm assuming that's the final Nemi fight Inferno knife only. I'm assuming that or something else. Wait, why does it say losing your mind?
That seems extraordinarily just. I'm not losing your mind. You're losing your mind. Shut up. Run for the end of the hall.
I did not just snort. Awesome.
That seems extraordinarily just. I'm not losing your mind. You're losing your mind. Shut up.
I'm not losing your mind. You're losing your mind. Okay. Oh, what the hell did we do? Why do I have a whole folder of this? And why did we all participate? Hugging gnomes?
Oh my god, gnome, please pass me that sausage. I don't even care if it's made out of people. No! 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 No!
What is the context? Oh, what?
What the fuck? Why?
What?
Is that because I didn't hug enough gnomes or something? Is this what tells you if you get what ending you get? That was horrible.
Hugging gnomes?
Oh my god, gnome, please pass me that sausage. I don't even care if it's made out of people.
Oh my god, gnome, please pass me that sausage. I don't even care if it's made out of people. What? 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 Headbutt Mega Man X.
For my helmet. Oh yeah, this is, I can break ceilings with my headbutt. Which is the butt that I wear on my face, known as a headbutt.
We got a little neurospicy, and you guys allowed me to do things that I should not do. Because when above that is Daddy Wins Cock Supreme as a file, Daddy Wins Cock Supreme, which is where that $80 sound bit came from, Deep Throat Nightmares, and then another one right after it named Deep Throat Nightmares Quickie. You should never have Deep Throat and Quickie in the same file and it not be something that can't be on YouTube. That should not be. How is that? How do I have a file called Deep Throat Nightmares Quickie? I know what it is. It's Resident Evil 3, but we got real neurospicy here.
And when people who deep throat have nightmares, they dream about this.
Yeah, see, it's that. Yeah, so, but another copy of Rain Like This is in there, so it all comes out in the wash, right? That's how that goes. We should just keep going with the game. This is not, we did more. No. Oh, good. Oh, they're just ones we did on those days, made into sound bits, and we exported it as sound bits as alerts. Money on nipples. What?
I just, no, I'm making it hard. It's a group, you see how many of you are there? No. If everyone was really serious about this, all it would take is $2 of face masks from everybody, and there's nipple tassels, $3. It would take $3. $3 of supporting a channel, and I have to play Little League Baseball with nipple tassels. Don't you guys throw this all on just 2 people. If you want the nipple tassels, you put your money where my nipples are. That was a sentence that I hope I never say again in my life. I
was playing Little League Baseball. That was just Little League Baseball. I know the sound bit now, but it took me a few to be like, what the fuck is happening? Oh God. That's where this came from. We did like 3 streams of nothing but sound bits. We did 3 of them. $3 of supporting a channel, and I have to play Little League Baseball with nipple tassels. Don't you guys throw this all on just 2 people. If you want the nipple tassels, you put your money where my nipples are. Okay, so I could have just skipped over that. There's another other folder. We can't have good things. That's why this is a reminder we cannot have good things. I'm gonna go back to playing the game because we can't. This is what happens when we are given free will. I think we need to actually, maybe being under lock and key where you don't give free will, like 1984 has some good points in it. Because if this is what we're doing, then what the hell? What the hell? Did I just put a thumbnail as FNAF help wanted final FAP #1? What the fuck? I hate this. No way. Oh, and then there's a one right now so it says FNAF help wanted. Oh. I assume I was getting pissed off when I named that. I was probably getting pissed. I also have a very derpy face as a photo for something. It's just a very derpy face sitting there. What is wrong with me? I have a fail stamp that looks, oh, Uno is right in that file. Uno will do that to you. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. And I have a puppy. And I have something called Z Hilliard. Is this another version of it? Yep, that was my first attempt at actually getting rain like this. That's the really muddy one that you cannot tell the song at all. Holy shit, we should not be allowed to have good things. We're awful. When given free reign, we'll make awful things. What is puzzle? Nope, that is the $200. Nope, I can tell the rain in the background, the quality. That's the puzzle. That sucked my left nut. Nope. All right, we're getting out of those files. I'm leaving those files. Finding Nemo / G-Min. Okay, let's go. God, we're not. Oh, I tossed the controller too. I think. We've lost the controller. Can we get sound bits of best screams? In Discord, can people submit what they believe my best scream is? I have a neurospicy mind. No, I was putting that blame on you guys. I don't want to take responsibility for the words that come out of my mouth. I already have to take responsibility for so many things in and out of my mouth. Ooh. Oh. Ooh. No. No. Oh, when Huggy comes out. I mean, I need a list because I don't remember. But my view count for the channel doesn't even include live streams and things like and stuff. I don't remember. I mean, tonight alone we've had 3,000 people circle in and out of the stream, right? Whether they came and stayed, the average time is 18 minutes 10 seconds that people stay when they come to the stream, and there's been about 3,000 people. That's on YouTube alone. Twitch has a few extra 100 people that have cycled in and out. Looks like they stay longer over on Twitch. I can see that some of the top names and there's people watching on YouTube and Twitch. So that's the thing. I don't remember most of the shit I say. Most of what I say, I have no idea. That's why for the quote system, people need to be like the dates and what I was playing so I can even go find it. I have no idea at all. No, you're fine. I just have no idea. I've said a lot of things. You're good, Philip. I've been doing this for so long. I just said. Why are we quoting? There's no way I said that. And I'm not reading that out loud. People on Twitch, I'm sorry. I'm not reading that out loud because that just gives another shot at that sound bit. No. No. It's a trap. Conspiracy. You have it clipped? What was that even about? Please tell me I had a good reason. Please tell me I had a good reason. What? Your quote? What? This feels. Don't come for me, please. Sing for me, please. That I can't. I know my voice is not ready to do anything, much of anything, because I just. That's. That's Spike Spiegel that I think of. So it'd be, you know, Steve Bloom. Don't come for me, please. And the first thing I thought of, just like that. Sing for me, please. When Spike's hurt. Mm-hmm. Ooh.
Keep coming.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. He ran around and ganked me. Fuck platypuses for not looking like real fucking things. What am I saying? In 2019, you know I take my fucking pills. What am I talking about? God, there's so much context needed. Also, that was a cheap shot. Hit me with your cheap shot. Why don't you hit me with your cheap shot? Oh, I forgot that this was going to be not the funnest part. I only got one hit to live. It's resetting me way far back. No. the one that's got access to looking up the quotes and trying to find them all is Firefowl. Yeah, well, some of their quotes are just it's a double-edged sword. It could be overused, and I'm just like, I have no idea what the hell is happening, but then I apparently said a thing. So out of context, sometimes it can be funny, sometimes it can be just like, what the fuck? I'm now a delicious brown chocolate truffle. That sounds sexual and it shouldn't. It's just a brown chocolate truffle. Is that what? Breath of the Wild? Probably not. Alright. Oh, BPP Resident Evil 3 Remake. I'm gonna get head. No, my head's screwed on. Okay, if it says BPP, you know who quoted it? It means Joy did it. That's Joy's fault. Oh. Oh. Body's tired, knees are weak, palms are sweaty, and all that shit. I ain't this ready. Okay. Chad chose violence that day. It's fine. Okay, but also for Resident Evil 8, I can fix Strawberry. Like the kind of crazy I'm compatible with is the kind that's like talking to me sweetly while chasing a knife with a knife. The other ones are just like coming in like the as one time. No, I can fix Strawberry. Oh yeah. Yeah, there's probably a few fantasies being played out by people who made those designs. Yes, flavors. ... They're bug women. I don't think they're gonna be mind being called flavors. So some goth Latinas, also known as teen Latina. I did have to, after that, confirm that Latinas do indeed have goth or go through a goth phase. The answer apparently is yes. Apparently the answer is yes. That is actually correct. So I'm sorry I ever doubted the notion of a goth Latina. Apparently I was the one misinformed. Please pop head out. Thank you.
Damn. I knew it. A rocket launcher?
Oh my god. Someone got the quote that we've been looking for. Tale as old as time, beauty and the fuck. Like, that one's been looked for a while and we can't find it. We can't actually find that one. I was sick. I don't know where those things are because I can't. I got sick with COVID, and that was July when second week of July, Rowan left, came back. I got COVID from that. I was still coughing up blood in August and into September when I went to urgent care. I have what's known as COVID brain, COVID fog. I have very few memories. So there's even games we played that I do not remember at all. And so I know that we would look for that quote. I don't know where to find it though. At least we got a date, but I know people have talked about wanting that as a quote because I was just apparently seeing like Beauty and the Beast, but like at the perfect time, something happened. I was like, fuck! So apparently it just worked out. I like to say, see, we're in chat. I have no idea. I know to an extent I can. I don't know if we can say it in chat. I haven't kept up with that part of all the things I'm supposed to be keeping up with. It feels arbitrary at this point. Like, I'm not the only one that went through a pandemic. It feels like an arbitrary thing to like gatekeep a word at this point. Because I understand to not spread panic, fear, everything, misinformation, why that word was like banned mostly. At this point, we all did the thing. It's now considered an endemic. It's been quite some time. They gotta, like, if they're gonna ride me so hard, they should at least give me a reach around and let me say something else that I would have on my mind. Like, they can't forever like dog me for that. Oh, it felt real. To any healthcare workers, people that lost things, and I've, there's my atelectasis has, I can learn to use my lungs, but I have permanent physical, I won't call them disabilities at this point, but I'm a good candidate for COPD now. And then going and seeing that there's a scan that showed that my, looking for a kidney stone, they saw that both my lungs finally had succumbed over time, that my right lung is the worst one off, but using function of a third of my right lung, and then some of that, it doesn't feel at all faked, but it does feel life-changing enough that I have to realize my son doesn't know any better. Once he started going into school, he had 1 year of being in grade school before, like even grade school, before all of a sudden things like at-home learning and having to wear a mask, be careful, wash hands, worry about getting sick, knowing that hospital is backed up, not even enough tests to test your dad, his dad. Like, it's he grew up with not knowing any. So we have like a digital learning day soon. They never had digital learning days before COVID. Now every now and then they just have a day where instead of a teacher work day, it's a digital learning day because they know you got the technology because COVID. It is the fact that we're in the status for it with, and those who might not know what an endemic is. An endemic is, disease, something going on that we now kind of accept will be lifelong. Like, it'll be with us. There's no real curing it, getting away, but we have to take precautions as part of our daily life. What those precautions are changed. So, like, endemic status includes things like the flu, and there can be flu season, but it's an endemic, it's not a pandemic. Variants of the flu have caused pandemics to flare back, to be declared. we're in a phase where it's considered an endemic. We're just living with it. There's no getting rid of it. There's no getting around. But the problem with endemic status is that you can revoke the idea of like people might still need help. Depending on the strain, you can go everywhere from like a 0.2% death rate, which in the long run would just put it around the same as those who fall to the flu, as long as they're getting probably, you know, being older and getting pneumonia at the same time, to over 1.8% death rate from catching it. Just depending on the variation that we come across, and it's crazy. It is surreal. My own memory of it is just very, very weird, of trying to convince people to let me have a test knowing that I had it, and instead I had to go to a urgent care after my son got back and realized like things went as bad as I thought they could, being like, all right, if you don't have a test for, if you don't have a COVID test, then let's just test for everything else. So like I kept asking to like we can rule out like just about every other thing, and then they finally found a COVID test and they gave it to me. No. 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 Major no. So yeah, it is. What's even weirder is the easiest memories for me to have are when we talked, like during Dying Light, trying to talk through like what the pandemic actually even meant, and like how it acted, the similarities, dissimilarities it had to things like flu, why it was actually more detrimental, and why losing 1 million people over a year can shut down, you know, you lose, if we just put it to like voter bases, losing 1 out of like 300 people to it doesn't seem like a big deal, but it was enough that if you lose in a short amount of time, it could shut systems down, because not all of those were just like evenly dispersed throughout the populace, and it was all I remember those things. What I don't remember, when we played certain games and I said certain things and then it gets quoted, I have no memories of a lot of those. It sucks. Very, very few memories, because I got progressively more sick. But I did get on camera with you guys for so long to prove that the thing is real, and please take precautions, because I kept coughing up and just showing to the camera, blood, more is coming out of me. It's real. Because it all started with me just being like, day one, we're self-quarantined because my son went to Florida. His mom took him there against my advice, whatever. So my whole thing was, if he's gonna go to the biggest hotspot in the U.S. for catching it, then he comes home and he self-quarantines for, you know, 2 weeks, as they were advising back then. We'd just be like, it's gonna be a boring 2 weeks, not being able to go to basically anywhere, including the park, like open spaces where you could still go to. And then within about 4 days, we stopped a stream 3 days within that. And I didn't feel well. I got up once, and when I came back down, it was just a raging fever. Like everything just spiraled real fast. That was crazy. Hold on. They're dumb. Super stupid. It's surreal, but every single time I try to take the deepest breath in that I can, it's very still real to me. My lungs have never healed, and it might turn into just I mean, it's been years. Considering that it's permanent lung damage, would probably be a better bet than saying I'll regain full lung functionality. With that said, I haven't given up on that. I need to get back on to physical therapy and really try to buckle down and get my lung function back. Because if I don't get back now, it's just any kind of COPD, any kind of obstruction, any kind of infections that could lead to pneumonia, and it's just a pit of awful waiting to happen. Where pneumonia can be the thing, it wouldn't even be whatever I caught; it would be the pneumonia that caught up with me. Yeah, I got not so great. I streamed every single day, and a lot of those I just numbered days. No, my lungs started bleeding all over. Like, it wasn't my throat, it was my lungs. My lungs were turning into mincemeat. And on day 63 or 68, had to go to urgent care where I found out, like, here's some medications. Strongest antibiotics I can give you, strongest course of medications, strongest everything we can do. If you don't see, like, stabilization improvement within 24 hours, I waited 48. You need to go to the emergency room as fast as possible. There's a good chance in that scenario that you might need to actually be on a ventilator. Like, what they saw at urgent care around that's what I got told. Like, it's 2 months after, I'm still trying to fight it. I suspect that I caught it a second time around, and it was just kind of crazy learning that, like, they, you know, after one imaging of my chest, like, here's all of the things. If it doesn't work, go to urgent care or the emergency room, but do know you might end up on a ventilator because you're very bad off. And that's kind of a very, coming from the guy who has a death certificate, I'm saying that's surreal. I've already been sick enough to get myself a death certificate. And that's just sloppy how some things can be documented in medicine, blah, blah, blah. But still. I always did streams to try to get people to take it more seriously, because I was because if I had gotten people like my ex to take it more seriously, I didn't have to go through all that. I think a doctor showed lung x-rays on TV to show how serious it could be. I could show x-rays that I got to show how serious it was. I still have those x-rays. I could go grab them and show them. I didn't at the time, I don't think, but I don't remember everything completely. I've showed my neck x-rays of that, but I don't know if I showed. Yeah.
Need a key card.
But it is great. It's midnight. It might be getting close to the end of the stream just because I'm getting a little out of it. I had my dad's stuff yesterday. We're now in Feb today. My dad's stuff took it out of me because it mentally took it out of me, and I was probably gonna do a little bit better until I was basically made into the job that I'd like to have, but I need to go, like, I need to, my son wants a birthday party. His mom will not give him one unless I can pay half. So I have to earn 150 for that, and I have to pay bills. After that, in a perfect world, I'd already be enrolled in a program with Covenant CNA that is near me to get certification to be CNA, because the care partners that they're hiring near me, they do want to be either enrolled or have the certification of being a CNA. They've changed a few things up. Or they want me to be a sitter and have to wait a year to be enrolled in a nursing program for them to pay it. And it's an extra like $3 an hour if I actually have it. But it's $750 to get all 3 certifications I need. But 1 week's pay, I mean 2 weeks paycheck, 1 paycheck, 2 weeks pay, pays for me to get that schooling. Or that, rather that Yeah, it's still schooling. It's still learning. So I was more worried, but then by the end of the month, if I'm not hired, onboarding, and then talking about education and trying to get my application in for being back in college fully paid for by the end of February, which that's a really tight schedule since the fastest I can do it is within 2.5, 3 weeks, 3 weeks, I think, with Covenant. If I do daytimes, I'd have to get hired within a week. I start basically now, get hired within a week to be enrolled for fall for nursing. I doubt that's gonna happen. Oh, my mom has multiple sclerosis. My dad is week off too, so there's a lot of scary stuff about that too. I get that. My mom's multiple sclerosis, technically being autoimmune. This is where I shouldn't even have to ask for anybody's help. Technically, depending on how my mom is doing, my mom can be considered immunocompromised. She should be, but MS is an awful, awful thing. Multiple sclerosis, the myelin sheath being stripped off, making it so you don't have the action potential to send a signal, making it so that there has to be a stronger potential to send the same signal for your nervous system to fire off properly, causing the scleroses that you see in multiple locations that lead to brain damage and atrophy and whatnot. All have another side to it. Since it's her immune system fighting her own nervous system, her immune system is always, and I say always, but it's not quite true, it's primed to fight way more often than it should. So in best case scenario, my mom actually doesn't get sick nearly as often, or when she does, she gets over it very fast because her immune system reacts to. And MS can vary because some MS patients are immunocompromised. They should be considered that. My mom's fluctuates with if it's actually active or it's recessive for her MS. And sometimes you don't know if something's active for her MS until the moment, like she's showing the extreme confusion, losing her ability to walk, her eyesight. So that can be really, really scary. The whole thing is scary. At this point, I've been a living diabetic more than I haven't been. Just do your best to take care of yourself and keep your digits about you and your extremities. A dude like me deserves the best. Oh no, I'm an awful person, but my son deserves the best, and I'm his dad, so he didn't choose to be born. So where the hell did my phone go? Because did Team Road approach me again? I'm not. Look, unless you're real. Oh my God. Is the high and low today in Georgia 18 degrees? Am I reading this right? That the high and is just going to be 18 degrees? It's gotta be wrong. No, it's because the month changed and they couldn't keep up with it. Oh, thank God. It'll get up to 33. I was like, no. Low is 15, high is 33. Like, you can't do that to me, Georgia. Yeah, we get 1 degree Fahrenheit above freezing today. It snowed. That was fun.
Welcome. Ooh, what you buying?
Ooh, I'm giving you a lot to upgrade the last things.
No difference. The price.
Regenerators.
That's our choice to make.
Regenerators. Oh, regenerators. Oh, my foot started like aching. I thought of regenerators. Why did my foot ache over that?
I'll buy it at a high price. Well then, what can I do you for?
Generators. No. Wasn't there a bigger case I couldn't buy before? Yeah.
Bigger is better, as they say.
Nope.
At least I thought so when I was a lad.
Did he really just actually make a sexual joke? I've never heard him finish that. I thought he just said bigger is better and he didn't say anything else. At least that's what I heard when I was a lad. I've never heard him say that. What? What?
What's that? How have we come back?
How have we come back? How have they came back? Oh, the chicken. Hi. I scared him. Oh. Oh, it feels. It feels like it's negatives here. I mean, it is negative. We're apparently dropping into the high 20s here. We rarely get below 40 and in cold front. Yeah, well, Florida, Georgia being hit. Florida being hit. When I lived in South Georgia, not even in Florida, I was at a restaurant and somebody came running into it screaming about, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, it's snowing. And I think I was being treated, as my ex and I, with one of her teacher friends, and we were sitting there going, what, snow? What? Because it had never had a recorded snowfall in the last, and I'm talking about like, we're getting damn near 100 years. But when they said snow, I actually went outside and went, what are you talking about? They're all flipping the fuck out. And it was tiny bits of, I'll call it falling slush. That was not fully formed snow. Hitting the ground and being able to look like it's a piece of crystalline ice something for 1 to 2 seconds before just becoming one with the ground. And they freaked the fuck out. Like, this is snow. We are getting snow. People had never seen snow. They'd never seen precipitation come from the sky, falling slow. The only time that ever happened where I lived was when all the fires were raging and it was ash falling from. Now even Florida is getting snowed on right now, much less the place I used to live. It's like, holy crap. How fast is my fire rate? All right, not fast enough, but it's all we're gonna get. Yeah, and it looks like next weekend could be more. The cold doesn't bother me anyway. The thing that bothers me is that as soon as the ground gets wet, it's bad for health, and so it'll put me at running around and whatnot. Because I'm no god at driving, but I sure as hell took enough defensive driving, enough courses in snow, on bad soil and rain, and just dozens of hours of my life I'll never get back just to learn properly how to guide a car through things like that. We had a lot of deaths in my high school one time when it snowed. A lot of people that my brother knew, and that encouraged me to continue trying to learn instead of just being like, oh, my parents taught me, so I know well enough. He's been here too long, so I've seen Steven's Snow Angel. I mean, you've been here. Are you talking about the Snow Trust Fall? That was a long time. Are you talking about when I took my phone as a live stream, went outside into Snow Trust Fall when my power went out? Is that what we're talking about? That was a long time ago if we're talking about that. Oh, Jesus. That was 2000. Oh, please tell me that was winter of 2016 and not winter of 2017. Holy shit. It might have been winter of 2017. It was a heavy, heavy snowfall. It could have been winter of 2018. I was living here. I didn't have my old house anymore. It was... Oh, there's a clue in my head. It was winter of 2017. Winter. Winter's coming. I flopped on the snow and hurt myself. Sure as hell did. Yeah, I did a trust fall in the snow, and the snow was a little harder than I thought it would be. And by a little, I mean a lot. Oh, I never gave anybody else like some kind of shout at the top of that text that has been scrolling. It was just supposed to say, if I got crazy hair, my state of mind's getting worse. But it's been saying like thank you for a while. I should put something else up there. Shut the fuck up, sarcasm. Ice. Dun, 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 dun. Oh. But getting ice. Ooh. Georgia's almost as bad as like Grand Rapids in Michigan. If we get ice here, it's gonna turn to sludge too fast. Oof. And I'm not the biggest fan of Grand Rapids, so if you couldn't tell. I'm so. Oh, wait. Hold on. Nope. I don't have to think. I have to just do the permutations. Excuse me. We're gonna going through all the permutations. I'm not even seeing completely clearly anymore, so I'm just like, okay. If we, oh, this is gonna be it. Whoops. Does this one need to get to the other power supply? It needs to be flipped over there. There he is. Is that it? That's not it. There it is. All right. Yeah, people losing their minds in winter, but it's typically freezing rain. No, it's not losing their minds. Wait. I'm thinking of Michigan. Is MS Michigan or Minnesota? My brain died. I was talking about Michigan. I've got you know, biological family that lives up there, and a few family members. I used to be there when I was younger. It was. It's a special kind of. I don't think anyone's quite losing their minds when it comes to Michigan, Grand Rapids, but Detroit, no, I can't get hit by you. Please go away. Please go away. Please don't jump me. No! Missouri, Michigan, Mississippi. I got some different answers. Oh, I thought it was MI. My brain, though, when I see MS, gets confused because my mom's had MS for so long. I think multiple sclerosis, then I forget what state we're talking about. I can't be on both.
The fuck are you?
There. There's another one. Ow! I don't want to. I want to kill him. Oh. I want. Oh, you don't usually get that death angle. Oh, I'm now determined. I have to kill it. And then I might be tuckered out. Is that a way to put it?
Fuck are you?
Okay. I hit 2 weak spots. Once you hit like that's 2 out of 3. Once you hit the majority of them, I think you just blast them to smithereens. It will work. I think. But I think therefore I am. That's it. Okay. Because otherwise, when you try to run in this room and that thing's alive, you can't get the red barrel. You can't get the red barrel. Not easily, at least. Not easily for me. For people who can actually play this game more competently, I'm assuming, yes, it is easier for them. But I'm not them. I'm me. Hi. My name is Darkness. And I suck. Way more than people would even think. In fact, I'm breathing through a straw right now. You wouldn't even know. It's become second nature. Where's the switch? Do a barrel roll. There's no power. I know there's no power.
Over.
Yeah, I know, but I forgot if I just hit the same power thing or if it's the other. If there's another switch. I forgot what the switch is. My brain is. Oh, it's this one. Wait, it's not this one. I will do another trust fall in the snow if there's enough snow. I will live stream another trust fall in a heartbeat. Trust me. My body's all banged up. What's in one more fall? I'm not some elderly whatever gonna break a hip bullshit. Before you can say anything, sarcasm, shut up. Please don't. What do you mean? It shouldn't make a difference. Hey, smooth criminal. Yeah!
Helping out with today's live stream.
I appreciate
Please
that.
accept friend requests on Steam so I can gift games. The Arkham series is perfect for this channel. Will you appear on Twitch anytime soon?
I'm on Twitch right now. If your username is smooth, I can approve that. Thank you so. I appreciate that. I think someone tried to gift some Arkham games at some point. I don't know if I have all of them. Thank you so much. Shut up, sarcasm. But I'm on Twitch right now. Did it even snow sticks? Sometimes do I have very wrong things to say about does it stick, and my brain immediately wanted to say some not so wholesome things, and I'm keeping my brain under control. No, I don't have to appreciate that sarcasm at all. No. 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 Hold on. Brain's thinking. Brain. Hold on. Whoops. Brain thinking. Hold on. If I can get power back over there. And if it can Jenga its ass on right on down. Oh, come on. Oh. My brain is not set up for this right now. I have it set up for a different configuration. Am I a computer? Am I a customizable sofa? No. Don't sit on my don't say that. Wow, don't say that. Don't sit on my I might be tired. I might be tired because that is not something that you say ever. I apologize to the Lords of the Dance or whatever the hell. Well, I usually know the puzzles pretty well. And then I take a break from things like this for a little too long. Since he has deluded himself into thinking that I'm intelligent. I think intelligence is split up into a few different things. And I think that most of the people that I believe are actually intelligent do not believe themselves to be intelligent. I believe the other half, more than half, or less than half than that, actually realize that they are and have a big issue with accepting it because people will claim they're smart for the wrong reasons. Oh my God. My blurry eyes. I'm about to put on glasses. Hold on. Oh, fuck. Okay. If that goes straight down, power must be diverted either from the bottom, which my blurry ass eyes are not seeing right now, or it has to be diverted over here, which means now it has to be retrieved from. It can't be from right there. The power can't be. It's okay. So it has to be diverted, but this diversion is actually connected to that. So it needs to actually go around. That's the same thing I thought of the first time. But this doesn't change anything because, okay. It's wired to go like. No! Oh God in heaven. There's a way to figure these out just fine. Okay. I'm thinking this through now. We're firing my brain from the job. It's not on all cylinders. It should be on its knees sucking. Cause it's not it just sucks. That's all it's good for. Oh, I got it though. Just kill me. Hold on. Power has to be able to get through it. To both of those. It won't get through it that way. That one blocks it off. This is the only one it could be. So that means it's not this because it has to be like that. So if it's not that, it needs to go up. It has to go up. It has to come back down. You gotta get up and get down, which means it has to divert over here, or it has to spring off the other way. Ooh, so if it comes to that note, then we can still funnel it through. Can't do that though, because then that would make it so I'd be smart. No, I'm not. So we could go here and go here. We can redirect the idea that it should, and then the inner machinations, the inner Makishimas, but no, that doesn't work. No. Oh God. I know how to solve this. I talked through of understanding the last time I played the. I said that there was a more obvious way, and I had an epiphany, and I shared it. I shared it with all of you. You guys got to taste, but don't say you tasted my epiphany. No, that feels very wrong. Do not talk about tasting epiphanies. Okay? No. Son of a whore. Why? It has to be able to diverge there. It's listen. It's got to be able to, no. It can't be that. Oh. What was the pattern? Okay. What pattern did I see? Oh, it's a beeline across. Oh my God, am I just lining up lines and I clicked everything needlessly? No, fuck. Okay. We tasted the what now? I don't know. I have no idea what I said. This is not bad, but this still hurts. Especially when you put a scope on it. It hurts. Anyway. I have no idea what I said you could have tasted. Listen, I get up in my head and I only think with the one head. So like when I'm up in there, I'm deep. I'm in there having a alone time or whatever or something. Wait. No, I didn't get the. No.
Shit, again?
Let's go. I didn't even think about that. No! I hate myself today. I feel really dumb. What did I figure out last time? No. I just did this. We just did this. Which way is it supposed to come from though? No, I don't accept this. This is not. Where is, what am I? No, it teed over to. It went. It didn't it. No, it can't. Oh. No. That's the. Why does it keep seeing how to do 4 out of 5? No. No. Oh, it can't get to that node anymore because of what I just did. No. No. Just go back over. Go back over. No. Go back over. I just solved you. I bested your trap. I beat your labyrinth, puzzle master. Like, please. Please. Oh! Going for, and it's 12 minutes until 1 a.m. That is true. My brain, and I took Seroquel quite some time ago. I am on my last nipple. What? I'm sorry. I'm less intrigued by the game and really trying to figure out what just. What? No, forget what you heard. You didn't hear anything. Let me. I need to do. There it was. I need to do some reflection. Listen, I fucking. Oh. Where did that come from? Why? Oh, my brain betrayed me. I have no idea where that came from, and I don't even know how to defend it. My last... How could it possibly... How do you... You have 2. How do you get down to your last one? It go... 2, 1, and 0. That's it. You're low on choices. I don't know either. Or this could do it.
Present for you.
Oh, yeah. Got it. This is not... Don't spread that term. Or credit it to someone else. Whoever made it, that is not me. I think there's another one of these bags that actually has a thing in it, and I should not play with it, but I'm going to shoot these because I killed one, and I feel like now... Oh, what a shame. Okay, well, that's a way to survive it. Regenerators. If you were going to talk about reasons that you would die in this game, the biggest reason that you could not live through this is the reason why Leon's story should end here as well. Having to face regenerators should be almost immediately an impossible task that should get anyone killed. Doesn't matter how skilled you are with anything. Regenerators should pretty much be the death of you. So if you want to know the most unrealistic part of this whole scenario of not unrealistic. Could you survive like a quote? Could you survive a zombie apocalypse as presented by this game, that game? Could you survive a parasitic outbreak by this guy game out this whatever game? Could you survive the survival horror known as Resident Evil 4 as long as regenerators are in there? No, you are not. If you have to get past them. This is starting to sound the quote log is just learning service contribution. I did not. Yeah, regenerators just would absolutely end you. Given that you'd have one time, one chance, one document to pick up to be able to figure out one thing, and it's a random placement where the parasites are. No. And then having to place well-placed shots, and they move extremely fast, unfairly fast. They I squeak, I squeak. I speak mouse. Where are you? Thank you. It's a silver token. No, as opposed to silver totems. Did I ever tell you guys yet that I watched a slice of life anime thinking that it was actually a serious something that would be like profound or whatever, and instead I got bamboozled into like this, seeing this like short being like, where'd that come from? Because like anything that would tackle that kind of topic must actually be really good, and instead I'm watching basically quiet guy meets psycho girl who has kinks, and it's how they get together, and through end of high school going into their normal life. I don't like slice of life stuff, and I still ended up watching like all of it, and now it's like it's one of the most embarrassing because I think about things that I'm like, I cannot say on camera. I'm gonna have to just figure out a way to broach of like which one it is, because what the fuck? I wanted to say something right now that would relate to that and have to explain where did it come from. I don't want to. Then turn the camera off. Wait. You say turn the camera off, and that makes it sound like I'm doing something that should be put up on a different web platform. It feels like the biggest debate I've been through in a long while. Of like, oh, it's a very serious. I can get behind those things. Things that make you think, even if it's said in that kind of like, you know, this turbulent part of people's lives where it's, you know, trying to figure out what you're supposed to be as an adult while people have expectations that you're gonna already act as. I can get behind that, and the idea of having to dip back into it, of being like, people are jerks front to back, whatever. And I saw a short, and I was like, oh. And I saw another short, and I was like, oh, this must be the tone of the show. Kinks come up in that show way too fast, and they are way. It just feels wrong, and I don't. No. Just a lot of no. A lot of no. There's a lot of. I gotta figure out how to bring this up. Biosensor. What kind of anime? Anime, I'm getting towards the end of my rope of being able to be functional. It doesn't really matter what the medium is. I just gravitate toward anime because the types of stories that I enjoy seeing performed and everything actually feel more theatrical, or feel like human beings just playing them out on a stage would take away, because you have a suspension of disbelief the moment that it's a game or something drawn, like something like that. When it's actually people there, but you still want to tell the same story, it's harder to suspend disbelief on what should be real or not. And the more photorealistic games get toward Uncanny Valley, they fall into the same category. So I don't know if I like a genre. I have certain things I like, and if I find it in anime, live action, it doesn't really matter where I find it. It's just that more recently, I found more like the idea of moral compass. Those who have died, what was it? What were those things for? Why would you do it? Why would you? What is it? What is vengeance? What does revenge actually get you? Things like that. Vinland Saga can describe that, but also playing a place. There's the idea of just someone caught in the crossfires of a killer, and you know what their purpose is, but you don't know the circumstances, whether you stop it or not. There are other anime, or I can go Collateral. If I want to talk about the idea of a society that's going towards like Philip K. Dick, or like Orwellian, or Gibson, or stuff like that, I can watch Blade Runner. Blade Runner is actually but I can also read just the book. It's not Blade Runner. Blade Runner is the name of the book that was changed. Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? That's Philip K. Dick. Gibson's worlds are different. There's movies that are based off of 1984. Minority Report's there. You can read the book, watch the movie if you want to. iRobot covers that same kind of conundrum. Nier Automata on consciousness, on set societies, on dystopian futures, on the idea of if you could recreate a person. But when you could put it into an anime of like dystopian future, Psycho-Pass covers it better. It's kind of like a take your pick. I like a lot of different things that make me think, are historically kind of like in that realm of it's kind of cool to bring history into it, or just the conflict that has to be resolved feels grounded, but also feels like there's a payoff, entertaining, and sometimes the payoff is that you don't get to have a true resolution because real life does not get to be tied up in a nice neat bow. So there are some things that are just, I don't know how to answer some of those things. One of the weirdest openings to a book ever, I will say. No! One of the weirdest openings ever to a book is if you read, if Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, also known as Blade Runner. One, replicants are in that book. Decker story, everything like that. Deckard's. But the way the book just introduces you to this world of like mandated things, and the way he interacts with his wife and all this, and the jobs, and like as if the society is mandating how they can have even happiness or have their private life, that to a degree that's sickening. And oh shit, there we go. Fahrenheit 451, but that's, once again, I'd love a copy of it that I could burn with my son if he decides to read it with me. It's hard to say what I'd like because it's more based on, and I end up repeating certain shows because it's a way for me to calibrate my brain. Now, is it ADHD at play and chronic depression that desperately needs me to do that and have other people relate to the idea I need to do that? Otherwise, I can spiral out of control. Sure, it's that too. But is it also just that it can be both me trying to stay out of a manic state or trying to keep my brain with not going overboard, and at the same time be a stress reliever or something that can be repetitive so that my brain can relax because it knows what's going to happen. So the parts of my brain that would try to overthink can't, because I've already overanalyzed. I call it a comfort show, but some shows are unhealthy to do that with, and sometimes I know what I'm looking for is understanding when I shouldn't be looking for it. So some shows are less comfort and they cause more anxiety than comfort. But anime in general that end up falling in that category, historical things that I want to actually see displayed properly. I mean, what's it called? Kingdom Heaven should cover that enough. If you want to see live action, that'd be Liam Neeson and Orlando whatever Junior, Orlando whatever Bloom. So take your Vinland Saga can cover that. If you want to see dystopian future, I mean, you could go Blade Runner. You can watch Psycho Pass. I prefer Psycho Pass to something like that. If you want to see how writers can write into everything, the idea of your separate stories all collide, of like how people live and how it collides into something that an overall story has been leading to the whole time, but the quirks and the little parts of learning about each individual person. Watanabe is really, really good at that. His newest one I haven't checked out, but people have said doesn't stand up to Cowboy Bebop and Samurai Champloo. Collateral I mentioned because it sticks with me, the idea of like even the premise and how much people can just look over, an average person can just gloss over in their normal life, to the point of the analogy of the dead man riding on a subway no one knew for hours, going on a loop. Princess Mononoke, for its ambiguity of what's right and wrong, which when I played The Last of Us I had to point to Princess Mononoke being that it's the only movie I could think of where there is a protagonist, the protagonist being who you see the action through, the lens for which you see the action, and the main protagonist is Ashitaka. But hero, protagonist, antagonist is not the same as hero, villain, and there are heroes in the story and the protagonist in the story, and there are antagonists that work against the protagonist. That does not make them a villain, that just makes them, so that's considered anti-hero type deal. But it's one of the few times where there is only one, if you want to say hero villain kind of category, or antagonist, true antagonist, there's only one person in it, and they blindside you because you wouldn't necessarily call them that. And so I have to point to that when I even pointed to Last of Us. When it comes to favorite books, it just depends on mood that I'm in. I've like, I look at Edgar Allan Poe's works and I think, oh, that'll work. I look at Lupin up back there and I think, oh, okay. That's a hard one. I mean, Catcher in the Rye is high up there just because it encapsulates a lot of how I view society as I've grown up, because Salinger really nailed the idea of what it's like for somebody to, even if it's a teen, kind of like a moment in time of how they're looking, it's kind of how someone could be stuck viewing the mundane life of others and finding it to be so superficial, and at the same time being stuck as part of it. And how do you fit into that, and knowing that it's going to be superficial, how do you become something that is useful, or that you feel like you've gotten used to, you feel like you're doing something. I would have immediately in the past pointed away from something like that. I don't know. It's hard for me. There's a book I fear actually mentioning because there's a religious motif behind it, but the premise of it really, really is sparking. I love The Great Gatsby. I love 1984, things like that. Fahrenheit 451. Those favorites. Tuck Everlasting is like my youngest existential crisis. Most people get Bridge to Terabithia. My favorite book series is Animorphs. I would probably hazard to say, given how often I reread them, because it goes quickly from young teen adults to please don't show this to anyone other than an adult. Within the span of probably a few sessions, just sitting down and reading all like 60 some of those books. Wheel of Time, yeah. There's always Lord of the Rings, the Aragon series that's taking inspiration. People can love or hate Harry Potter. I got that in 1999, the first 3 books for Christmas. It's not necessarily gonna be in my favorite. There's the novelization 100. There's gonna be, and that could be a thing. There's actually Rights of Man, which is what most people don't think about when they think of Thomas Paine's work. They think of Common Sense, mostly because of Hamilton lately. And there are the works of some other authors, like, you know, John Locke, laissez-faire type deal of how you can view the world through that kind of scope. There are works that are from I mean, Pascal, it was more black and white. You can think of it as kind of unhinged, but reading Pascal's works, because revolutionary ideas and very, very much like pushing envelope even for their time, which is why a lot of people who quote him, you know, a good rule of thumb is have moral hygiene when quote anyone who is willing to quote Pascal. Yoko Taro has novelized some of the things that he writes. I've read some of that. I do like the idea still of fantasy worlds and books and things like that. I haven't gotten into many other newer series. I keep banking on older ones. Nothing you've read has ever really been thought provoking. Angels and Demons, yeah. The nothing I've ever read has been really thought provoking. I've got plenty of books. Animorphs is thought provoking in its own, and it's not even made for adults. Animorphs very much presents the idea of moral ambiguity. Moral ambiguity is one of the things that is one of the most thought-provoking things from my own life. I should go from the last autosave knowing that I'm probably gonna fail this part. I'll say this because I know I'm running on fumes. When I think of things that are thought-provoking, usually it's not just drama for the sake of drama. Usually it's conflict where you would see it if you stepped outside yourself, your own life, your own body, your own way of that you know of living. And that you realize like there's a moral conflict, that if you were stuck in that position and you had time to think about it, it isn't just so black and white. So it's almost as if you were to take, let's say, armed forces knowing they have an objective, and usually a lot of the training that goes behind you is to know that you can carry it out and have your feelings later. If you have people that are by your side drop, like that is something that you'll mourn later, but you have to continue on with what you're doing before you can do that. Otherwise, you can compromise other people type deal. I'll put it as moral conundrums as if, okay, but what if people didn't have that strong structure that tells them they have to? What if people are presented with situations where they don't have structure, where they learned how to deal with situations in general, where coordination takes, and where everyone could be every man for themselves? The moral conundrum of, do you save a few? Do you save many? Do you look at the bigger objective? Do you stick to it when it goes to shit? If something that you care about actually is harmed in it, does that mean you lose your stake in it? Are you willing to sacrifice other people because your willingness to actually go after a cause? It kind of takes the idea of those types of storylines where you take the idea of there was structure to fight or to go against something. The structure falls apart. Less of a train situation. I'm talking about more like the idea of, I said military because it's the idea of, you can think of them, the juxtaposition of, what if you had the same kind of instructions of like an objective, but it was people who could, there's no ramification for backing out, for looking out for you and yours. But what if you and yours is part of the reason that's the objective? And also you find in the middle of it that you're like, a linchpin to making it all work, but then you lose something, whatever you're fighting for, the people you're fighting for, the things that you're striving toward. What if you lose it in the middle of it? Will you basically damn other people or force them to figure it out? Will people back out? Will others force them to stay in that role, even though it could turn them into an enemy instead of a friend? Will it, if it's an us against them situation, when people are against it, does it show their true character, or can they still hide their true character behind it? I love it when writers actually subvert it by showing that someone's true character is that in the thick of it, they still are duplicitous. And that's a very hard thing to pull off, because most people, when their feet are to the fire, they drop pretenses. The facade falls off, and you can see who they are. You can see if they're actually short-tempered or patient or all these other. And that's why I call even parenting of like, it doesn't change you. It just amplifies what you already are. So like, if you're getting more and more short-tempered and you're a parent, you probably need to go to therapy to try to help learn ways to be able to calm yourself down, relax, have more time, feel like you have more time to give to yourself, because of what you can give to yourself, you can pass out, give to your child, things like that you have to work on. But the idea of writing characters properly, where when your feet are to the fire, they still can be duplicitous. And it's you have this set expectation, but in real life, there are people who they thrive in chaos. I'm somebody who's said more than once, even on these, for a decade being on YouTube, that since I thrive more when like the chips are down and shit's gone wrong, and that's where I found my stride. I know that I can still hide, if you will, parts of what I am, what I want to strive for, what I'm willing to do, what I'm not willing to do, and sometimes less hide and more let people assume, and then just go off the assumption, because their assumption is my gain. And then I'm somebody who very much, it's hard for me to communicate with people when I finally see like there's a hard situation, and it's been put in a few different media. Animorphs is even one of it, where I talking about characters who that they're seen as cruel and unremorseful, vindictive, just basically just awful people at some points, only because they can see the answer, and it's not an easy pill to swallow. It's the same thing. As soon as I read that, it's something I related to, seeing this golden thread between, A to Z. You see a problem in A, you see the solution Z. The only other problem is all the other 24 letters in the alphabet. But if those other 24 letters in the alphabet are people, are you willing to get from A to Z, rip through all of them? Whether it is, bypassing, but bypassing doesn't get you the straight perfect line, the golden thread that leads you from your problem to your immediate solution, no matter what you cut through in the middle. And so the idea that I relate to that so much is the idea that, if those things are people, needing to deceive them sometimes is one of those, when people say ends justify the means, my brain sometimes justifies it as the idea of hurting people is the cost of getting to the end point. And that could be, you could see it as PTSD from being younger, training as I've grown, but that's also duplicitous to people who believe that I'll look after their, wants and needs, when I realize that their want and need gets in the way of having a better solution, where I just need to trash their feelings, their wants, their needs, and instead go for that, and the hard truth of that, catering to them specifically, means that there is no true solution to the problem, and that conflict continues on. And so it's one of those, it's easier to ask for forgiveness than for permission, but it goes beyond that. It goes to the point of, like, in some books I've read of, could you do this if it were your family member? Would you be able to do the thing, pull the trigger, whatever, that causes that? It's like, yes. And then immediately have that reversal of being like, okay, we've actually thought through all the different ways that we could try to handle this situation. That is the solution, and seeing if the character actually upholds it. Reading books that have tackled subjects like that always will intrigue me, because showing if the character's duplicity and holding feet to the fire will even hold out when they know that that's the answer. They'll espouse it with their mouth and then hope that somebody could knock it down or enact it for them, and then having it brought up to them of, that is the perfect answer. Now, can you hurt the people that you thought you were going to be protecting? Because the answer lies at the end of, they either hurt emotionally, physically, could die by the end of it, be estranged from them, whatever it is. You mentioned that's the perfect solution. Can you actually do what you said? And especially books that are willing to explore the dichotomy of one person who's like, yes, I will, but by another person believing that they could do that thing and then they can't, it thwarts the first person that actually is 100% willing to hurt even people they love to get to the ending, that type of deal. And so it creates this thing of, well, the one person seems like a cruel, vindictive bastard because he's willing to go and hurt people that trust him, that care about him, that he says he cares about, because there is a something at stake that they see past the immediate problems and know that they'll personally lose things, but it stops a conflict. The other one's seen as the saint, but in reality, they're dragging a conflict out and everything could be lost, including the people that would be lost by the first person by just going for that golden thread, that last answer. Who's actually in the right? Because you're playing a what if game, and only hindsight will tell you which one of those two characters was correct. So you can have someone who takes the moral high ground, but in a lot of different media and books that I've started reading that explore that concept, almost always does the person who takes the moral high ground twist and warp over time to be the one that actually sees that golden thread and is willing to be more steal their heart and do whatever is needed, even if it goes against their own morality, and it hollows them out because they realize that compromise isn't always a solution. Books that actually explore the true human condition, the idea that you have a set of morals you would love to live up to, and a person in your head you would love to become one day. And then there's reality saying you can't achieve that without basically you doing things that don't allow you to become that person. You want to be, and maybe it comes back to my own past. It's easier to simplify of, I cried and begged as a little kid fighting on gang streets. I wanted to just live on a farm and live peacefully. I wanted to be a pacifist. I didn't want to fight. No bloodshed, no one fighting. Just wanted to be a vegetarian on a farm. I didn't even want to eat the animals. I wanted them to live peacefully. I just wanted to live somewhere where people don't attack each other for no good reason other than you do or don't join a gang, or you do or don't do what they say, or they'll come find you. At the same time, if you go after my brother, you probably come out with a broken joint, because my solution starting age 6 was realizing that people can't run after you if, you can't get chased by a person whose knee is broken. So instead of me allowing my brother to get stabbed again, trying to go for joints to make it so they can't, says the same kid who selective mutism through tears crying to his brother, why is it like this? Why can't we just be on a farm with animals? They wouldn't do this to each other. Why can't we just be why do people do this? Why do we have to, why did I do that? The real human condition comes down to my childhood self wanted to be this person who wouldn't hurt a fly because there's no point, and wouldn't even want to hurt the animals that would be on a farm. In fact, it would be like almost like a sanctuary, growing your own food and not having to like leave a footprint of just being destructive. And yet I'd, in a heartbeat, physically maim someone for life. You see the problem. Like, to be able to get to the point where I could live a safe life, I needed to hurt people to keep myself and my brother alive. To be a pacifist, I needed to be violent. That's a real human problem. Books that explore real things and actually do it properly, where there is no good answer. Because the real answer to that conundrum, that if you want to try to dumb it down and get a bad writer, the real answer to the conundrum of me being a pacifist young is my brother or I or both needed to die. End of discussion. So if you have someone on their moral high ground that wants to say, if you so badly didn't want to fight, why didn't you try to use words? Why didn't you try to avoid? Why didn't you go to police? Police use the N-word against us, and we only had one police officer who ever gave us a warning. that it was going to get bad, but they said we were the good N-word kids to my mom's face. We're the good black kids on the street, and we're the smart ones, and we should actually get a warning because we're not like the other ones. You know, that whole selective racism where they forget, like, you know, you're standing right there and you shouldn't be the exception. Okay, so can't go to the police, can't, adults that get involved get killed, so your parents could die for getting involved in all this bullshit. Being able to see other kids get gunned down, stabbed, you know, whatever. Someone being my friend, people get on the moral high ground and have come at me before of me talking about things of my past saying, well, you know, I make it sound like there is no other choice, but I could have done this. They suggest as if they know what I'm going through. Those same people existed back then too. Those same people existed at that point in time saying, if you truly don't want to fight, why are you fighting? And they'd act like they have a solution to my life or to problems that are on that street. The moment any of those assholes got on that street and tried to help or get in the way of those problems and try to help, you know, mediate, do the right thing, I'll tell you one of three things that happened. They just left and just espoused from afar. They got on their soapbox but got a megaphone so they didn't have to be near it, so they didn't have to see the hypocrisy of what they're saying, or got themselves hurt or killed, or ended up figuring out pretty fast that they themselves became the one to even in defense of their own self, trying to be a negotiator, had to resort to a violent act of some sort because they got themselves into something too deep, and the answer was for them to come and tell me or my brother or whatnot, you know, basically just don't fight back. It's like, okay, that's a good answer until you realize we will die if we don't defend ourselves at all. Oh, let me just come and help. And then just to watch them run their ass, ride their bike as fast as possible to the nearest anything public, so that if they are assaulted, maybe there are witnesses, leaving us behind because they got a little pinprick. The knife didn't even go in all that deep because they thought they knew better. My own past makes me look at it as things of like, real human conditions come out of the idea of we want to be one thing, and the world would say that's a great thing to become, except some of the hoops you need to jump through to get to that place require you to go against the very things that you want to be. You want to be a hero. Cool. To become the hero of the story that you would like to tell that is your life, I just need you for a moment to be a villain. I appreciate that. The gifted tier 1 for Mr. Knight. Thank you so much. Thank you so incredibly much. I appreciate that. Thank you for the follow and the gifts to Warm Cloud. So I thank you so much. I do appreciate that. So I guess that's my way of saying when you say like interesting book premises, interesting like story premises, the reason why I could do things that make my brain go tactical or think, and those are the kind of games I could do over and over for the rest of my life, but usually creatively tactical would throw me to Dark Souls. But games like this, there's only so much depth that they can go through, is because my brain wants to find those kind of plot points. Let's go back to Leon in the game that is on screen right now. He's a good example of, he wants to be a protector. He wants to be somebody who saves others and does the right thing. He's even willing to give up his own personal relationship for Resident Evil 2 to even kick off, being dumped for going back to like wanting to be helpful in the place that he's needed, only to see atrocity after atrocity that jaded him so badly that he just fell into the bottom of a bottle of liquor and got played as a pawn to work as a government lapdog until he's sent after for something like this. And in between, he's an expendable chess piece in what's known as Project Javier, which Krauser's a part of. So he wants to do the right thing, but the right thing isn't available unless he does things that are unsavory, thought of more as bad. And to get over that, he does something that he wishes he hadn't done in the first place before Resident Evil 2, which is getting drunk, finding his comfort in the bottom of a bottle. So he doesn't want to be like that, but he still turns to being like that because the person he wants to be and the world that he lives in and what he's asked to do, they don't jive. So he falls into depression and he ends up trying to protect and losing everything in the process. He's the opposite of Chris, who loses things in a different way and what. But Leon truly does basically lose everything all the time. If they were to just expound more on the actual, in some of these games, that internal conflict and play it out on screen instead of it all just being over the shoulder, fright fest, everything where something new, new grotesque monsters at your face, I would enjoy that. Instead, you'll see me going after things where, that the real human condition is there is a. I don't think I said hi, Julio. Oh my God, did I? I meant to say hi like 1,000 times in my. I hope I did. Yes, fighting for peace, that whole conundrum and things like that. So a lot of books that just are not thought-provoking never touch on subjects like that. But then when you look at things like, do androids dream of electric sheep? Read the novel, read Blade Runner, which is probably on shelves known as as Philip K. Dick. Replicants. The basic premise is that it's somebody who's hired to hunt down replicants. They look like human beings. They're impersonators, and they're basically seen as now bad. They need to be taken care of if they're trying to pretend like they are humans. But if they act so much like, if they walk, talk, smell, basically, do androids dream of electric sheep? If they have dreams just like normal humans do, if they have dreams of like counting sheep to try to get it, but it's just electric sheep that they count to get this. How much different are they than humans, and why would they be persecuted? Why would they be hunted down? And if the book takes it a step further to say, if they act more human than the humans hunting them, who's the actual, where does humanity actually lie? And then there is a plot twist thrown into that of self introspection of what is actually happening, because there's a huge plot twist I'm just not going to give away because it's a great book, where you have to like decide, you possibly have been reading some people who have been in the wrong the whole time because they've been under a misconception, but you don't even know if it's a misconception or the truth. So you have to see how they try to rectify the idea that they might be wrong, or they could be right, or they could be neither, but it doesn't change what they have to do. Or does it? Do they have to stop doing everything they're doing, or did they have to double down on it? Real problems, because any one of those that in hindsight you realize was the wrong one, Blade Runner just throws this on top of it, this idea of you've got to do it first before you understand whether it was the wrong or right choice. In my opinion, that's really the crux of why it's hard for Deckard to get through everything, because he's got to make a choice first of how he's going to approach the situation, and there's no way for him to know what the truth is. He's got to, though, do something. There's no option of sitting on the sideline. But there's also no confirmation of what the right thing is, and hindsight can actually be the lie itself. Your hindsight could actually be the lie in that book. So with knowing that there's a truth that you didn't know about, and knowing that hindsight is the only thing to tell you what you did is right or wrong, but hindsight also could be the lie, because it could be confirmation bias telling you did the right thing when it was absolutely dead wrong, but you cannot confirm it unless basically powers that be or other things that you can't get a hold of could confirm or deny for you, or the only other solution is literally never letting yourself have a solution. That's a real, that feels about as real as it can get, and it's all about fucking fake human beings. It's science fiction, but it feels like something that kind of thing of my head spinning around of, do I hurt myself to figure? Do I hurt others? Do I hurt my own morality or my beliefs? Do I still double down? Do I go after it harder? Do I loosen up on it? Do I ask more questions? Or do I let sleeping dogs lie? All of that feels real. That's the kind of books that, like, when I look at that, and why sometimes when like things like Gibson can be too much in one way, but Orwellian can be too dystopian in another. And I come back to something that I feel like Dick, or when I like something thought provoking of when I talk about Grapes of Wrath, the Catcher in the Rye being so disconnected from seeing such superficial human interactions, that the best that you can do is believe that you're a person on the edge of a cliff at a rye field, and you're just looking at people. Doesn't matter if they all act like children playing a game, and you're the only one not playing the game, so you can monitor and try to catch them from falling off a cliff. But there's a written agenda even in that book of, should you be playing the game? Are you wrong? Are these superficial parts of our lives the things that make fulfillment to part of our life? Is Holden actually the protagonist of the book telling his story? Is he actually wrong because he's saying a slice of how he perceives things? Has he been wrong the entire time for perceiving it in this way of, it's all just so superficial, don't even engage, and if you try to, basically test them first? Or is that part of life's experience where you do know things can be superficial, but that's called levity? It's called pathos of between, tragedy and comedy and everything in between. Because when you polarize the entire world, the world is either a giant fucking tragedy or comedy, and there's nothing in between. If you want to polarize in black and white this entire world, everything is laughably stupid that you won't ever stop laughing for everything that human beings have to go through from beginning to end, for the idea that we can just think through beginning to end how our lives go, how it could go, how other people lead their lives. It's laughable how much it can be brutal, comical. Like, you could look at people being even like hurt, bombed, anything, and you can look at it as that's a tragedy. Or you can look at the idea, the other polar opposite is, how stupid is it that, instead of doing so, we could use this to do so, and instead we use it to, blow each other up for no good reason. It's a dumbing down of the idea that the real polarization, when you try to dig into the meat and potatoes of the gray area of the human condition, is the other is, it's a tragedy or it's a comedy. Life is just one or the other, and there's not, and people have tried to argue against that point when I've made it before, of like, life is just a tragedy or a comedy. There's not really an in-between if you polarize it. I dare to say that if you try to argue a different point of it, it's an opinion, you can have it, but it would be, you're looking at the outliers of, those are people who already had a condition in which they could never fit into society without a lot of help, without a lot of mental and moral support. We all need that kind of thing, but they're over and above disabilities, things like that, or mental impairments, or things that would make it so that your life already has something that you couldn't polarize it, and you couldn't see what I'm trying to say. And a pulled back perspective, the way that human beings act, where we could just talk through shit, but people willingly go fight each other for others that they've never met, for things that they don't technically believe in, but they do it for the cause of believing that they're doing it for the greater good, even though the greater good is dictated by people they don't agree with, type deal. That type of thing, and that's almost all of human history, from like before Agincourt, before the Age of Enlightenment, before Crusades, before the Viking invasions, before Roman Empire, before Anglo-Saxon takeover, before all that, before all of those things. That's just human history has always been basically slaughter. And you can either look at it as laughable of, we can't learn, and it's that fucking funny that you can see it so many times and they're still gonna do it, and you can predict it, and you can just basically eat popcorn on the sidelines. Or it's just, life is just a tragedy, and those are the two sides of it. When you dig into the meat and potatoes of the gray area, you find out that to get to being able to see the levity, to be able to have that pathos of how life should go, the levity of the comedic part, the parts that you can make light of to try to counterbalance the tragic parts of life, that gray area that helps you do that, that finds a way to be content even in the midst of chaos, where the two sides can in some way balance out. You find that conflict where to see something as tragic and comedic at the same time, it could be either one. You come into conflict with, I'm the tipping point that could make it worse or better. I could make it bearable. I could make it laughable. I can make it into a joke we tell later, or I can make this into a tragedy. I could make life force. I could do all these things. In the middle ground is the human. We don't know what to do until we've already done it, but we already kind of know what to do because humans have been living and writing down what we've been doing for so long that if we just wanted to learn, we could probably learn how to problem solve just about everything we'd ever go through. But we always want to believe that we're in such an exception that we will repeat the same mistakes. So it's laughable that we can basically read a history book and not pick up that we are reliving every goddamn history book we've ever, but we want to just say it's different because it's different technology, different wars of weapons of warfare, different things. Or people can pick up that same history book and think tragically, how could we not learn? It's been thousands of years. The Battle of Agincourt doesn't sound any different than blah. The Battle of Roses, the Crusades, they don't sound any different than blah. All these things, the idea of revolution, those don't sound different. Bloody revolutions having to usually have people that usurp power that don't deserve power, that they want to be able to get out from under the fist of something, only to be subjugated for a long or short or a long time by something even worse than the thing that they got rid of. Being a trend in history and people don't ever see it coming. Like fucking Napoleon. How do you not see the idea that he might have gotten rid of what you didn't like about a king, but he's not going to necessarily be, he takes away, he says he's going to give rights to all, immediately rips away women's rights. Like, you know, he's already going to show his true colors and he's a great general, but he's going to, he wants to be the best. He wants to have the biggest title. He wants to be known, grandiose, all these things. We can read about things like that. How would you know Napoleon's coming? When you talk about the three Reichs or whatever of three different of Germany and whatnot, and the German states, which all extend down to Italy, all the way up to, you know, where you get to the, you know, I was going to say Baltic, but getting toward the UK in general, and all of that, you know, the Germanic lands go east, west towards where French lands were, part of Ottoman Empire, part of Roman Empire, part of like what you would think of. All these different things. That's why all that gets, you know, Bismarck and Napoleon and all the blah, blah, blah. You can see and read how to have averted repeating a cycle in that certain area with those types of people that would think that certain way and do that to causing the same circumstances that's going to just make a repeat. And you can read it and realize, oh, we're going to do it again. It's going to happen again. And we're still not going to have it. When you read it, when you can read history books and realize we could have averted it if people just talked about it and been like, we've already done this before, so let's just cut to the chase. How about we not like make people destitute and dead and instead solve our problems by making people's lives, and instead it's like, hey, let's try destitute and dead again. Let's try going at each other's throats, and whoever might is right type rule, which is not a good saying to go by. Might makes right is one famous philosopher talks about that, but might making right is not a good philosophy at all. You get into the minutia of people have to choose a side of how to bring about, if we can't just jump to the conclusion of we already know what we should have done, then we've got to take another route because people won't get on board with just learning from history. So if we can't learn from history about what to do to solve the problem, we have to try something new. The new things all are going to come with, you know, clusterfucks. Hindsight's the only thing that's going to tell us. And when hindsight can even color your opinion on what to do the next time because you got confirmation bias behind you, you're starting to look at the real human condition. Those kind of books, movies, and everything. I love that kind of stuff. Thank you, Lee. I appreciate that. I feel as though I go back to depending on how depressive episode I'm not. I'll agree with that. I calibrate. I'll rewatch something like Psychopaths in a heartbeat when I feel like I want commentary on society. When I want commentary on mental state of not being able to let go of the past, you'll see me watching something like Cowboy Bebop. The idea of ambiguity of who's truly right and wrong, I might pop on Princess Mononoke. The idea of getting into something where you want to stop it, but all you can do is sit back and watch atrocities until you realize that it is you, or more things, bad things will happen. You know, movies like Collateral can come to mind. When I want to like just binge watch certain things, and I think of, okay, war, and what is, if vengeance or doing the right thing, or with some people, the idea of a bloody past, which is a trope ever since World War II for Japanese culture of making stories with people with dark past because of World War II and whatnot. That's like Rurouni Kenshin is one of the best examples of that. But that trope of like there's something dark brewing, and you have to make up for it. There's a lot of even The Last of Us kind of brings up, like, are you redeemable? Are you more than the monster that you had to be, or that you can still consider that you are? And so I'll go binge things like that. I do have this to say, and then I'm getting offline. Make sure that when you binge and calibrate, depending on like what mood you're in, especially a depressive one, that you're not accidentally plunging yourself deeper in that hole. Because there is a difference between calibration and reinforcement, and sometimes things that we view as comfort are only comfort in the moment because they make us feel like we're validated in our emotions because somebody else was able to act it out, or draw it, or voice act it, or do something, or write it in a book. But in reality, what we're doing is giving ourselves a dopamine hit for feeling depressive in the first place. So we're reinforcing a bad mental cycle where we're in some type of downward spiral, depressive, anxiety-induced something states, and then something that should be comfort actually also adds to the anxiety and gives a dopamine hit of, when you get to X states in your mindset, you get Y reward for getting there. And that can be a very bad combination that people sometimes don't notice in their own personal life. That in their own personal life, they've accidentally reinforced bad behaviors by calibrating to things that they see as comfort. Like, for example, knowing that I've been violent since a kid, not by choice, but whatever, having to be, and then knowing of what I did as I grew up, and people that depended on me, and people that died, and things that I did with my life by the time I was even 18. Vinland Saga can be one of two things. Something that I hear, like even the song Paradox, and I realize, or the themes, especially in season 2 of, is there such thing as like redemption, forgiveness, anything? Or is vengeance justified in season 1? Is it okay? Or if, can you even understand that road of the road to the idea of being able to move forward with your life when your eyes are burning with hatred type deal for what's right on your plate right here, right now, since you've witnessed it? If I watch that to recalibrate myself because my mind is in, let's call it monster mode, that as long as I watch season 1 and 2, is something that can help recalibrate. I'm just saying Vinland Saga's gotten some popularity, so I'll say that one. That's a good calibration. I want to show other people because it really does show what I think is like a mindset of what, like, how focused you can be and lose emotion, lose everything, even, and become something that you would be ashamed to have become, and that the people that you do it for desperately never wanted you to do it, and they'd be ashamed that they allowed their actions to let you become that. Watching through season 2 to make sure that, like, when it starts reversing about, can you leave it behind? Is there the idea of, that would be me getting me out of a spiral of, I'm a monster that walks among normal people. I don't feel like I fit in, but I feel like I fit in enough that I can calm myself down. My brain is allowed to be among everyone. I can be in front of a camera with you guys. If I stop at season 1, it's just gonna reinforce. There's a good opening and closing theme to it. I'll rock out to the music. I'll see violent themes portrayed in front of me, it'll give me a dopamine hit, and then it'll just leave me with the idea of it's okay for me to be that monster because it did accomplish things. And that's not good, because it makes my brain next time around want to pop up and say, let's just think about that again and be that again and do that again. That's not healthy. You see what I mean? Like, it adds to it. Like, if I want to see a commentary on society and I want to read a book, Fahrenheit 451, 1984, going after, Blade Runner, something like that, watching Psychopaths. If I'm looking at it because I'm actively not trying to cope with, but I'm looking for something to reinforce a bad idea of, like, I don't like what's happening, and the thing that I don't like also happened in the show, and it ended tragically also in that thing, and I view it as comfort, it actually could be false comfort. So, and there are a few things that, like, things that I like, I have to try to stay away from sometimes, because it's not recalibration and comfort. It's a dopamine hit against a bad cyclical behavior that needs to be broken, giving positive reinforcement to a very negative emotion. So, Full Metal Alchemist touches on a lot of ideas of right and wrong. It does. And I think if you want to get, and I'm going to go, but if you want to talk about the Full Metal Alchemist that touches on it better when it comes to one singular character, a duo, the 2003 anime actually does it better. The Edward in that one grows up more and has to deal with more. And while you might not like it, because they very much diverge, the manga wasn't finished being written, so they had a third to a half of the manga to go off of, and then they had to split off how the story went. They went in a very, like, in-depth, as a more like, Ed and Al, just them. Holy shit. Forget the movie exists. Forget the movie exists. Forget the movie exists. You can watch the movie and then forget it exists. Full Metal Alchemist is something that touches on that big time. In fact, when I say the quote, even with our eyes closed, there's a whole world out there that lives outside ourselves and our dreams, it comes from that 2003 Full Metal Alchemist. Brotherhood touches more on the idea of the ambiguity of right and wrong, more as a society and as a group, as a tribal effort, rather than an individual, until you get to the penultimate idea of the people searching for the embodiment of actual truth in that anime, where it opens up with the idea of truth is an actual being, and, like, there are gates that reaching truth lets you, like, exchange knowledge of you're treading on ground you shouldn't have, type deal. Yeah, Brotherhood was faithful to the manga. Yeah, that's why they redid it in 2009. 2003 is that Edward is better, just in my humble opinion, and in the opinion of many people who are open-minded. If you want to see an adaptation faithful to the manga, I know. I've read the manga. I've watched both series. I watched them as they were coming out, syndicated, live and whatnot, as they're being released episode by episode. And instead of waiting for the I used to read when it came out. And the Brotherhood covers better the idea of, like, because it even goes into war. There is a part where, people are confronted about war of, like, you know what you signed up for, and you're enjoying it, no matter how much you're trying to cry about it. There's a character who's a foil, but at the same time is absolutely correct that these people are part of the guilt that they carry in their life is that some of the bad things they've done, they wanted to do it, but they wanted to do it because they thought it was the right thing to do, but when they saw it with their own eyes, it still was the right thing to do, but they didn't want to do it anymore, even if it's the right thing to do. You see the problem? Like, to do the right thing, you have to do something that is wrong. But if you finish doing the wrong thing, you get to the right thing that you're supposed to do, but you are saddled with the burden of you did something wrong, so therefore you can never be right, because you can never rectify it, because you did things you should not have done. It handles topics like that way better on a group scale, while the 2003 version handles it on an individual scale better, of what it's like to try to basically become an adult. And I mean, becoming an adult can be something that you're 40 years old and you still haven't become an adult. So so that, yeah, there you go. I that's the kind of things, and I never know what to say when people say what. Currently, my favorite book right now is freaking Nursing Diagnostics Manual, which I was just reading a few ago. It could change so severely that I'm over here and like my favorite book just happens to be this chonker, because I'm just like I have to. And you know what, when you're looking up nursing pryos and diagnostics, Jesus, but it's my favorite book right now because I was going through a few different things, and right now it's up to ideas of like what my dad's going through, surgeries that have been happening, the UTIs that he's going, MRSA, treatment for that, treatments for discharge after high doses of Vanco or Dapto, and right after that is insomnia. Yeah, so when you ask someone like me what my favorite book could be, when it can all of a sudden turn to a textbook, I'm just a weird person, because this is real life. This is real life too as well. But like right now, one of my favorite parts is like nursing priorities and trying to understand how did someone decide the diagnostic criteria and nursing priorities that we need to help with patients for hopelessness. I've been reading this one over and over, and if this doesn't talk about the human condition of how we can sterilize mental conditions so much, I don't know what will. Of like the subjective state in which an individual sees limited or no alternatives to personal choices available and is unable to mobilize energy on own behalf. Hopelessness, I would dare say most people who try to define like what does it mean to you to be hopeless, to feel hopeless, or to be part, but it's so cold, and it's called a definition, and that first word is so important. Subjective state, but subjective state, and then cuts right there and say in which, and then gives a definition as if this is the definition, but it's a bit subjective. It has a little wiggle room, but apparently if you're hopelessness, you will be subjective to the idea of, cherry picking which parts of it, limited to no alternatives of personal choices. That feels pretty hopeless. That is, I think, I generalize what people would think of. You feel hopeless because agency is taken away. Most people's personal agency, the ability to act or to have your opinion matter or your actions matter, or to be able to interject and stop somebody else's actions, to act or react, basically be a bystander even in your own life or somebody else's. Feeling hopeless to no action, no agency. And this goes beyond agency and goes into and is unable to mobilize energy on own behalf. But don't worry, it's the subjective state in where you can't mobilize it. And I'm reading it and seeing how they double down and like the subjective part, despondent verbal cues, the defining characteristic, then reading further down and realizing, no, the subjective part is just saying how it's expressed, and this book somehow is defined hopelessness for me. So when I see a patient that is, might need to have a psych check, and I need to think about nursing priorities for that patient when I have to help write discharge paper or anything like that, blah, 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 and helping to promote client wellness, I need to remember that, we're talking about someone who is being hopeless. So they're not going to have energy to mobilize their self and to do anything, and the criteria on self-project. It feels so sterile, and it makes me look at it. There's an objective reality to that definition right below it. Passivity, decrease in verbalization, decrease in affect, appetite, response to stimuli, decrease in initiative, inadequate involvement in care, alteration in sleep patterns, turning away from speaker, shrugging in response to speaker, poor eye contact. Are you fucking kidding me? You're telling the autistic guy that poor eye contact is it to his child who he knows has also got symptoms of that? Are you kidding? That's what my son's done since day one. That's what I did since day one. That's not hopeless. That's another disorder. But it's part of the objective definition of what helps define hopelessness. There are so many things that cross over and cross. There's comorbidities of different things. But it's so weird to just read like how sterile you can make something as much as a subjective thing. It was when you felt hopeless in your life. And when I say those words, I guarantee every person that hears it thinks of a different part of their life and quantifies the idea of feeling hopeless differently. And then I read about how we treat it as in nursing, and it's well defined. There's not really any wiggle room. The only wiggle room is the subjective factor of things like if they sigh, they say things I can't. They express things that they believe won't change. Therefore, it leads to all these other things. That's crazy to me. That's crazy. I'm glad you enjoy. I'm about to be finished, but it's crazy to me to think that we can sterilize such subjective things to say it's subjective. However, it's objective. Don't worry. And by the way, since every person is their own individual, even if the traits that they have are shared with millions, billions of other people, you're the only person that has the specific traits that you've got in one body in one lifetime. Period. You're the only person that have this trait. And even if someone is your identical everything, down to every trait you'll ever express, they still can't be in the exact same place, exact same time, saying the exact same words, hearing the exact same words as you are, unless you're conjoined twins. Like that's gonna be the only exception. And then they have to be identical two heads, and that's not how conjoined twins work. Because otherwise they wouldn't. There's whatever. So it's almost like saying, okay, well, when you express these traits, when you express blah, blah. So some of my favorite books can also be the idea of when I'm learning and I'm just sitting here going, I could ask a whole crowd right now, tell me about when you felt that feeling of hopelessness. How did it make you feel? What did you do about it? And then I read nursing criteria and I go, when you were hopeless, and let me define really quickly. I mean, when you were in that state where you didn't see alternatives, you didn't feel like you had personal choices, and you were unable to mobilize energy on your own behalf to do anything. When you were in that state that I just defined for you, how did you feel about that? And how did you... It feels weird when I put it like that, doesn't it? Because it feels like I'm telling you how to feel, but I'm just defining it the way that you're supposed to define objectively how people subjectively feel in their one lifetime of experience that no one else can ever replicate perfectly. So, I just need to learn that so I can learn about that depressive self-control, that the hope that you're supposed to hope that you get them to. Hope, though, is another expression that is defined as what hope does. Optimism that is personally satisfying and life-supporting. That's hope. Apparently, hope can't be anything that is not personally satisfying and life-supporting, because I'd argue that hope actually entails much more than that. When you ask people to define it, you see that's subjective, but no, that is an objective definition. Quality of life, extent to positive perception of current life circumstance. Quality of life being as hopelessness, extent of positive perception of current life circumstances. If I'm eating a shit sandwich and I'm tasting that shit sandwich, you can't tell me my quality of life is all about the extent of my positive perception of my taste buds. My taste buds can taste it. This is shit. So you're telling me that, like, the desired outcome and evaluation criteria of helping this patient while I'm writing priorities is going to be that hopelessness is part of their diagnosis. They got a mental check. I need to be able to help with that. So their life is truly shit. I need to help them find the hope and quality of life in their this is horrible. I can't imagine being in their shoes. Holy shit. How did you even breathe your next breath? I don't know how I wouldn't collapse under your strain of what you're going through, but don't worry. Let me just help you with your evaluation criteria and your priority goals for your both as inpatient and your discharge, with your documentation focus being on, assessment findings, including what has been lost in hopelessness, degree of impairments, locus of control, use of coping skills. Let me just go ahead and sterilize. It's so weird when I'm reading even things that come down for nursing, that my psychology degree says that's wrong, but nursing degree will say that's right because we need to sterilize it because we're talking about a medical, like the physiological body, but the psychological component of it feels like it's lost in the sauce here. So this is right now some of my most interesting reads lately, because what the fuck? Because apparently client will include specific time frames, recognize and verbalize feelings. I think a lot of people that are hopeless, unless there's something else holding them back, chronic depression or something else, they'll end up being able to recognize and verbalize feelings. But hopelessness doesn't usually come on its own. So this is all being defined in some bubble of you're hopeless, but you can be nothing else somehow. No, there's comorbidities, and it covers that later, but it doesn't really cover the comorbidities as if they have to occur. It's just that they could. But don't worry, references of Gator from like the spiritual side of nursing talk about how hopelessness can occur in somebody in a mental capacity and nothing else has to occur. I dare to disagree with Gator's. I've read his 2002 paper. I think he's very wrong. Like, I mean, Gator, he's not correct, because if you're looking at his spiritualities, people can completely disregard that and never feel a lick of hopelessness when it comes to this specific situation that had put them under the care of any nurse anywhere. But he wants to argue that like there's a spiritual aspect for every human being that needs to be addressed, that you need to address as an. But no, if it's present, you need to address. If it's present for them, their human experience. But to generalize it, and then that's one of the references cited on there. The first reference, number one reference, that's mind-boggling. Mind-boggling. That hopelessness, something that I always thought as a concept, and technically it is a self-preservation class 1 self-concept, which means that it is conceptualized, shouldn't be so set in stone. It seems pretty damn set in stone. Hey Andrew, hey Beyond Groovy, what's going on? So I don't know. You're asking a person like books, media, what's my favorite? Even something as, for a lot of people, as benign as and boring as a textbook, for me is like, this is a good read. Because I go, this doesn't feel right. But in conjunction with other things, it could feel right. But I feel like I'm reading it it feels like I'm reading life at a context. It feels like this textbook feels like a bad writer who doesn't know how to write true inner turmoil and conflict in a character in the book that they're writing, and instead hyper fixates on one aspect of a bigger picture, hyper fixates to the point that they don't make the character relatable. And all of a sudden now I feel like I'm seeing that exact same thing in a damn textbook that's trying to let me know how to better connect with patients that might be feeling hopelessness by absolutely not connecting with them because I'm missing the point. You know, the good, interesting stuff that everyone loves reading. I'm a weird someone tell me I'm a weird person so I can go to bed. Because you shouldn't be able to just pull what you were actually staring at and that is a strange. Hey Ellie, what's going on? Okay, would the credits even work? I don't know if credits will even work. If I start this fight, I know I'm gonna lose to it a few times over because it's like, yeah. I said someone say I'm weird so I can go to bed. Will credits work? I like Resident Evil. I don't know if credits will work. We had 50 gifted at the very beginning. I have no idea how that's gonna show up, and I had to stop the stream. New subscribers, subs from Twitch. Mr. Nike, Truckless, tricky, furry, new subscribers, Matt, members of Slideshow, Atpot, Nerd, Anna, Radio, McLovin, Warm Cloud, Instrument, Vamp, Sarcasm, Smooth, Super chats for Kelsey. Kelsey was here? Wait, hold on. Did I miss that? When did that happen? And also, what happened to the gifteds and all the? Yeah, it didn't catch everything. It definitely didn't catch everything. Those credits are bogus. More things happen. Well, my stream did get cut and stuttered in the middle of it, so it is what it is. I apologize to anyone that I'm not. Vamp gave the gifted. We had the 50 gifted earlier. Seth Goff with the Prime sub. There's a lot of things Xavier, Steve Noble. There's Infamous, Prime stuff from Mike Graham. I can't even with all that. So thank you guys so much for being here. Hope you enjoyed. Hope to see you guys back here for the next one real soon. I am exhausted. Is it I guess it's my son's birth month. I gotta figure that out soon too. But good. Everyone go pass out. Just not in the snow. It's cold. It's very cold.